Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 541-550. In the first round of the confrontation, Hobert forced the Black Knight out of the darkness and quickly seized the opportunity to gain an advantage, throwing the Black Knight into a state of chaos. Hobert lunged forward, knocking his opponent to the ground with a punch, amplify. He amplified the next kick he delivered, stomping the Black Knight's head into the ground. Hobert was about to deliver another kick when the Black Knight under his foot recovered from the state of chaos, turning into a puddle of liquid and rapidly flowing away. Distortion. Hobert distorted his opponent's intention to escape into remaining motionless. Then Hobert distorted the distance between himself and his opponent, stepping on him with one foot and bending down for a fierce punch, weakening. After comprehensively weakening his opponent, one punch made the Black Knight, in his liquid flesh state, spit out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Hobert was about to continue his attack when he was suddenly blasted away by the blood on the ground. However, this explosion could no longer harm him, it merely interrupted his attack. As Hobert landed on the ground, two arm-like sharp blades slashed at him. Hobert felt as if these blades could cleave his soul, and his spirit body even seemed to shrink in response. Chaos. Hobert plunged the space between himself and the Black Knight into a state of chaos, and the Black Knight's attack immediately veered off in another direction. Just as Hobert was about to launch a new round of attacks, he suddenly noticed the Black Knight trembling all over, as if enduring immense pain. Before Hobert could understand what was happening, a mad and distorted power spread from Hobert's feet throughout his body. He suddenly swelled up all over, growing black tumors that quickly disappeared, only for new ones to immediately sprout. Hobert felt as if his brain was being stirred by an iron rod, the intense pain made tears and snot stream down his face, and he knelt on the ground, unable to move. The Black Knight also seemed to be enduring intense pain, but he could still slowly walk towards Hobert, clearly experiencing less severe suffering than Hobert. Hobert, whose mouth was drooling and nose was running due to extreme pain, his already dulled brain realized that if this continued, he would surely die by his opponent's blade. Hobert struggled to concentrate, finally feeling his spirit body being pulled upwards. Then everything in his vision eventually turned black, and he arrived in the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert felt his entire brain was numb, but his condition was gradually recovering after all. Without time for other arrangements, Hobert threw a surge of powerful power of order into his star and immediately returned to the real world. At this moment, the Black Knight had already raised his blade. If Hobert had returned even half a second later, he would have been decapitated. Hobert's body was already covered by a surge of powerful power of order, and his condition slightly recovered as a result. He rolled to the side, dodging the Black Knight's attack. Hobert, now semi-kneeling on the ground again, noticed that the out-of-control shadow that had earlier smashed the bedroom into ruins had, at some unknown point, reattached itself to the ground. Now, the out-of-control shadow was tightly embracing his own shadow. Only then did he understand that the feeling of losing control and madness earlier was because the Black Knight had intertwined his shadow with his own. This caused Hobert's shadow to be severely affected by the Black Knight's shadow, and those influences were then transmitted from the shadow to Hobert's body. No wonder the Black Knight appeared so pained, because he could only establish a certain connection with his own shadow to control it and complete such an attack. And establishing a certain connection meant he inevitably had to be influenced by the already out-of-control shadow. Understanding the crux of the problem, Hobert extended a hand towards the Black Knight, distortion. He distorted the concept of the Black Knight and his shadow, making both share the out-of-control state of the shadow equally. Aha! The Black Knight's flesh seemed to lose all restraint, swelling and piling up, turning the Black Knight into a constantly writhing monster of flesh. At the Special Operations Department in Jeffrey City, the battle in the courtyard was unusually fierce. Angus, Helen, and a Sequence 6, each holding a Level 2 sealed artifact, were fighting against 3 Sequence 5 opponents. Death. Angus threw his deadly punch. The shepherd before him suddenly donned an outer garment like a layer of dawn light. These lights rapidly condensed, eventually forming a golden armor. Angus struck the enemy, only sending him flying into a wall, which collapsed, but the enemy was not harmed by it. The shepherd rose from the collapsed bricks and stones, rushing towards Angus. The dawn light around him dissipated, and a blazing white spear appeared in his hand, his body also igniting with fierce flames from inside out. Angus raised his hand, and a silver-white luster appeared on the South Continent-style bracelet on his wrist. Opening his mouth, he uttered syllables that no one understood, yet were utterly terrifying. The shepherd's attack slowed, his body stiff. He felt as if his spirit body was trying to break free from his body, and the two became very uncoordinated. Just as Angus was about to launch a new attack, the shepherd's body suddenly swelled up, a goat's horn appeared on his head, and an evil aura emanated from his entire being. The demonized state enhanced both the shepherd's physical body and spirit body, alleviating the control of undead language over his spirit body. He raised a hand and unleashed a corrupt language, slow. Angus was already cursing in his heart. Goddammit, how do I fight this? Imprison, meant. Angus, who had been punched away by the demonized enemy, struggled to use this ability, preventing the shepherd from immediately giving chase. Angus crashed into a wall, which consequently became loose. His body felt like it was falling apart, and he struggled twice before getting back on his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that his two companions, like himself, could only barely hold off the enemy with the help of sealed artifacts. At this moment, the shepherd, wielding a dawn greatsword, charged over with incredible speed. Exile. Angus concentrated, continuing to fight the enemy. Because there was dawn light around the opponent, other abilities were not very effective, only exile could curb the enemy's offensive pace. Suddenly, Angus noticed something was wrong with the enemy's state. After being pushed away by exile, his movements in swinging the dawn greatsword slowed down. Almost simultaneously, a person engulfed in flames rushed in from outside and, with a single sword strike, pierced through the shepherd's dawn armor and his chest. Archibald, in military uniform, appeared at the courtyard gate. I heard there was an enemy attack here. In the Lord's manor, the Black Knight usually accumulated some out-of-control factors, so theoretically, the current loss of control would become irreversible. In such an urgent situation, the Black Knight's pupils suddenly turned golden vertical slits. The flesh on his body stopped wriggling, and the process of losing control was actually interrupted. Hobert, also striving to recover his state, was waiting for this opportunity. He instantly unsealed the two level 1 sealed artifacts, reached out and grabbed at the Black Knight, stealing his hurting ability. The Black Knight immediately showed a surprised expression, but his in the shadows loss of control had been temporarily appeased, deeply hidden in the depths of his mind, and would not erupt for a while. Hobert took the opportunity to rush over and kick the enemy away, collapsing a section of the courtyard wall. At this moment, Hobert finally had time to pick up the blade not far away. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the Black Knight, where a strange, strong black figure appeared. All living beings are prohibited from living here. Distortion. Hobert distorted the opponent's prohibition into, all beings that once lived are prohibited from living here. The smoke and dust on the other side of the courtyard wall dispersed, and in the faint moonlight, Hobert saw a majestic and imposing translucent figure. His judgment was correct, it was an evil spirit. The Black Knight, realizing that he would have difficulty using the hurting ability for a while, decisively ended his hurting of this evil spirit. This evil spirit was a demigod-level evil spirit he had hurted, possessing the strength of a law enforcer. Because it was originally in an evil spirit state, after being released, its soul did not enter the spirit world but quickly took the Lord's manor as its territory. Hobert's distortion made the evil spirit's prohibition turn against itself. Stripping. It immediately stripped the content of the prohibition, just now. Meanwhile, the Black Knight took advantage of Hobert's standoff with the law enforcer evil spirit to merge back into the shadows. His condition was very poor at this point, and he needed to quickly find a place to lick his wounds. Grant. How could Hobert let his opponent leave? Although his out-of-control state had ceased, the previous loss of control still left him very weak. He granted his weakness state to the Black Knight. The Black Knight's shadow paused slightly. The balance he had so painstakingly maintained was once again in danger of collapsing. The law enforcer evil spirit sketched an evil smile and extended a hand towards Hobert. Imprisonment. This halted Hobert's pursuit. The evil spirit was not actually covering the Black Knight's escape, it simply did not want anyone else's intentions to succeed. Long-term hurting had eroded much of the evil spirit's intelligence. Now, it was fighting almost purely on instinct. Association. Hobert strengthened the association between the Black Knight and the evil spirit. This seemed to make the evil spirit recall something. The hand it had extended towards Hobert now reached towards the Black Knight. Escape is prohibited here. The Black Knight's attempt to escape seemed to immediately encounter immense resistance. Hobert seized this opportunity to use an area of effectability, fallen. The evil spirit immediately fell into a state of fallen. The emotions it suddenly possessed became unsettling. And the black shadow formed by the Black Knight visibly paused. He had too many fallen emotions and memories accumulated normally, and at this moment, his own state was completely affected by the fallen, becoming very unstable. Hobert, having left the state of imprisonment, chased after him while using another area of effectability, corrosion. The two consecutive abilities were very targeted, further worsening the Black Knight's condition. Hobert also used distortion to finally catch up to the Black Knight, amplify. With another fierce kick, he directly kicked the Black Knight, who was struggling against negative states, out of his shadowed form and into human form. Hobert again distorted the distance and stabbed through his opponent's chest with a blade. Blood gushed out instantly. Bang! The blood once again blasted Hobert away. But the Black Knight's loss of control began again. This time, he couldn't herd the souls of the spectator pathway. Once the process of losing control started, it would be very difficult to stop. Hobert, blasted away, extended a hand towards the Black Knight, distortion. He distorted the opponent's strong intention to resist losing control into allowing the state of losing control to develop. Although the Black Knight was twisted by the intent for a short time, it was enough for him to completely lose control and be unable to form an effective resistance. At this moment, the evil spirit was attracted by the blood, opened its illusory mouth, swallowed a mouthful of blood, and then it covered the Black Knight like a black veil. Hobert held his knife, watching the Black Knight's pained expression and the evil spirit preparing to possess this body that was beginning to lose control. He did not immediately step forward, but instead looked for an opportunity from the side, preparing to kill one of them, while also guarding against the Black Knight's escape. The Black Knight finally made a choice. He began to let himself lose control, even accelerating the process. Immediately after, his shadow stood up again, completely transferring the shadow's loss of control into his physical body, and then the shadow detached from the body and strode away. Arrogance. Hobert knew that the other party must still have a way to escape. The fleeing shadow seemed to suddenly be stimulated, stomping its feet and pacing in place. Hobert immediately chased after it, spirit piercing. This was the ability of 1-107. The demigod level spirit piercing made the shadow clutch its head as if it was about to burst. Whip of pain. Hobert launched a new offensive, and tentacles, hooves, and other shapes began to appear on the shadow's body. It was losing control again. Bang! Just as Hobert was staring intently at the shadow, the Black Knight's body suddenly split open, and a monster with only 2 legs, no arms on its shoulders, and a bird-like head fell out from inside. The monster was covered in slime, and it was only the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. After falling out, it immediately ran off without a word. The evil spirit hesitated for a moment, looking at the fleeing monster, but ultimately it chose to continue possessing the mass of uncontrolled flesh and blood. Hobert quickly chased after it. Only then did he understand that the fleeing shadow was just a ruse. The Black Knight was not only once a hermit, he was also once a rose bishop. When he realized his loss of control was irreversible, He simply peeled off the parts of his flesh that hadn't yet lost control, gave the uncontrolled flesh to the evil spirit, and used the shadow to mislead Hobert. After Hobert caught up, two thin wings suddenly grew from the opponent's back, and he actually flew into the sky. Hobert twisted gravity and followed him into the sky. But once in the sky, trying to twist distance made it impossible to catch up with the winged monster. So Hobert chanted, "Skinny horse." Maximilian immediately appeared, and after receiving Hobert's command, carried Hobert to catch up. The monster's somewhat bizarre face immediately showed a surprised expression. Flying was his last means of escape, but he didn't expect Hobert to be able to catch up. The Black Knight was not like the demigods of the Rose School and the Blood Worship sect, who could summon angels for help. If he summoned an angel from the true Creator's church, he would likely be besieged by angels from the Orthodox churches. Moreover, it would be almost impossible to do so in a hurry. After all, the God-forsaken land is a place similar to a seal, where even the true Creator cannot directly descend power to the north-south continent, let alone angels. Hobert swung the knife in his hand, about to cut the monster, but Maximilian rushed up and bit the monster's head. With a forceful chew, brain matter splattered everywhere. Hobert was slightly stunned. This was too brutal. The monster's wings flapped frantically, as if struggling with all its might. Hobert leaned forward on the horse's back and pierced the monster's chest. The headless monster hung on the knife. The monster desperately wanted to regenerate its head, but its already small body lacked enough flesh and blood. After growing for a long time, only some pink flesh grew out, and its two thin legs were also borrowed by other parts. Finally, the tumor Hobert impaled on his knife stopped wriggling and completely lost all signs of life. Hobert smiled. The first sequence 4. Returning to the Lord's Manor, before landing, Hobert saw the Black Knight's uncontrolled flesh and blood, and the evil spirit had formed a creature resembling a toad, with short limbs, a large body, a flat, broad head, and a bumpy skin. Upon seeing Hobert, the monster opened its mouth. "No flying allowed here." Maximilian rapidly descended, and Hobert twisted the distance, allowing them to land almost steadily. Jumping off the horse's back, Hobert first shook the meatball-like monster's corpse from his knife. The monster's long mouth opened again. "No weapons allowed here." The knife in Hobert's hand immediately became incredibly heavy, but he did not drop it. Instead, he smiled. "Do I even need a weapon to deal with you?" If that evil spirit hadn't possessed that flesh and blood, it might have lived a little longer. Unfortunately, its rationality was not abundant. Hobert reached out his hand. Chaos. The monster's surroundings immediately fell into a state of chaos. It was about to open its mouth to continue its prohibition, but suddenly realized that its power seemed to have been drained away. Alter. Hobert used two abilities in quick succession, causing the toad in front of him to rapidly collapse. Hobert guessed that the Black Knight's extraordinary characteristic was on the fleeing monster, and the remaining flesh and blood continued to collapse, likely because the extraordinary characteristics of the souls herded by the Black Knight were still within that uncontrolled flesh and blood. Although the herding process is a combination of body and spirituality to control other souls and extraordinary characteristics, once a shepherd begins to lose control, the herded extraordinary characteristics will accelerate the process of losing control. So the Black Knight should have simply abandoned them as well. Hobert's Chaos plus Alter precisely temporarily extracted those extraordinary characteristics from the flesh and blood. As expected, the flesh and blood collapsed. The flesh and blood spread out, leaving only the evil spirit standing there, somewhat bewildered. Twist. Hobert tried to twist the evil spirit's state, making it a true soul, so that the underworld could begin to absorb it again. At this moment, the evil spirit seemed to come to its senses and resisted Hobert's twist. Hobert seized this opportunity to go to the ruins and find the undead wine glass. At this moment, the evil spirit also broke free from the twist state. Hobert held the wine glass. Underworld gate. The bronze gate with intricate mystical patterns appeared. Just a tiny crack opening seemed to suck in all the surrounding temperature, making even Hobert shiver. Arms stretched out, malevolent gazes looked outward, and terrifying roars echoed. The evil spirit immediately stood motionless, as the underworld had a natural oppressive feeling towards evil spirits. Hobert extended a hand towards the evil spirit, chaos. The evil spirit immediately fell into a state of chaos, and walked step by step towards the underworld gate. Just as it was about to enter the underworld gate, it broke free from the chaos state. Exile. Whoosh! The underworld gate was exiled outside the Lord's manor, and the underworld's influence on this place was greatly reduced. Weakening. Hobert weakened the evil spirit's state, making it appear more transparent. Alter. Twist. Hobert used twist plus alter to try and twist the connection between the evil spirit and its source of power. Logically, the existence of an evil spirit must mean something is providing it with power. Hobert only had a concept of this and didn't know what it was, so he merely tried to twist and alter. This attempt was very effective. The already very weak evil spirit seemed to have been hit in its weak spot, becoming ethereal, like a flickering flame about to go out. Hobert seized the opportunity and, with a single strike, split the evil spirit in two. His black knife also had a considerable restraining effect on evil spirits. The evil spirit remained motionless, shrinking into a ball of black shadow, and the extraordinary characteristic began to precipitate. Hobert then ended the summoning of the underworld gate. Just as he was about to find a nightgown, he suddenly realized that the lump of flesh he had thrown on the ground was gone. The Black Knight was not dead yet. Association. Fortunately, the opponent's condition was extremely poor now, so Hobert easily found his tracks. The Black Knight had been rolling away to escape, and was almost out of the Lord's manor, but at this moment, he began to lose control for the third time. This was the loss of control previously hidden in the subconscious by the souls of the spectator pathway. At this time, because his own flesh and blood were too scarce, he could not maintain his own state at all, and those losses of control finally erupted. This time, the Black Knight still couldn't herd the souls of the spectator pathway, nor could he peel off his own flesh and blood again. The Black Knight was completely unable to suppress the process of losing control. Hobert stabbed the expanding meatball with his knife. The expansion immediately stopped, and the Black Knight could no longer sustain his life, thus dying. Soon, Hobert discovered that the Black Knight's extraordinary characteristic was actually converging towards the outer layer of skin on the meatball. Hobert was slightly stunned. This is forming a sealed artifact. But he had only lost control for a short while. Immediately, Hobert thought again, it can't be said that way either. In the previous battle, this Black Knight had already accumulated too many factors of losing control. Although he used various methods to expel a lot of loss of control and madness, fundamentally speaking, his loss of control was already very severe. Hobert kicked the meatball and returned to the backyard, which had become a ruin. He went to the ruins of the bedroom and found a nightgown to put on. Looking at the Black Knight's uncontrolled flesh and blood again, there were indeed three extraordinary characteristics precipitating within. Those were the characteristics of the Beyonders previously herded by the Black Knight. Only after the Black Knight died, or if the soul was released, could these souls end their painful herding process and return to the underworld, becoming normal souls, and their extraordinary characteristics could also begin to precipitate at this time. Hobert picked up the three extraordinary characteristics and at the same time discovered that among the seemingly lifeless flesh and blood, there was still a piece of flesh wriggling. After a brief thought, Hobert understood. Previously, the situation was urgent, and when the Black Knight peeled off his collapsing flesh and blood, these pieces of flesh must have still contained some of his extraordinary characteristics. This is very similar to when a Beyonder dies, and before the extraordinary characteristic has precipitated, if a piece of their flesh is dug out, that piece of flesh will definitely contain some extraordinary characteristics. If it's a high-sequence Beyonder, such a piece of flesh could very likely form a sealed artifact. Hobert pushed the three extraordinary characteristics towards the skinny horse. You choose one. Maximilian, however, turned his head and gestured with his chin towards the wriggling piece of flesh. Hobert was stunned. You want this, mutated flesh? Maximilian immediately nodded. Hobert then picked up the knife, dug out the piece of flesh, and Maximilian carried it back to the underworld in his mouth. At this moment, the evil spirit's extraordinary characteristic had already precipitated. Hobert held it in his hand, and without needing to go to the country of disorder, he could confirm that this was indeed an extraordinary characteristic of a law enforcer. At this time, Archibald and Angus, among others, arrived with reinforcements. When they saw the backyard was almost in ruins, they were initially a little worried, but when they saw the Lord squatting on the ground peeling something that looked like a ball of flesh, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lord. My Lord. In fact, the peeling process was not difficult. It was like peeling off a piece of cloth with black starlight from a strangely shaped ball of flesh. Archibald and the others then understood that this was actually a sealed artifact. Hobert shook the piece of skin and asked Angus and the others, "You were also attacked?" "Yes," Angus said first. "Fortunately, with the astrologer's warning, we made some preparations. The enemy had 3 shepherds, and a total of more than 10 Sequence 6 and Sequence 7 Beyonders. Thanks to Chief of Staff Archibald arriving in time, he helped us deal with those 3 shepherds." Then Archibald reported, "One shepherd led a team to attack the barracks and was severely wounded by me. All other attackers have been dealt with by me. The spoils of war will be presented to the Lord's manor later." As he spoke, Archibald's 2 marionettes escorted the shepherd over. Hobert nodded. "Very good, turn him into your marionette. This is your reward." Since Archibald was so disciplined, Hobert certainly didn't object to him having one more marionette. "Yes. Thank you, Lord." Archibald linked to the spiritual threads of the shepherd, who had already fallen into a coma, and quickly turned him into a marionette. Hobert then said to Angus, "When you faced the enemy's surprise attack, you did not rashly rush to the Lord's manor for support but instead held your ground. This was very well done. You will all be credited with 1 merit." Angus was about to say that it was Captain Dunn's suggestion, but the Lord's reward had already been announced, and it would be a bit inappropriate to say it now. So Angus decided to report to the Lord when he had a private audience with Hobert. Hobert, dressed in his pajamas, ordered, "Now, all of you go back and prepare, send the wounded to the hospital, and depart in 20 minutes. Follow me across the river to completely reclaim the Full Moon Lake West Bank." He ordered Archibald, "You and Seal will lead the other Beyonders in the defense force and follow closely to completely occupy the West Bank." Hobert also said to the butler Allen and others, "Go look for any wounded in the ruins. The Lord's manor will be repaired tomorrow." After everyone left, Hobert first sacrificed the loot to the country of disorder, then pulled up the traveler's gate that had fallen to the ground and leaned it against the wall. Opening the traveler's gate, he arrived at the Earl's mansion in Backland, where anxiously waiting Furs immediately rushed over and hugged Hobert. Then she looked Hobert up and down, and only relaxed when she saw that he hadn't suffered any injuries. "The problem is solved," Hobert smiled. "Those madmen from the Aurora Order actually dared to actively attack the de facto leader of the South Colson region." Furs asked, "Was Jeffrey City attacked?" "It was also attacked, but fortunately," Angus's response, "No, I think it was the experienced Captain Dunn's response," Hobert smiled. "They protected the city and the people." Then he added, "You rest here for a bit. I'm going to lead a team across the river. You can go back tomorrow morning." Furs immediately said, "I want to join the battle too." Hobert thought for a moment. The main force of the Aurora Order on the West Bank should have all come to raid and died in Jeffrey City. He looked at Furs's eager gaze and nodded, "All right, but don't leave my side." Hobert then nodded to Doffus outside, signaling that the crisis was over. Then the couple closed the door and quickly changed into their Fenaport-style combat attire. By the time they returned to Jeffrey City, Angus and Helen's 2 teams were already assembled and ready to go. Hobert led over 30 Beyonders out of the city and rendezvoused with Archibald and the others who were already waiting there. Now, besides Archibald and Seal, there were 5 hunters, 3 warriors, and 1 sailor in the defense force. They were all Beyonders who had distinguished themselves in the process of bandit suppression and were granted potions by Hobert. Hobert led the members of the Special Operations Department across the river first. By the time they reached the other side, dawn was already breaking. There were Beyonders from the Aurora Order on the dock, waiting to meet the raiders from that night. Instead, they were met with an enemy crossing. Seeing that the leader of this group was only a Sequence 6, Hobert allowed Angus and the others to rush forward and fight them. After quickly resolving the battle, Hobert gave the psychic wine glass to Angus, telling him to perform a channeling, and learned of the Aurora Order's important strongholds. According to Angus's description, it was a church built on the mountainside. Hobert hadn't expected that the Aurora Order would actually build a proper church on the west bank. As Hobert had guessed, the entire raid encountered no significant resistance. However, along the way to the church, there were many corpses hanging on spears. Upon closer inspection, they had all been skinned. Yet, on their skinless faces, there were eerie smiles, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Hobert believed that the rule of the Aurora Order's madmen was no better than that of demons. At this time, the Beyonders in the church seemed to know that the sneak attack had failed, but they had no intention of escaping. Instead, they prayed devoutly and fanatically before the idol, then frantically charged towards Angus and the others. Hobert looked around. Among the opponents, there was only one Sequence 5, who was being besieged by Angus and Helen, as well as two other Sequence 6 Beyonders, each wearing a sealed artifact. So Hobert still didn't make a move, but instead looked at the huge inverted cross in the church. Since he had subordinates, and they could handle the situation, Hobert naturally didn't need to act. Furs also seemed to have received Hobert's signal. She merely took out Lemonou's magic book and did not participate in the battle. The battle ended quickly. More than a dozen enemies were killed. Angus performed another channeling and learned of some other strongholds of the Aurora Order. Because there were too many strongholds and no Beyonders of great strength at the moment, the Special Operations Department was divided into 4 teams to carry out separate raids. However, at this point, there was no element of surprise, so it was an operation to kill as many as possible. Hobert and Furs remained at the church, along with 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 9 Beyonders to protect the Lord. Speaking of protection, they were actually just staying there to run errands when the Lord needed them. While everyone was waiting for Archibald's occupation, Hobert saw groups of ordinary people gathering at the foot of the mountain. Even from the mountainside, he could feel their eager gazes directed at the church. Having had previous experience in reclaiming territory from demons, Hobert pondered for a moment and came up with a solution. He first extended a hand towards the church. Altar. Rumble. Hobert altered the mechanical structure of the tall church's foundation, and the church immediately collapsed. However, the inverted cross within the church pierced through the dome and remained standing. Under the morning light, this cross and the inverted idol on it actually had a sense of sacredness. Especially the idol's single eye, which, whether made of gems or not, reflected a crimson light. Do not look directly into his eyes, Hobert reminded the others. Evil gods are also gods. Furs, beside him, immediately skipped over the eye and observed other parts of the idol. This is the image of the true creator. I only heard the sun describe him before, this is the first time I've seen him in the real world. The believers at the foot of the mountain became even more fanatical, almost running up the mountain. The Beyonders protecting Hobert were a little flustered. So many enemies, and ordinary people at that, how should they deal with them? Could they really kill them all? You don't need to worry about anything later. Hobert stood before the idol and began to pray when the believers rushed closer. As the believers were about to rush in front of Hobert, his 3 subordinates had even prepared to physically protect the Lord. Just then, a huge sense of oppression appeared in the sky. Furs and the 3 members of the Special Operations Department looked behind them. A majestic figure, flashing with black light, appeared in midair. The figure sat on a throne made of swords, clad in armor radiating black divine light, and wore a crown that also emitted divine light. Unfortunately, his face was unclear, only his eyes, flickering with black mist, could be seen. A tremendous sense of oppression washed over them, and profound majesty intimidated everyone's hearts. The Beyonders around Hobert immediately knelt. At this moment, they seemed to support this solid figure from the bottom of their hearts, unwilling to disobey any of his commands. The majestic aura spread around, and the fanatical, deranged cultists, with their faces full of fervor, also looked at the sky in disbelief. After becoming a demigod, as long as one held the Black Emperor card, the image of the Creator could also be seen by ordinary people. The black light was so sacred, and the huge figure was so majestic. This was the power of a god. The inverted idol's eyes moved, also looking towards the midair, as if casting an extremely evil gaze. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, sneered slightly. With a wave of his hand, a surge of chaos power descended, coiling around the idol. Crack! The idol, made of unknown material, developed cracks and quickly collapsed. The idol's crimson eyes lost all their light. The believers seemed to sense something and began to incessantly worship the Creator in midair. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure in the sky, like giant waves, disappeared, replaced by Hobert's demigod-level pressure. God says, "You shall not worship evil gods. Today you have seen the true face of a god, you shall worship the true God. Pray on time, and offer sacrifices regularly. Besides the Creator, you shall have no other gods. You shall not carve idols for yourselves." Hobert preached like a bishop, and even Furs and the others listened very attentively. Afterwards, just like last time, Hobert displayed the symbol pointing to the Creator, and most of these believers converted. However, after Hobert retracted his majesty, some believers still jumped out, wanting to fight Hobert for destroying their idol. Before they could even reach Hobert, they turned into irrational monsters. Hobert realized that the people under the Aurora Order's rule were more severely corrupted than those under demon rule. Many were already monsters in human skin. When Archibald and Seal led their teams to arrive, Hobert immediately gave them a task: go to all towns and villages to patrol. After the true Creator's power leaves, many people should have turned into monsters. Your first task is to clear these monsters, and your second task is to lead these converted people to spread the name of the Creator. Archibald, you will announce the name of the Creator to the Beyonders in the army and tell them how to pray. If you encounter large-scale resistance from the true Creator's followers, immediately pray to the Creator. If you encounter out-of-control monsters, eliminate them immediately. If you encounter ordinary people with obvious signs of losing control, eliminate them immediately. As the Aurora Order lost its rule over this territory, the true Creator's gaze left here. Previously, those followers who had accumulated a large amount of madness and distortion in their bodies had their internal balance destroyed, which is why they turned into monsters. As for the so-called ordinary people with obvious signs of losing control, Hobert was temporarily handing over the power of life and death over the new territory's populace to the Guard, to eliminate those unstable factors. Many times, those unstable factors are easily nipped in the bud before they become unstable. But if someone were to report to Hobert at this time, they would lose the best opportunity. Of course, to prevent the Guard from becoming a source of chaos, Hobert added, but you are not allowed to seize the property of the local people. Once discovered, in addition to returning the property, you will also be discharged from military service. Watching the Guard leave with the converted believers, Hobert suddenly realized, can the country of disorder be used to establish an instant information communication mechanism? Then the workers of the country of disorder would have new tasks to deal with. Hobert left the church and began to take charge at the port. At noon, Conrad, as the third echelon, arrived with his team. In addition to bringing many grassroots officials, he also conscripted construction workers from the construction site and transported a large amount of supplies, temporarily responsible for the logistics of the Guard. The already dilapidated dock became lively. With the experience from last time, the construction workers set up cooking stations at the dock, pitched tents in advance, and prepared to stay here for a period of time. In the afternoon, they would also establish camps in various towns under the protection of the Guard, so that the guards stationed in various places could eat hot meals and have tents to live in. After lunch, Angus and other Special Operations Department members returned, which marked that all the Beyonders of the Aurora Order on the surface had been driven away or killed. Hobert said to Angus, "You first lead the first squad to be stationed here, cooperate with the guards clearing operations, and when the situation here stabilizes, one Sequence 6 and several team members must also be left to guard." He then said to Helen, "You lead your team back to protect Jeffrey City. In addition, both of you captains should quickly compile statistics on casualties and merits, and members who died in the line of duty will be handled according to previous precedents." "We have already made a preliminary count just now," Angus said, handing a prepared report to Hobert. Helen also prepared a similar report and submitted it together. Hobert nodded, and after they left, he briefly looked at the reports, finding that the two captains' reporting styles were completely different. Angus had already made up his mind to break away from the Tudor family and completely pledge allegiance to Hobert, so his report did not consider the interests of the Tudor family at all. From last night until now, the Special Operations Department has eliminated a total of 58 Beyonders from the Aurora Order, including 3 Shepherds eliminated with Archibald's help. The first squad eliminated 36 enemies and captured 9 sealed artifacts. 4 of these sealed artifacts were found on the enemies, and the other 5 were sealed artifacts formed by the enemies. Angus also noted in the report, Beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway are prone to losing control before death and turning into sealed artifacts. The first squad captured a total of 31 extraordinary characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5, and all members were willing to exchange these extraordinary characteristics for merits. As for those sealed artifacts, because there were already regulations for applying for sealed artifacts, the members were also willing to exchange the sealed artifacts for merits. This showed that the members of the first squad also did not consider the interests of the Tudor family at all. After the battle, 9 members of the first squad would have the opportunity to be promoted. Hobert recalled the extraordinary characteristics he had, which were enough for these members to be promoted. At the end of the report was the situation of the first squad members who died in the line of duty. This battle was a surprise attack, and in the early stages of the battle, the situation was once very unfavorable for them. The casualties in this battle were greater than in the previous attack on the Blood Worship sect, with a total of 5 members dying. Looking at the second squad's report, logically, they should have killed 22 enemies, but only submitted 1 sealed artifact and 12 extraordinary characteristics. Obviously, the other extraordinary characteristics and sealed artifacts were all submitted to the Gnostic Society. This meant that only 2 of their members qualified for promotion. The number of members who died in the line of duty in the second squad was also 3. Hobert calculated that he would have to compensate about 36,000 gold leathers this time. However, compared to the gains, this compensation was nothing. Hobert had Furs, who was nearby, prepare the money, waiting for the relatives of the deceased to collect it. That afternoon, all the spoils of war were gathered at Hobert's location. When Angus came to deliver the spoils of war, Hobert, who was already prepared, said to him, "Although your current merits are not enough to obtain the extraordinary characteristic of a punishment knight, your performance in this battle was good, so I will make an exception and give you the extraordinary characteristic of a punishment knight in advance. You must explain this clearly to the members, that because my fief on Longtail Island needs a Sequence 5, I gave you the extraordinary characteristic in advance. The merits you owe will still need to be made up later." Angus tried to hide his ecstasy. "Yes. I will explain it clearly." So Hobert gave Angus a total of 10 extraordinary characteristics, including Punishment Knight. Besides those for Angus, there were also 6 Sheriff, 2 Inquisitor, and 1 Judge extraordinary characteristics. Those who qualified for promotion to Sheriff were basically new members. According to Hobert's exchange rules, it became more difficult to exchange for Inquisitor. Those who obtained Inquisitor and Judge extraordinary characteristics were basically members who had accumulated merits in the previous battle. Hobert said to Angus, In addition, tell the members of the Tudor family that if any of their family members want to become Beyonders, they can apply to work as clerical staff in the Special Operations Department or in the town government. If they perform outstandingly, the Lord's Manor will provide the arbitrator potion for free. Generally speaking, members of Beyonder families have received some education, at least much higher than the cultural level of the residents in the territory. The issuance of this policy should further alleviate the shortage of grassroots personnel. For Hobert, it also allowed him to use the arbitrator extraordinary characteristics he had. People who joined the Special Operations Department were generally Beyonders, which made the arbitrator pathway extraordinary characteristics in Hobert's hands useless. Now Hobert had as many as 14 arbitrator extraordinary characteristics. If he sold them, they wouldn't fetch much money, so it was better to use them. Watching Angus leave happily, Hobert smiled slightly. With so many incentive measures this time, it was estimated that more members of the Tudor family would come to join him, and he wouldn't even need to actively poach them. Even if the head of the Tudor family came knocking, Hobert was not afraid. At this time, Christine should have already been promoted to Chaos Hunter, and the Ox Demon King and Overturning Sea Great Sage could still be used multiple times. Plus, he himself was a demigod, enough to stop the Tudor family's demigods from coming to demand an explanation. Besides, all the family members came willingly, so what right did the patriarch have to demand an explanation? Suddenly, Hobert felt the digestion of his potion. He was slightly stunned. It was indeed Fallen Earl. He had just been thinking about how to harm people, and the potion was digested. Then he thought, it might also be that he caused the members of the Tudor family to betray, which led to the digestion of the potion. After all, betrayal is also an immoral act. While Hobert was summarizing the pattern of potion digestion, Helen also came to hand over the spoils of war. The performance of the second squad this time can only be said to be neither good nor bad, Hobert said, taking out the wooden box containing the parotid gland of the black-spotted warthog. So Angus received an exceptional promotion opportunity, while you can only receive one main ingredient. After this battle, the strength of the first squad would be greatly improved, while the improvement in the strength of the second squad was not very obvious. Helen smiled sweetly. This is already very good. As long as she obtained this main ingredient, she could also complete her promotion through the Gnostic Society. However, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Having made so many contributions to the Gnostic Society, she only received one sequence 5 main ingredient after waiting for several years. And here with Hobert, she only participated in 2 battles and received another main ingredient. She believed that after this battle, all the members would complain about the Gnostic Society. Because some team members could have been promoted, but because they had to hand over the spoils of war to the Gnostic Society, they lost the opportunity for promotion. It was precisely because the second squad's power increase was limited that they could only go back to defend Jeffrey City, which further reduced their opportunities to earn merit. Watching Helen leave somewhat dejectedly, Hobert actually felt a further digestion of his potion. This was a bit strange. He clearly had no intention of continuing to poach from the Gnostic Society, so why would the potion be further digested? However, Hobert soon learned the reason. Seal came to report that the guard had completely controlled the Full Moon Lake West Bank and presented Archibald's spoils of war. Hobert immediately realized that this was the digestion of the potion due to rule. After becoming a corrupted baron, establishing effective rule in the territory, or having a certain interaction with the people of the territory, the potion would be digested accordingly. As for the potion name like Earl, it might mean that one must at least have a territory as large as an earl's and rule it effectively for the potion to be effectively digested. Hobert recalled Ethel's words. Previously, the entire South Colson region was an earl's territory. Now this entire territory was his. After driving away the people of the Aurora Order, a huge change occurred for the original people of the West Bank, which prompted Hobert's potion to digest a large part. This gave Hobert new motivation for establishing effective rule over Longtail Island. After resolving the urgent matters, Hobert sent Furs back to the East Bank, letting her take charge there. However, the backyard of the Lord's manor had become a ruin and was difficult to repair for a while, so Hobert carried the Traveller's Gate to Green Meadow Manor and installed the Traveller's Gate there. At the same time, Furs, under Hobert's care, was promoted to astrologer. She had originally planned to be promoted on Monday, but it had been delayed until now. Because her portrayal of a magician was very successful, there was no great danger in this promotion. After completing the promotion, Hobert was also much more relieved. After all, an astrologer is like an enhanced version of a diviner, and most of the time can foresee the coming of danger. After settling Furs, Hobert continued to take charge on the West Bank. In the evening, Bishop Simpson, dressed in the Earth Mother Church's bishop's robe, came to Hobert's tent to congratulate him on unifying the South Colson region. The two chatted for a while, and Hobert brought up his new territory. Is the Earth Mother Church interested in proselytizing on Longtail Island? Of course, I'm interested. Bishop Simpson smiled and said, I don't think the church would refuse any opportunity to spread the Earth Mother's light. But there's a condition. Simpson was slightly taken aback and made a, please speak, gesture. I will need a large amount of rubber in the near future, and I heard there are many rubber trees on Longtail Island. Hobert had already thought of his condition. I hope the Earth Mother Church can help increase rubber tree production. Simpson breathed a sigh of relief. That's simple. I can apply to the church to send a biologist, or druid, who specializes in this area to lead a team. Hobert asked, can it triple the yield? Triple. Is that all you ask for? This time it was Hobert's turn to be stunned. How many times do you expect it can increase the yield? From the existing rubber trees, at least a 5-fold increase is possible. If we cultivate new varieties, a 10-fold to 20-fold increase is not out of the question. Hobert thought to himself, then who needs oil? Then, he asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Based on my observations, the priests and bishops of the Earth Mother Church generally like to help farmers improve the varieties of crops and fruits, but in the Fenaport Kingdom, you don't seem to be overly involved in agricultural production. If the Fenaport Kingdom's wheat yield could also increase tenfold, one Fenaport could feed the entire world's population. Bishop Simpson gave a wry smile. Not every ruler is as considerate of ordinary people as you are. He paused before explaining further. In the eyes of the royal family, the prime minister, and other rulers, the church should only manage people's faith. Priests and bishops are servants of the gods and should not interfere with the specific governance of the kingdom. Hobert nodded slightly. It seemed that long ago, the church and secular powers had reached some agreements. Even if the church had the power to rule a kingdom, they would not do so. Because their primary task is to serve the gods. If they participate in the management of specific affairs, they would lose the sacredness and impartiality of clergy. That's why Beyonders of the Earth Mother Church, on the one hand, deeply love the earth, but on the other hand, are not good at actively participating in agricultural production. But when Hobert and Grove took the initiative to ask for their help, it was a different matter. They pretended to be reluctant, but in fact, they were already overjoyed. Bishop Simpson continued, I didn't quite understand this issue before. It was only in recent years, with the bankruptcy of many farmers, that I realized it was wise for the church not to participate in agricultural production. If food becomes cheaper, it will cause more farmers to go bankrupt, and more people will go hungry. Hobert nodded. Don't worry, I understand. Of course, he could tell that Simpson's words were a reminder not to focus solely on increasing production and harm the interests of the people. Simpson then said, I have one more matter here. This time it was Hobert's turn to make the, please speak, gesture. I hope to acquire a batch of extraordinary characteristics from the secret supplicant pathway. Beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway are like rats crossing the street, universally reviled, but their extraordinary characteristics are very popular with the Orthodox churches. Because the magical items made from these extraordinary characteristics generally have a wide range of applications. Although there is a high probability of negative effects such as the true creator's crazy ravings, the base number of official Beyonders is large. This one uses it for 3 minutes, that one uses it for another 3 minutes, and the negative effects of the magical item are essentially cancelled out. Come again tomorrow morning, Hobert said. Because the spoils of war haven't been tallied yet. Once they are, I'll sell you a batch. Sequence 9 to sequence 7 I'll give you at the base price. For sequence 6 and sequence 5, I'll add some premium. Bishop Simpson nodded readily, no problem. After seeing Simpson off and having dinner, Hobert finally had time to enter the country of disorder to check the spoils of this battle. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first reached out and summoned the sealed artifact formed by the Black Knight. It was a square, scarf-like leather structure, appearing to emit faint black starlight. Its abilities are: the holder can shepherd the souls of 7 Beyonders, 3 of whom can be demigod-level souls. After completing the shepherding process, 3 of the target's abilities can be chosen at will. Flesh magic can be used to cause violent explosions of flesh, causing certain mutations in the target's flesh. It can transform into a puddle of flesh, hiding in an extremely small space, making it difficult for Beyonders below the angel level to detect the holder's whereabouts. In Hobert's opinion, compared to other Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the negative effects of this sealed artifact were not very severe. This sealed artifact easily causes the holder to lose control. Those who already have a tendency to lose control will become very severe, and those who were only mildly out of control will become completely out of control. Every 10 minutes, a period of ravings will be heard. If carried for less than 10 minutes, it will not be heard, but one must stay away from the sealed artifact for an hour before carrying it again, otherwise the time will continue to accumulate. Some of these ravings are mad and distorted, while others are methods to become stronger, but no matter which type of raving, listening to them too much easily leads to losing control or beginning to devoutly worship the true creator. Only for Hobert, the negative effects of this sealed artifact were not severe, because he had a way to circumvent them. As long as he carried an order crystal, he could neutralize the first negative effect. And the second negative effect was even easier to avoid. He could use it for a few minutes, then use the power of order of the country of disorder to seal it for an hour. This way, Hobert could perfectly avoid the second negative effect. Additionally, the most formidable aspect of this sealed artifact actually lies in its shepherding ability. If it could shepherd 3 demigods, this sealed artifact would increase by an entire level. However, this is not easy to achieve. Demigods are already archbishops of the Orthodox churches. Even those without official positions work as reserve forces in the former divine kingdom. For example, the Church of the Night Goddess is governed by 13 archbishops and 9 deacons, half of whom are at the demigod level. One must not think that the Church of the Night Goddess only has 11 demigods. Hobert remembered that Ariana, the servant of secrecy, who later helped Klein several times, was the dean of the Night Convent, and the Night Convent was not just her alone. As far as Hobert knew, every Orthodox church had a similar organization that uniformly arranged some less socially adept demigods and sequenced 5s into a department. Wherever power support was needed, they could be immediately dispatched. And in secret organizations, demigods are absolutely high-ranking and very difficult to hunt. So the Black Knight that Hobert killed today only shepherded the evil spirit of a law enforcer. The other extraordinary characteristics seized from the Black Knight were all at sequence 5 level, specifically the extraordinary characteristics of a dream weaver, an apostle of desire, and a pain witch. However, his shepherding ability was stolen by Hobert at the very beginning, which caused the Black Knight to lose a crucial offensive ability. This is the ingenious use of a sealed artifact. If it were a thief demigod, stealing the shepherding ability would actually be useless, because he doesn't have souls to shepherd. It would only deprive the opponent of their most powerful offensive ability. For Hobert, such help was significant, making it easier for him to launch further offensives. Immediately after, Hobert began to review the battle in which he first killed a sequence 4. He felt that the Black Knight's tactics should have been very easy for Klein to decipher. After all, one could find the opponent simply by checking the spirit-body threads. Then Hobert realized that even if he hadn't stolen the Black Knight's shepherding ability, he could still have killed the opponent, because the opponent had, after all, only shepherded one demigod-level evil spirit. Aside from the shadow-related abilities that were hard to guard against, the explosions caused by flesh magic could no longer harm Hobert. Finally, Hobert thought of the effects achieved by combining his two abilities, such as Chaos plus Alter, which could produce a temporary, stripping, effect on certain powers. There was also Distortion plus Alter, which could distort situations Hobert didn't know the specifics of, or even didn't know what they specifically were, but which conformed to certain extraordinary laws. However, the prerequisite for this was that Hobert had to be very clear about that law. This made Hobert realize again, the Black Emperor truly is the shadow of order, indeed, even having combination skills. Or rather, skills that exploited loopholes in the rules of extraordinary abilities. Overall, the gains from this battle were significant, allowing Hobert to formulate some tactics for facing demigod enemies. After naming the sealed artifact obtained from the Black Knight, 1-109, Hobert tried to use the power of order to change its appearance, eventually turning it into a leather bracelet, which was more convenient to carry. After placing 1-109 on the stone platform for Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Hobert then went to inspect the spoils of war submitted by other team members. Thanks to Archibald's timely support last night, the Special Operations Department achieved significant results with relatively minor casualties. When they raided the West Bank in the early morning, the Special Operations Department was outnumbered, and with Hobert present, the entire struggle on the West Bank only resulted in injuries but no fatalities. And Archibald, upon seeing Hobert, had already secretly indicated that as long as he could add a marionette, all the spoils he obtained could be handed over. So the spoils of war obtained from this battle were quite substantial. First, there were 11 sealed artifacts. Angus submitted 9, Helen submitted 1, and Archibald submitted 1. As Angus said, Beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway easily form sealed artifacts. Among them, 10 were sealed artifacts of the secret supplicant pathway, one of which was even a sealed artifact formed by a shepherd. Only one was a sealed artifact of the criminal pathway. Hobert also discovered a pattern. In large-scale Beyonder battles like this, the main gains are Grade 2 sealed artifacts. Grade 3 sealed artifacts are only easily obtained when effective extraordinary rule has been established. After Hobert sealed each sealed artifact, he began to examine the extraordinary characteristics obtained this time. This battle yielded a total of 53 extraordinary characteristics, including 3 Sequence 5 Shepherd extraordinary characteristics, 10 Sequence 6 Rose Bishop extraordinary characteristics, and 18 Sequence 7 Hermit extraordinary characteristics. There were also 15 Sequence 8 Listener extraordinary characteristics and 7 Sequence 9 Secret Supplicant extraordinary characteristics. These spoils cost Hobert 36,000 gold leathers, 12 extraordinary characteristics, and 1 extraordinary material. This made him sigh. No wonder everyone wants to be a boss. The earnings are indeed high. Hobert first divided a batch of extraordinary characteristics for tomorrow's transaction with Bishop Simpson. Back in the real world, Hobert rested for a while, then used travel to return to the East Bank. Because today was the 29th, there was a large auction taking place. Hobert would be auctioning a Judge extraordinary characteristic and the Grade 2 sealed artifact he acquired from April at this auction. Currently, the auction house, apart from Hobert occasionally providing some popular items, or extraordinary materials traded from Little Sun, and extraordinary weapons traded from Dai Li, can basically be self-sufficient, collecting some things every day and selling some things every day. Furs is in charge of these matters. Hobert resealed the reader-sealed artifact and gave it to her to use, so he basically doesn't have to worry about her being deceived. The auction house's monthly income is now nearly 30,000 gold leathers, and if there are highly popular items in a large auction, the income will be even higher. This money is basically used for construction and daily expenses in the territory, and it is with this income that Conrad and his team have the confidence to say that Jeffrey City's future construction will no longer require Hobert's continued investment. This large-scale auction attracted many forces to participate. Hobert even saw Bernadette in a hooded cloak in the corner. It seemed she was quite interested in that sealed artifact after seeing the list of items. This time, it still started with an extraordinary weapon. It is said that the wealthy people of the Fenaport Kingdom are now very keen on acquiring an extraordinary weapon. Because this type of weapon has a low barrier to use, ordinary people can also use it. The next few auction items did not cause any stir. The second to last item was the extraordinary characteristic of a judge, and the bidding price quickly broke through 12,000. Although there was no tycoon like Ethel this time, the royal family also sent someone. It was Buck, the law enforcer who was previously prepared to take over here. He was ordered to buy this extraordinary characteristic of a judge at all costs, so this Sequence 6 extraordinary characteristic ultimately sold for a high price of 16,500 gold leathers. While everyone was disappointed, they then seemed to see hope. Since Hobert's auction house could obtain one extraordinary characteristic of a judge, it must also be able to obtain a second one. They could try private transactions. The last item was the Grade 2 sealed artifact. After Hobert introduced its abilities and negative effects, he said, as everyone knows, Grade 2 sealed artifacts, especially those with negative effects that are relatively easy to avoid, are very rare on the market. The starting price for this item is 8,000 gold leathers, with each bid increasing by 1,000 gold leathers. The auction begins. 9,000. 10,000. Buck calmly said, 12,000. This price once again left ordinary nobles far behind. Hobert, showing no emotion, said, all right, 12,000 once. This is a rare opportunity, is there any higher bid? Bishop Simpson bid, 13,000. 15,000. Buck bid, while also displaying the majesty of a demigod. He hoped to use his pressure to force Hobert to quickly end the bidding. Compared to Ethel, Buck's action was a bit petty, but it was effective. The surrounding nobles sat obediently in their seats, not to mention bidding, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Hobert, of course, would not indulge such a rogue act. He also displayed the pressure of a demigod, which almost made the nobles in the front row kneel. Hobert still unhurriedly said, 15,000. This bidder has reached 15,000. Is there any higher? Such an opportunity might not come again for several months. 16,000. Simpson said, and at the same time, as if unconvinced, he also displayed the pressure of a demigod. Buck smacked his lips. When did Hobert, this scoundrel, advance to Sequence 4? The demigod majesty he had previously displayed had also caused other demigods to have strong opinions about it. So, Jonathan, the vice president of the Gnostic Society, also revealed his demigod aura, 18,000. Buck's mouth dropped open, another demigod. This auction has attracted some extraordinary organizations. The feeling given by the several demigods was different. Buck was extremely majestic, Hobert displayed a quality that commanded obedience, Simpson made people feel endless vitality, and Jonathan made people feel as if the scene before them had suddenly become very magical. The other attendees at the auction dared not utter a word. Some wanted to flee, but their legs trembled so much they couldn't even stand up. Some even had wet patches on their pants. They never dreamed that attending an auction would lead to encountering several demigods in a battle of auras. In the corner, a loud male voice said, 20,000 gold leathers. He also displayed the aura of a demigod, an aura that was very rigorous while also giving immense pressure. Hobert was slightly stunned. That wasn't Bernadette. It was a demigod whose origins he didn't know. Buck swallowed, wanting to bid, but suddenly felt he lacked the confidence to do so. It's just a Grade 2 sealed artifact, why are so many demigods here? Just as he hesitated, a clear female voice said, 23,000. A mysterious aura spread throughout the venue, and the auras of the other demigods were weakened to varying degrees. Except for Hobert, the other demigods were all surprised. This is a Sequence 3. They immediately turned to look for her, but strangely, no one found the bidding woman. This surprised them again. It was one thing for others not to find her, but why couldn't they, as demigods, find her? 23,000 once. 23,000 twice. Hobert smiled and said, any higher. 23,000 3 times. Buck completely lost all his confidence, tried to raise his hand several times, but ultimately gave up. Sold. As soon as Hobert finished speaking, the sealed artifact on the auction stage disappeared, and a check appeared in the box. Oh. The pressure of the demigods gradually dissipated, and this operation caused a stir among the crowd. Even the demigods present couldn't clearly see how the sealed artifact disappeared or how the check was placed there. Hobert smiled and shook his head. Like father, like daughter, so fond of showing off. But this is also good. Just now, it was hearing the voice but not seeing the person, and the mysterious Bernadette must have given these nobles and wealthy people endless imagination. They were quite scared today, even losing their composure. If there wasn't something else to attract them, many people probably wouldn't attend the next auction. Lost in thought, Hobert picked up the check and looked at it. Exactly 23,000 gold leathers, no more, no less. After the auction procedures concluded, the Beander gathering began as usual. Hobert already had the necessary reserve of extraordinary items for a platform, and with the accumulation over this period, he could meet the demands of most of the Beyonders present. After the gathering ended, the auction officially concluded, and the nobles and wealthy people went to the already built reception center nearby to relax and discuss their recent experiences. Unlike before, when there was only a solitary auction house, the entertainment venues on the back of the mountain had already taken shape. Many nobles and wealthy people liked to spend time there because it provided them with a good social platform. Normally, the wealthy had no channels to interact with these nobles, but now it was different. They were all part of the Beander circle. Having a drink and a chat, and meeting more often, gradually led to friendships. Especially recently, after several beautiful and charming ladies and young women arrived, many wealthy people and nobles almost lived in Jeffrey City. All these businesses were secretly managed by Furs. Hobert did not inquire. Once Furs became a traveler, Hobert didn't even plan to appear at the auction house's major auctions. After everyone left, the couple organized the checks in the large auction hall, recording today's income. Furs quickly calculated the total income. We actually earned 47,000 gold leathers today. She exclaimed, I wish every auction could earn this much. Regular small auctions could at most bring in 3,000 or 4,000 gold leathers, and even the large-scale auction at the end of the month, without particularly attractive items, could only bring in 7,000 or 8,000 gold leathers. Half of the auction house's profits come from offline transactions, and as the auction house becomes more famous, with more buyers and sellers, the proportion of income from private transactions is still increasing. Once every 3 months is enough, Hobert smiled. The more high-end something is, the scarcer it should be. Furs nodded. This money is enough to pay the compensation for those who died in this battle. Hobert put his arm around Furs's shoulder. Tomorrow there will be another income from Bishop Simpson. I don't know the exact amount, but the territory isn't short of money lately. The two then discussed the recent major expenses in the territory. It was foreseeable that some aid would again be needed for the newly acquired West Bank territory. Moreover, Hobert discovered that the crops there were not growing very well. After harvesting the wheat, the local people would need to immediately plant a season of staple crops. Before this season's staple crops were harvested, continuous food aid might be necessary. But the aid shouldn't be too much, just enough to prevent starvation. Leaving the auction house, Hobert looked at the brightly lit buildings around him. In the surrounding darkness, their brilliance seemed somewhat out of place. Hobert suddenly thought that he could transport the wine from the manor's cellar here to sell. Only enough for a few banquets should be left. Back at Green Meadow Manor, Furs said, I am already an astrologer. If you need to be busy in Backland or the West Bank, just go. The scene of Hobert sending her away from Backland last night reignited her motivation to advance. All day today, she had been thinking, if I hadn't been lazy and had advanced to astrologer 2 days ago, perhaps I could have helped Hobert. The reason she had been somewhat avoiding advancement was actually because her last advancement had left her with some psychological trauma. There's nothing else to be busy with, Hobert smiled. I actually need your help with something. Furs immediately clasped Hobert's hand. Tell me. It might be a bit dangerous. Just tell me. Help me with an experiment. Hobert said, next time there's a blood moon, pray to the Creator. He might be able to help you get rid of the pain caused by the blood moon. Furs immediately nodded. No problem. She had already seen the Creator's image today, and like Mr. the Fool, he did not give off a feeling of madness or distortion. So for her, praying to anyone was the same. Hobert put his arm around Furs's waist and smiled. Should we continue what we didn't finish last night? Early the next morning, Hobert appeared on the streets of Jeffrey City to reassure the people. Because even from the foot of the mountain, everyone could see the Lord's manor destroyed by the enemy's surprise attack, so everyone was a bit uneasy. After Hobert casually walked around the territory, everyone could go back to work with peace of mind. Hobert, who was chatting with the owner of a specialty store, suddenly felt something and looked at the street ahead. An old man in a hooded cloak slowly walked towards them. As he passed Hobert, he looked at the staff in Hobert's hand and said in a loud voice, "Let me see your blade." Hobert was sure that this was the demigod from the auction house yesterday whose origins he also didn't know. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The old gentleman in front of Hobert had many wrinkles, but his beard was cleanly shaven, and his clothes, neither new nor old, were equally spotless. He was unsmiling, much like a very strict and serious elderly person. The other party's words first startled Hobert, then he quickly reacted and asked the owner of the specialty store next to him, "I remember there's a small courtyard behind the shop, right?" The specialty store owner immediately nodded, "Yes, yes." Hobert smiled at the old gentleman. "Old gentleman, let's talk inside, lest we scare the passers-by on the street." The old gentleman frowned slightly but still said, "All right." The specialty store owner quickly invited the two of them in. At the table and chairs in the small courtyard, he served tea and snacks, then respectfully closed the door and went outside to stand guard. A tourist was about to enter the store when the owner immediately shooed him away. "We're closed for the day. Come back tomorrow." The tourist took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Wasn't it only 9 in the morning? Many shops hadn't even opened yet. In the backyard, Hobert drew his black knife and handed it to the old gentleman. The old gentleman took the knife, looked at it from front to back, and even flicked it with his finger. "The person who forged this knife should die." Hobert was stunned. "Ah. Such good material, yet only forged into a weapon of this caliber." The old gentleman disdainfully threw the knife onto the table, "And you still treat it like a treasure." Hobert smiled helplessly and said truthfully, "At the time, I only knew one artisan." Then he tentatively asked, "Old gentleman, may I ask who you are?" "I know your father and mother," the old gentleman said. "I know both your biological father and adoptive father, and both your biological mother and adoptive mother." Hobert immediately thought of the alchemist his adoptive father knew, the demigod-level artisan. Could it be this old gentleman in front of him? "Welcome to my place, old gentleman," Hobert said with a smile. "Where are you staying now?" "The hotel on the corner." "How can you stay in a hotel?" Hobert immediately said, "I'll have someone arrange a villa for you." The old gentleman smiled, "Your reaction speed is as quick as your father's." The first time I met him, he also had a very sincere look. Nonsense, any normal person would naturally be polite to a demigod-level artisan. "I just heard from a friend that the scenery here is quite good, so I came to take a look around." The old gentleman added. Hobert immediately said, "I'll send servants to accompany you. Go wherever you want to play, and the servants will take care of everything." The old gentleman sighed again. "You two, father and son, are truly alike." Hobert scratched his head. "It's only right, it's only right." Only then did the old gentleman point at the black knife on the table. "You should still have materials like this, right?" I do. Send them to me later, and I'll forge you a decent weapon." "Thank you so much." Hobert beamed with joy. I also have a few extraordinary characteristics that I want to turn into magical items. Send them all, the old gentleman said with a smile. You two look even more alike in your shamelessness. Hobert knew that the old gentleman was saying he resembled Rex, but Hobert wasn't angry. Instead, he felt that Rex was also a person who knew how to adapt. Then he thought of the old gentleman's bidding at the auction last night. Old gentleman, I know the magical item auctioned last night was your work. You won't be angry that I put it up for auction, will you? No, the old gentleman smiled. My bidding yesterday was just to make my work appear more valuable, even if that piece wasn't entirely successful. Hobert was relieved. He told Alan, who was waiting outside, to quickly arrange a villa for this old gentleman, one prepared for nobles, and to send several clever servants. Then, without stopping, he used travel to return to Backland, found Christine at the Duke's mansion, and asked, Father, do you know this person? As Hobert spoke, he picked up the teacup on the table, and under his altar in distortion, a three-dimensional face formed on the surface of the tea. It was the old gentleman he had just met, with a face full of wrinkles, a cleanly shaven beard, and a very serious appearance. Christine was first stunned, then smiled. That old fellow Winston went to your territory. It should be him. I knew he would go, Christine said. I mentioned you many times in my letters to him, and he must be very curious about you. Hobert asked, how can I get him to stay longer? That old fellow loves fishing and eating fish, but doesn't particularly like socializing, Christine said. When I asked him to help you forge those 3 magical items, I gave him a manor with a fish pond. However, I heard that some time ago, many Beyonders came to him, hoping he could help forge some extraordinary items, which made it impossible for him to fish in peace, so he left. Hobert nodded, I know what to do. Returning to Jeffrey territory, Hobert first instructed Alan not to let any outsiders disturb Winston, and if necessary, to ask members of the Special Operations Department to drive them away. Then he provided Winston with his own fishing boat and went to Feniport to hire 2 chefs skilled in preparing fish to provide meals for Winston. After arranging all of this, Hobert went to the country of disorder, took out the remaining black iron-like material, as well as 2 faceless man, 2 shepherd, and 2 traveler extraordinary characteristics, and accompanied by furs, delivered them to Winston. Winston was slightly surprised to see Hobert bring so many extraordinary characteristics. You're really not being polite. Hobert, however, smiled and said, please turn the 2 traveler extraordinary characteristics into a traveler's gate. Winston waved his hand somewhat impatiently, I know. Hobert gave a few more instructions to the servants before leaving with furs. On the way back, Hobert explained the old gentleman Winston in detail to Furs. Furs naturally realized the importance of this old gentleman. Should I come every day to ask if he has any requests? Influenced by Hobert, Furs now clearly understood that one could not be lazy in certain areas. No need, Hobert said. If he has any needs, just have the servants relay them. Furs smiled, this is a treasure your father left for you. Hobert smiled, indeed. For him, Christine and Monliza were his father and mother, while Rex and April felt less intimate. Even now, Hobert still referred to Rex as Mr. Rex. Half an hour later, Hobert reappeared on the West Bank. He had originally come to deal with matters in the new territory, but upon arrival, he learned that due to the precedent of occupying the West Bank last time, Conrad and Seal could quickly handle any problems. Hobert was happy to be idle, waiting for Bishop Simpson in his tent. Around 10:30, Simpson arrived as scheduled. After a brief chat, Hobert asked, how many extraordinary characteristics do you need approximately? Simpson, however, countered, how many are you prepared to sell? I've prepared 1 shepherd extraordinary characteristic, 7 rose bishop, 15 hermit, 23 listener, and 26 secret supplicant extraordinary characteristics, Hobert said. He hadn't expected that the shepherd extraordinary characteristic would be utilized in this way. The extraordinary characteristic of this sequence is one of the most popular extraordinary characteristics for making magical items. Even if the magical item only has half the ability of a true shepherd, only able to herd 3 or 4 souls, it is still a very good magical item. Hobert did not sell all the extraordinary characteristics to Simpson, because the quantity was truly enormous, completely inconsistent with the number of enemies killed. "I'll take them all," Bishop Simpson said seriously. "Let's discuss the specific prices. According to our previous agreement, the extraordinary characteristics from sequence 9 to sequence 7 will be at the base price," Hobert said. "They are 360 gold leathers, 720 gold leathers, and 1440 gold leathers respectively. Rose Bishop is 3,600 gold leathers, and Shepherd is 10,000 gold leathers." Bishop Simpson nodded. "No problem." The Shepherd was only 10,000 gold leathers, which showed the respect Hobert gave him. Everyone knew how sought-after magical items made from Shepherd extraordinary characteristics were. After agreeing on the price, Hobert, as usual, drew up a list. 26 secret supplicant extraordinary characteristics, 360 gold leathers each, total value 9,360 gold leathers. 23 listener extraordinary characteristics, 720 gold leathers each, total value 16,560 gold leathers. 15 hermit extraordinary characteristics, 1440 gold leathers each, total value 21,600 gold leathers. 7 rose bishop extraordinary characteristics, 3,600 gold leathers each, total value 25,200 gold leathers. 1 shepherd extraordinary characteristic, value 10,000 gold leathers. Total, 82,720 gold leathers. Simpson readily wrote a check, then discussed the matter of preaching on Longtail Island with Hobert, and left with a wooden box of extraordinary characteristics. Hobert also liked such large transactions, especially since he only wished to sell the extraordinary characteristics to the church, and being able to sell nearly half at once saved him a lot of trouble. Hobert planned to offer these 80,000 plus gold leathers to the country of disorder once Philip's territory brought back the cash, and then spend them in Geoffrey territory when he needed money later. Currently, after compensating the families of the fallen personnel, the Lord's Manor still had over 60,000 gold leathers in its accounts, which was enough for some time. After handling the transaction, Hobert immediately had Dennis, who had finished his vacation, take charge of the first round of population introduction. In Backland, the 800 impoverished people without livelihoods would complete their basic training in 2 days, and then they would pass through the Traveler's Gate to the land prepared for them. In Geoffrey territory, Corwin was responsible for liaising on this matter. Hobert first took Dennis to meet with Corwin, then came to Backland to meet with Todd. Todd had been overseeing the factory. The factory Hobert had previously eyed was ultimately rented for £14,000 for 2 years. Hobert was very satisfied with Todd's bargaining ability and immediately rewarded him with £100. Todd reported, "While the factory doesn't have other employees yet, I plan to utilize all the other dormitories. The next batch will train 1,500 people, and after several batches of training, the number will be increased as appropriate." Hobert nodded. "How are Hugh and Freya's jobs going?" Todd exclaimed, "Their interrogations are truly amazing. They effortlessly found over 100 people with criminal records among so many. However, most of them had committed theft due to hunger. I had someone record this on their resumes and warned them, but for now, I don't plan to pursue it further. There are also more than a dozen people who have seriously injured or killed others. Most of them acted in self-defense, which I've noted in their resumes. This is their last chance. Only 6 people actively killed for food, and I've already sent them to the police station." Hobert was very satisfied with Todd's handling of the situation. At the bottom of Backland, there is basically no order to speak of. It's common for vagrants to fight for food to the death. Except for those who actively killed, the others truly deserve another chance. In the future, when you encounter similar problems, handle them according to this precedent. Returning to the Earl's mansion on Queen's Avenue, as soon as he entered the spacious hall, Doffus's report followed. Tomorrow is Ruin's traditional social season, and many invitations have been sent over the past few days. The invitations are from His Majesty the King, Duke Negan. Doffus listed more than a dozen great nobles, including Christine. Then he said, if you don't plan to decline any of the invitations, you will have to attend a ball every night for the next 12 days. After half a day of rushing around and listening to many reports, Hobert showed a bitter smile for the first time. I have a magical item here that can change appearances. How about you go in my place? Doffus smiled professionally and said, do you mean to decline all invitations? If I don't want to go, then so be it. Hobert waved his hand. During the upcoming social season, I will not decline any invitations. To be precise, he currently doesn't have the qualifications to decline invitations. Doffus then invited Hobert to the study. Yesterday, Ms. Lalofta brought you 4 checks. As he spoke, he took the checks out of his inner pocket and handed them to Hobert. Hobert took them and looked. The 4 checks were for 42,000 Sul, 8,625 Sul, 4,085 Sul, and 3,990 Sul respectively. These were the bounties for Blood Admiral Senior and others, totaling 58,700 Sul, another considerable income. Hobert handed the checks back to Doffus. Go to the bank and withdraw the money. And, by the way, buy some good coffee and black tea and send them to Blackthorn Security Company on Churchback Street. Yes. Doffus paused and then added, the safe we bought before can no longer hold this much cash, so I bought a new one. Hobert nodded, sighing inwardly. It will be difficult to have such large incomes in the next few months. Finally, Doffus took out an envelope. This is a letter that Ms. Lalofta brought along. Hobert opened it and saw that the letter paper only had an address. He immediately understood that this was Leonard's current address that Thomas had helped him inquire about. He said to Doffus, who hadn't gone far, help me prepare 2 bottles of good wine, I'm going to visit a friend. Yes. In the evening, a luxurious Earl-class carriage arrived at number 7 Pin Street, North District. Hobert, dressed in a trench coat, got out of the carriage, looked at the decent surroundings, took the wine handed to him by a servant, and stepped forward to knock on the door. Mr. Earl. As the door opened, Leonard's magnetic voice came, welcome. Hobert looked at the young man with a poetic demeanor. Old friend, your residence isn't bad. It shouldn't be as spacious as the Earl's mansion, right? Please come in. Leonard invited Hobert inside. Hobert saw that the living room was quite tidy, and while taking off his hat, he laughed. I guess you must have hired a maid who comes regularly to clean and do laundry. Leonard closed the door. How did you know? Nonsense, Hobert thought. With your unkempt and easygoing personality, it would be normal for your home to look like a pigsty. He changed the subject, gesturing with the wine in his hand. Go get 2 wine glasses. This is vintage wine from the Earl's mansion. Let's see if there's any difference. Leonard smiled. Wait a moment. He went to the door and shouted to a child on the street, Little Nia. Help me buy a pack of freshly sliced ham and roasted pork from the next street. I also want a portion of potato chips and roasted pork skin. As Leonard spoke, he took out a 2 Sul banknote. The rest is yours. On the streets where the middle class gathered in Backland, there were many children, 8 or 9 to 10 years old, wandering the streets, specifically running errands for people. Soon, fragrant roasted pork was placed on the dining table. The 4 dishes Leonard requested were classic ruined drinking snacks. However, true gentlemen rarely ate this way. It was usually people who had escaped poverty but hadn't yet reached the middle class who liked to pair such food with wine. Although Leonard's income had long exceeded that of the middle class, he enjoyed this unconstrained way of dining. The 2 poured wine. Hobert tasted a potato chip, and then sighed inwardly, definitely not as classic as peanuts. After 1 bottle of wine was empty, the topics they discussed became increasingly broad. Leonard asked, I heard you're recruiting a group of vagrants. Yes. There was nothing to hide, Hobert said. There are still some idle farmlands in my territory, enough to feed tens of thousands of people. Leonard smiled. Hobert, you haven't changed at all. That's really good. What changes could I have? Hobert tasted the ham. It wasn't bad. Leonard answered evasively. You're an earl now, yet you still like to wear a trench coat. Hobert said seriously. I'm an earl now, why can't I wear a trench coat? The two looked at each other, then burst into laughter together, and then drank all the wine in their glasses, opening the second bottle. I've found some clues recently. Leonard suddenly said. According to convention, these clues can only be shared within the Red Gloves, but you are also a Red Gloves member, so it doesn't violate the relevant regulations. Although Leonard spoke without much context, Hobert knew he was talking about clues regarding Captain Dunn's enemy. Hobert thought for a moment. He couldn't tell Leonard about the captain's revival yet. At least he had to wait until this fellow became a member of the Tarot Club, then find a suitable opportunity to tell him. Leonard then said, "We talked about Lan Erwusi's case before, didn't we?" "Yes. Later, I came across the Capping case and the Backland Great Smog case, and found that a private detective, Sherlock Moriarty, appeared in all these cases." Leonard said seriously. "Just a few days ago, I received accurate intelligence that Sherlock is also connected to Lan Erwusi's case. This detective must have a major secret. He might know some inside information about the True Creator's descent case." Hobert agreed. "Your logic is very rigorous. He is one of the parties involved, and his investigation has gone very deep. Does this count as knowing important clues?" "Unfortunately, according to limited intelligence, he went to the Raging Sea for refuge." Leonard said with some disappointment. "Perhaps his traces will never be found again." "As far as I know, he's already back," Hobert thought. "He's returned to Backland as a rich man." Hobert led the clues in another direction. "According to my investigation, Zangwill appeared in the Backland Great Smog case." Leonard only had very vague information about the demigod battle that occurred in the underground ruins at the time. Can it be confirmed that it was him? Then he smiled. "You really are secretly investigating his whereabouts as well?" Hobert smiled and said nothing. Leonard suddenly speculated. "You say, could Sherlock be a believer of the Creator? Or perhaps even his favored one?" The mouthful of wine Hobert was drinking almost spluttered out. "Why would you think that?" "Recently, the Creator has been too active," Leonard said. "I just received news that the great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is actually a favored one of the Creator." Hobert suppressed the urge to twitch his mouth. "Who said that?" "See King, Arne Cotman's conjecture." Hobert took a deep breath, and the "damn" he was about to say was swallowed back. He smiled. "I'm not quite sure. Based on some recent intelligence, I have some conjectures." Leonard said. "Although the Creator's main influence is in the South Continent, he also has many subordinates in the Raging Sea and the North Continent. He seems to be trying to influence the development of some things in this world. So, could Sherlock be one of his subordinates sent to the North Continent? To disrupt some actions of the Rune royal family, or to investigate some matters? The True Creator's descent case might be one of his investigation targets. Perhaps the True Creator is an opponent of the Creator." Hobert thought. "Your ideas are indeed wild and seem very reasonable, but the conclusion is completely wrong." Then he realized that the Creator had recently stolen the Fool's Thunder, and many unresolved cases of the True God Church were being attributed to the Creator. Hobert didn't dare to say anything. He could only quietly listen to Leonard's imaginative conjectures. Some of the conjectures about the Creator made Hobert a little startled. If Sherlock or Gehrman in the conjectures were replaced by Hobert, it would be very close to the truth. Fortunately, this topic was only discussed for a while, and then they talked about other things. At around 9 in the evening, Leonard watched the luxurious carriage disappear into the fog. An old voice, which only he could hear, asked, "Weren't you curious about his experiences in Fenaport City?" "Why didn't you ask?" "Because he didn't say." Leonard closed the door. "He's already a demigod." Leonard was slightly surprised. No wonder he was ennobled as an earl. He recalled the first time he met Hobert. They were both Sequence 8. Then Leonard smiled easily. "Old gentleman, do you have any friends?" After a few seconds, the old voice finally replied, "My friends are all dead." "For a while, I thought my friends were all dead too." Leonard said, "Fortunately, the goddess blesses, and left me one friend." After another second or two, the old voice said, "They are not dead." "Yes," Leonard said. Captain and Klein will live forever in my heart." The old gentleman did not offer any further explanation. Not long after Hobert's carriage drove off, a coffin emerged from the void, a letter popped out of it, and then it disappeared. Opening the letter, Hobert found that it was actually from Klein. He thought to himself, "Only today do I realize how many black pots I've carried for you." He opened the letter and saw that Klein had invited him to meet at midnight by the Tassoc River in the Backland suburbs. Hobert was stunned. "What do you need to discuss with me in person?" He exerted a slight force on the letter, altering its density, turning it into tiny paper scraps that became white dust by the time they drifted out the carriage window. After going back to rest, Hobert used travel to arrive at the agreed meeting place with Klein at 11:58 p.m. This location was far from the city, with no villages nearby, only the Tassoc River flowing quietly in the darkness. Klein had also just arrived, and the two exchanged smiles. Hobert thought to himself, "Is tonight a reunion of old friends? I'm meeting two old friends on the same night." He asked knowingly, "I heard that you're being targeted by the Storm Church." Klein, with black hair and brown eyes, and the demeanor of a scholar, looked as he did when he first met Hobert. He retorted, "Haven't you heard about what happened to me?" Hobert smiled and said, "I only heard that Gehrman Sparrow became a favored one of the Creator, but I only got this information tonight and haven't had time to verify it." He said this intentionally to facilitate Klein making relevant associations. And Klein did not disappoint. "It's similar to what I guessed. Hobert is only responsible for the Creator's affairs on the North Continent, so he's not very well informed about the raging sea. And the Creator certainly wouldn't proactively tell his favored one about what happened in Byam." "The Creator saved me in Byam," Klein said directly. "I asked you out because I wanted to know if there's anything you need my help with recently." Hobert immediately understood that Klein didn't know how to thank the Creator, so he was following the Hanged Man's example and preparing to thank the Creator's favored one. "There is indeed something I need your help with." Klein made a gesture for him to speak. However, Hobert suddenly brought up another question. "What are your thoughts on how to obtain the Trickmaster potion formula?" Klein paused slightly. "I don't have a feasible plan yet." Hobert, of course, knew that this fellow wasn't telling the truth. He then said, "If you plan to infiltrate a church of the Night Goddess Cathedral, such as St. Samuel's Cathedral in Backland, to obtain the potion formula, remember to call me." Klein looked puzzled. Hobert explained, "During the Backland Smog event, a saint sent by the Creator lost contact. Based on limited clues, we suspect that saint was imprisoned by a sealed artifact of the Church of the Night Goddess. If there's an opportunity, I need to infiltrate St. Samuel's Cathedral to look for clues." Klein immediately considered the possibility of acting with Hobert, but he quickly felt that doing so would be too risky. Just as he was about to refuse and ask Hobert if he had any other requests, Hobert added, "I recently obtained a sealed artifact that can transform into a small ball of flesh and hide on another person in a very secretive way." This made Klein change his mind again. "If I have such an idea, I will contact you immediately." Hobert hummed and asked, "What are your plans next?" Klein did not hide it. "I can't stay in the raging sea anymore. I plan to return to Backland under another identity. If you need help, you can come to the Earl's mansion to find me, or write me a letter." "I will," Klein said with a smile. "I just saw Leonard tonight," Hobert said. "Besides his current sequence advancement, he's still the same." Klein sighed with emotion. "Leonard. He seemed like someone who had appeared in his life a long time ago." Watching Hobert leave, Klein stood silently by the river for a while before using travel to go to the Tingen City Cemetery, in front of Dunn Smith's grave. "Captain, I've come to see you." He looked at the tombstone for a long time without speaking. He had thought he would have a lot to say, but upon arriving at the cemetery, he found he couldn't utter a single word. After a long while, Klein found old Neil's grave through divination. "Why didn't I carefully observe your condition back then? If you hadn't lost control a second time, perhaps." He sighed. "How many, perhaps, are there?" In this extraordinary world, we are too fragile. 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert lay in his bedroom, lamenting that Klein seemed to be becoming more and more withdrawn. He remembered that before, Klein would tell him part of his future plans, but now Klein was unwilling to reveal anything. Turning over, Hobert thought again, Leonard will never be a poet in this life. Although his ideas are wild, the problems he thinks about are too practical, completely lacking in poetry. However, this way of thinking is very suitable for investigating cases. As he thought, Hobert fell into a deep sleep and woke up early the next day. During breakfast, Hobert chatted with Elizabeth, asking about her exam preparations, and planned to meet some education sector counselors at upcoming balls. Or use Portland's connections to see if he could find a convenient way to enter Backland University. Today was Monday, and the students introduced by Portland, the principal of Backland Institute of Technology, and Professor Isaac of the physics department, came for interviews. Hobert chatted with them and felt quite satisfied with their professional competence, so he hired all 4 of them. Regarding salary, Hobert was very generous. The student introduced by Portland had rich work experience, and Hobert gave him 12 gold pounds per week. The 3 students introduced by Isaac were somewhat lacking in practical experience, but Hobert still offered them 8 gold pounds per person per week, arranged accommodation for them in the manor, and provided food. This salary and treatment were very rare in Backland, especially for the 3 university graduates in materials science. This was the highest paying job they had encountered. On the way to the suburban manor by carriage, Hobert assigned their tasks. Portland's student, Fei Chi, was responsible for designing a small power station. Hobert explained the principles of the power station to Fei Chi in as much detail as possible. The difference between the mechanical structure of the power station and an ordinary steam engine lay in its turbine, a structure that could better use heat energy. If an ordinary steam engine could only use about 8% of the heat energy after coal combustion, a power station with a large turbine could achieve a heat energy utilization rate of 40%. Hobert had only seen conceptual diagrams of turbines and could only try his best to describe them clearly. Fei Chi was a bit confused at first, as turbines were not a product of this era and were not easy for him to understand. But after understanding the principle, he was confident that he could design a prototype in 2 or 3 weeks and assemble it to test its effect. As for the 3 students introduced by Isaac, Hobert assigned one to research the application of tungsten filaments in electric lights, another to research more uses for rubber, and the third to research how to convert electrical energy and sound energy. The 4 looked at each other, as if saying in unison in their hearts, "This money is not easy to earn." The tasks Hobert gave were all in the relatively niche field of electricity, and although the theories provided by the knowledgeable Earl were not unfamiliar to them, they had not been applied in this direction before, so there was nothing to refer to. However, after seeing the manor undergoing large-scale renovation, the 4 became ambitious again, feeling that this was indeed an opportunity to make a name for themselves. After settling them in, Hobert urged them to get to work as soon as possible. What these 4 researchers didn't know was that Hobert had repeatedly used the secrecy ability of 1 to 107 when discussing key points with them. So Hobert didn't even bother to sign a non-disclosure agreement, because there was no need. Without time for lunch, Hobert started his return journey, fearing that he wouldn't be able to make it back to the Earl's mansion by 3 p.m. Upon returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert locked himself in his bedroom, citing the need for rest. At exactly 3 p.m., his vision was covered by gray fog, and he reappeared in the Giant's Hall, sitting at one side of the bronze long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool." As Justice Audrey's clear greeting rang out, this tarot club officially began. After the greeting segment, the hermit, Catalya, was the first to speak. "Mr. the Fool, I only collected 1 page of Rosal's diary this time." Next was the Fool, Klein's reading time. After reading a few lines, he was surprised to find that this page of the diary was a record of Rosal obtaining information about the Black Emperor's rebirth process from Mr. There was also a lot of information about the United Empire during the Fourth Epoch. The former helped Klein understand many of the reservations Emperor had about the Black Emperor's information before. The latter allowed him to verify Emperor's related information and conjectures about the Fourth Epoch. He finally concluded that this information was largely consistent with what Emperor had said, and Emperor's conjectures were also very reasonable, making the relevant information and history more complete. After reading this highly informative diary, Klein smiled and said to Catalya, "What is your request?" Catalya immediately asked, "Besides Emperor Rosal, who else is the main character of this diary?" This question immediately made Audrey look at Mr. the Fool with curiosity, and the other members were also very interested. Anyone written about by Emperor Rosal in his diary must not be an ordinary person. Klein couldn't help but inwardly complain, "It's only because this diary was carefully selected by Bernadette. Otherwise, I would tell you that the other main characters are witches, certain noble ladies, and certain noble young ladies." He leaned back in his chair leisurely and replied, "Door, Mr." For a moment, everyone was briefly bewildered. The hanged man, Alger, frowned. According to the information obtained from Emperor, Door, Mr. is a figure from the Fourth Epoch. How could he be connected to Emperor Rosal of the Fifth Epoch? Audrey, meanwhile, was curious. How did they meet, and what did they discuss? Magician, Furs, on the other hand, thought, could it be that the seal on Door, Mr. became less secure more than 100 years ago? Is that why I could hear those whispers during the full moon? The other members also had similar conjectures. Catalya had already traded information about the Angel family before joining the Tarot Club, so she was the only one who didn't know who Door, Mr. was. After noticing the others' unusual reactions, she asked, "Does everyone know who Door, Mr. is?" Audrey and the other members all looked at Emperor. Emperor Hobert said, "Door, Mr. was an angel king of the Fourth Epoch." Angel king, here refers to a level of power, not a title. He added, besides the 8 angel kings who were by the ancient sun god's side in the Third Epoch, when describing others as angel kings, it refers to their level of strength, not a title. Catalya asked, "Why have I never heard of Mr. Door?" Hobert could only elaborate, "He was sealed." Catalya then asked, "Then why was he able to contact Emperor Rosal?" This was also a question in the minds of the other members, including Klein, so everyone instinctively looked at the Emperor. Hobert paused slightly, "I'm not too sure about this either, I only know partial information." He had originally wanted to say, "This intelligence requires a trade," but on second thought, if he appeared too clear about such a secret, it would easily arouse suspicion, which is why he said, "I only know partial information." Catalya immediately said, "I am willing to initiate a trade for the relevant intelligence, even if it's only partial information." "I'm also willing to initiate a trade." Furs immediately said, she wouldn't let go of any information about Mr. Door. Catalya was slightly taken aback and glanced at Miss Magician. In her impression, Miss Magician was rarely so proactive. "Let me think," Hobert said, 3,000 gold pounds. He then smiled, "To allow everyone to improve faster, I'll set the price at 3,000 gold pounds." After Hobert became a demigod, he no longer had much need for gold pounds, and his speed of earning money was also faster. Instead, he hoped to gain more demigod helpers, so there was no need to exploit the other members. The crowdfunding for this transaction was completed as quickly as ever. This time, Catalya and Furs each contributed 750 gold pounds, while the other members each contributed 300 gold pounds. Of course, the son, Derek, as usual, used extraordinary characteristic to offset his debt. Before the transaction began, Catalya glanced at Miss Magician again. Everyone didn't show surprise at Miss Magician's enthusiasm this time. Normally, she would at most follow along with a transaction. Could Miss Magician have a special connection with Mr. Door? And everyone knew about it. Then she thought, just as I thought before, although Miss Magician rarely speaks and seems very low-key, she never seems to have worried about money. And she has never bought any potion formulas or extraordinary materials, but compared to last week, Her demeanor at this gathering seems different, as if she has been promoted. Who provided her with the formula and extraordinary materials? Her identity is indeed not simple. Mr. Door's full name is Bethel Abraham, Hobert said. For this transaction, we will mainly talk about this angel king. Catalia was slightly startled, someone from the Abraham family. Although she hadn't heard of Mr. Door, she had heard of the Abraham family. It was Furs who answered this question. To be precise, it's the ancestor of the Abraham family. Catalia nodded slightly, guessing the relationship between Miss Magician and the Abraham family. Hobert waited for their back and forth to finish before continuing. According to limited clues, this Mr. Door should have been promoted to an angel in the third epoch. Before becoming an angel, sequence 3 of this pathway is called a wanderer, said to be able to roam the starry sky and travel between different planets. This made Klein pause. If one had this ability, why would they need a spaceship? Then he realized, in the extraordinary world, besides concepts like orange star and brown star, there are also concepts of other planets. That's right, I remember seeing some descriptions before I transmigrated. People thought other planets should also be inhabited by humans before they thoroughly saw the surface of Mars. The concept of planets actually existed very early. Audrey sighed in her heart, roaming the starry sky. Just thinking about it sounds so romantic. Furs was a little excited. In the future, I will also have such abilities. Haha, I must go see what those stars look like. Alger and the other male members didn't have such romantic thoughts. Alger only thought other planets would be excellent hiding places. The apprentice pathway seems to be developing in a direction that makes it increasingly difficult to catch them. The son, Derek, after carefully savoring the word planet, roughly understood its meaning. How wonderful it would be if Silver City could migrate to another planet. Unfortunately, we can't even go to the north-south continent now. The moon, Emlyn pondered. I wonder if other planets have moons. Did they have puppets? Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to imagine, then reminded them, it is said that after Mr. Door became a wanderer, he loved to roam in the starry sky. Please remember this point, because it is very crucial. The other members were slightly startled, all not understanding why Hobert would give such a hint. Only to hear the Emperor continue. By the fourth epoch, it is said that Mr. Door had already accommodated the uniqueness in all sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic of his pathway, and was called the Angel King, most likely to be promoted to a true god. During the Four Emperors' War, he was jointly sealed by the Black Knight Goddess and the Lord of Storms, who supported the Terenzost Empire. At this moment, Klein suddenly recalled. I remember Rosal once said in a diary that after going out to sea, he met Mr. Door, who was trapped in a storm and lost in the deep darkness. I hadn't noticed this point before. It might be precisely because Mr. Door was sealed by the Black Knight Goddess and the Lord of Storms that he appeared to be trapped in darkness and storms. Catalia keenly sensed something. Why was Mr. Door sealed? The other members were slightly stunned. Why else? Of course, because of the Four Emperors' War. Beyonders of the Door pathway were difficult to deal with just by thinking about them. The Black Knight Goddess and the Lord of Storms were eliminating a potential threat. Hermit, Catalia seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. She spread her hands. Didn't everyone notice this point? In the Four Emperors' War, who else did the gods seal? Everyone was stunned. It seemed they really hadn't heard of anyone else being sealed by the 6 gods. In that case, Mr. Door's experience indeed seemed quite special. And usually, people who have such special experiences must themselves have something special about them. Hobert greatly admired the pirate general's insight. The hermit's question is indeed a relatively crucial point in this transaction. Although there is no direct evidence, existing clues all indicate that Mr. Door was contaminated after becoming a wanderer while roaming the starry sky. Then, as Mr. Door grew stronger, he became an increasingly unstable factor. So, the Black Knight Goddess and the Lord of Storms, once they deemed the time ripe, immediately sealed Mr. Door. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Klein, from behind the gray fog, first thought. Then Rosal, who communicated with Mr. Door multiple times, wouldn't he also be at risk of being contaminated? Alger smiled slightly. The seemingly ordinary actions of the gods always contain deep meaning. Furs immediately asked, who contaminated Mr. Door? Hobert did not answer directly, but said, at that time, Mr. Door was not yet an angel, not strong enough to resist such contamination. Furs recalled the information she had previously traded from the Emperor and immediately understood, above the gods. Klein, meanwhile, silently chanted in his heart, Old Ones. Then he manipulated the world to ask, are there many such contaminations in the starry sky? Why hasn't such contamination spread to the north-south continent? The second question had been a doubt in his heart for a long time. Hobert simply replied, to my knowledge, yes. Klein was slightly startled. Usually, when asked a question during a transaction, the Emperor would try to answer in as much detail as possible. And if he didn't answer in detail, there were usually two reasons. Either Hobert didn't know the answer, or the value of the answer was too high, exceeding the scope of the current transaction. Looking at Hobert's expression, Klein believed both were true. Hearing this answer, Furs couldn't help but frown. So, the starry sky is very dangerous. Audrey had the same question as the world. Why are all those, above the gods, in the starry sky? And why haven't they affected the real world? Alger, however, realized, according to some clues, the gods seemed to have gone to the astral world at the beginning of the fifth epoch. Could it be to guard against this group of, above the gods? Then he also had the same question as Klein earlier, but, above the gods, should be stronger than gods, so how did the seven gods resist their erosion? Catalia was more concerned, how was Mr. Door able to contact Emperor Rosal? The other members were slightly startled and immediately realized that this was another crucial piece of information for this transaction, so they all stopped their conjectures and looked at the Emperor. Part of the upcoming transaction content is my conjecture, Hobert said, the one who contaminated Mr. Door occupies the Crimson Moon. So, during the full moon, that existence can, to a certain extent, counteract the seal on Mr. Door. Or Mr. Door can use his own contamination to draw power from the full moon, temporarily breaking free from the power of the seal to a certain extent, and approaching the real world. The latter is more likely. If it were the former, Mr. Door would likely be in a semi-mad state during the full moon. Additionally, although he is rational during the full moon, because of his contamination, or perhaps because of the altar by the existence occupying the Crimson Moon, his attempts to communicate with his descendants turned into maddening whispers, making it almost impossible for anyone to understand what he was saying. If one day you can understand what he is saying, either you are strong enough to block those altar or contaminations, or he is trying to tempt you. Furs asked, full moon whispers. Yes, Hobert nodded. Catalia was slightly startled. Why haven't I heard whispers during the full moon? Can only members of the Abraham family hear these whispers? Then she realized a crucial question. The Crimson Moon is occupied by an, above the gods. Is it because of his occupation that the blood moon phenomenon occurs? This reminds me of the original moon. Emlyn also didn't know Miss Magician's background. For the Blood Clan, the full moon is when our power is most abundant, but even the most learned Crimson scholar among the Blood Clan has never announced that there are whispers during the full moon. Furs asked again, what are Mr. Door's whispers saying? The Creator said that he was warning his descendants not to rescue him. Hobert brought up his main account. Everyone was stunned, then immediately filled with questions. Hidden by the gray fog, Klein was somewhat surprised. I thought before that Mr. Door was calling for help, but it turns out to be the exact opposite. Furs was slightly startled. Why is he telling the descendants of the Abraham family not to rescue him? Is it because he suffered contamination? And once there's an opportunity, he warns his descendants not to suffer the same contamination as him. Catalia was more concerned. So, Emperor Rosal established contact with Mr. Door during the full moon. To communicate. Hobert nodded. It should be so. Hermit, Catalia quickly asked. Then was the Emperor also polluted? Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, as far as I know, he was subjected to a certain, very subtle pollution. The other members, including Klein, sat up straight, their expressions or body language showing their surprise. Klein sighed. I had already guessed, but at this moment of knowing the exact answer, I still couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Then he worried. I read Rosal's diary, so I wouldn't be polluted because of it, would I? Audrey was somewhat detached from her audience state. Oh my god, Emperor Rosal was actually polluted by something above the gods. Then, which of his eccentric words and deeds were done under the influence of pollution? Which were done under normal circumstances? The son leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, the outside world feels so dangerous. Emlyn, on the other hand, smiled. This is truly unexpected. Humans are indeed a fragile race. Unlike us vampires, we are rarely polluted. But thinking of those adults lying in their coffins, not in good condition, Emlyn's thought felt a bit hollow. Catalia was the first to recover from her surprise. Then would the Emperor transmit this pollution to those around him? Theoretically, no, Hobert said. Because this pollution is very faint and can only be used at specific times. The hermit breathed a sigh of relief, so the queen was not affected. Furs then asked, we often hear the ravings of the full moon, especially clearer during the crimson moon. Will we also be polluted? No, Hobert said. As mentioned before, this is when Mr. Dorr has some sanity. He certainly wouldn't give his own pollution to his descendants. There might be faint pollution, but Hobert believed it could only be used by the fallen mother goddess if one left Earth and entered the starry sky. Klein, through the world, asked, we know so much about Emperor Rosal and Mr. Dorr. Will we not be polluted by this? Hobert understood that Klein's real concern was whether he would be polluted by reading so many of Rosal's diaries. So he replied, here, with the fool's protection and the protection of this grand hall, as long as we don't bring this information into the real world, we will not suffer any harm. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, manipulating the world to say, that's good. Furs asked again, what is Mr. Dorr's current state? Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, in my opinion, the seals of the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms are, to some extent, a form of protection for him. Even now, he hasn't been completely polluted or fallen into utter madness. It's just that the pollution he has suffered is already very severe, constantly luring people into the starry sky, ultimately leading more people to be polluted. Furs nodded thoughtfully. Not completely polluted, which means there's still hope for salvation. Thinking of this, she shook her head. This is very dangerous, and it might even bring great danger to the entire real world. It's better not to have such thoughts. The starry sky is so terrifying. Even if I have such abilities in the future, I won't go. Audrey sighed. It's been over 1,000 years, and Mr. Dorr's call is still continuing. Seriously, such an encounter is truly despairing. Klein, on the other hand, noticed the first half of the Emperor's words. Could this be another secret arrangement by the gods? Perhaps the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms weren't confident in killing Mr. Dorr, so they jointly sealed him. Catalia frowned. Unfortunately, after using psychological suggestion later, when I leave this gray fog, I might only remember that Mr. Dorr's condition is not very good, and I won't be able to transmit all the information to the Queen. The son and Emlyn felt like they were listening to a story the entire time, without much involvement. The former was because he was in the God-forsaken land, feeling that these matters were far from them. The latter was because he was a bit carefree, always thinking that these were human world matters and had nothing to do with him, a vampire. Seeing that everyone had no more questions, Hobert said, this transaction ends here. Catalia, however, seemed to have just come to her senses. I still want to ask, what specific effects did Emperor Rosal suffer? Because Emperor Rosal once jumped to the Black Emperor pathway, I do know some inside information about this point, Hobert said with a smile. But that would be another transaction. Catalia was about to initiate a new transaction, but then she remembered that this information would certainly involve beings above the gods. Even if the transaction was completed, it would be difficult to take this news out. It would be better to wait until the Queen's questions again involve the Emperor in the future, and then conduct a transaction with the Emperor all at once. As usual, for the next half-minute, everyone was still immersed in the information they had just heard. Although the previous transaction didn't reveal any shocking news, it once again changed their impression of Emperor Rosal, subtly overturning some of their previous understandings. After half a minute, the world looked around and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to sell a magical item." I named it, Biotoxin Bottle. He briefly described this magical item, which he obtained while helping Miss Bodyguard fight members of the Rose School. Seeing that no one spoke, Klein couldn't help but have the world add, "Everyone can help me find a buyer, and I will give a certain commission to the member who sells it." Hobert then spoke up, asking, "How much do you plan to sell it for?" 5,200 gold pounds. Klein immediately had the world quote the price. 5,200 gold pounds. Emlyn repeated the price softly, without a single extra thought. Catalia seemed to remember something, pausing noticeably before saying, "For me, it's not necessary." Audrey keenly read the other party's emotions. The hermit seemed to be afraid of something. Hermit, Catalia had just considered what terrible experiments Frank Lee would conduct after coming into contact with the biotoxin bottle. Because this magical item had an aphrodisiac effect, she did not want to see crew members' children growing on the deck of the future ship, especially the mooing kind. "I'll take it," Furs suddenly said. She believed that if this magical item was sold at an auction, it could fetch at least 8,000 to 10,000 gold pounds, as it was a Sequence 2 sealed artifact after all. Then she seemed to think of something and added, "Can I pay in gold leathers?" Klein secretly sighed and had the world say, "Sorry, not accepting that for now. Then I need some time to raise the gold pounds. How about we complete the transaction tomorrow?" Furs mainly had gold leathers in her possession, and for such a large gold pounds transaction, she still needed to exchange them with Hobert. As for Hobert, seeing Furs's rather lordly demeanor, he quietly watched her complete the transaction. Even if Furs hadn't made an offer, Hobert had planned to complete the transaction with Klein. After all, such a Sequence 2 sealed artifact was very easy to sell, and if auctioned, it could at least serve as a finale item. If the Emperor completed the transaction with the world, and then handed it over to the auction house, it would be fine. Hobert had already prepared Furs in advance, telling her that the auction house would also handle the spoils of other creators' dependents. At that time, the biotoxin bottle could easily be described as an item to be processed from a creator's dependents. Of course, Klein had no objection to Miss Magician's request. He had the world say, "No problem." He had thought it would be difficult to complete the transaction, but he didn't expect that despite some twists and turns, it was ultimately achieved. Actually, Klein had originally intended to sell this magical item to Justice, or the Hermit, but these two ladies didn't seem very interested. What he didn't expect was that the final buyer turned out to be Miss Magician, who usually spoke very little. After this transaction, Catalia couldn't help but frown and guess. Listening to Miss Magician's accent, it's a bit backland. Why would she use gold leathers as currency? Did she grow up in Backland but was recently sent to the Feniport Kingdom by her family? In Catalia's opinion, this Miss Magician was becoming more and more mysterious. Emlyn sighed. Miss Magician, who usually seems very low-key, is quite wealthy. Although she said she needed to go back and raise some gold pounds, if she paid in gold leathers, this transaction might have been completed immediately. After this transaction was completed, the world spoke again. "I have a book of mysteries, which is the occult book of Witch King Karaman from the South Continent. It is suitable for middle sequence beyonders with a good foundation. The price is 1,000 gold pounds. The wealthy lifestyle put no small financial pressure on the fool. Now, he spent about 10 gold pounds every day as soon as he opened his eyes, and this was just for servants' wages, not including other expenses." Audrey smiled. "This is exactly what I want." Furs was equally interested. "I also hope to get it." This made Klein sigh. The ladies of the Tarot Club are generally richer than the gentlemen. The Moon, Emlyn also seemed very interested, but he had a "I have no money" expression. As for the Hanged Man, who had a large expense last week. He probably couldn't buy anything recently. Audrey said to Magician, Furs, how about we crowdfund it? 500 gold pounds each, you read it for a few days, and I read it for a few days. The World said, you can obtain the entire Book of Mysteries by praying to the Fool, and you can read it in your mind. Audrey praised, that's great. This made Hobert suddenly recall a scene. In an elementary school classroom, a student opened a textbook, cupped a handful of air, and pressed it to his forehead, as if this process could stuff the knowledge from the textbook into his little head. The fool's ability made that child's wish come true. Klein, manipulating the world, reminded them, I must warn you all, never pray to the original moon. It will turn you into wriggling lumps of flesh, madly copulating with different creatures and giving birth to various children. Of course, you also cannot pray to other hidden existences, that is equally dangerous. Furs felt a shiver of fear, and Audrey immediately declared, when performing secret rituals, I will only pray to the Fool and the Creator. Furs added in her heart, then she gave a bitter smile. In the correct God churches, these two deities seemed to be hidden existences, or rather, evil gods. Then, the World initiated a third transaction. I also have an Inquisitor extraordinary characteristic here, only 1200 gold pounds. This was an extraordinary characteristic obtained when capping was being judged. He hadn't sold it because he was afraid of being targeted by the royal family, but now he was clearing out all his inventory. I'll take it. It was Furs who bought this extraordinary characteristic. She knew that Zio had already advanced to Inquisitor, and she also knew how popular this sequence's extraordinary characteristic was in Fenaport. If she bought it today, she could sell it tomorrow for a high price of 5,000 gold leathers, which is about 4,000 gold pounds, though it would be a private transaction. Hobert retracted his half-extended hand. From now on, he wouldn't need to personally acquire mystical items and extraordinary characteristics at the Tarot Club. The other members also looked at Miss Magician with renewed admiration. In this Tarot Club meeting, she had already spent around 7,000 gold pounds. Audrey sighed, is being a lady of a lord so profitable? Isn't she afraid of spending all of Hobert's family fortune? Even for her, 7,000 gold pounds was not a small sum. If she relied on writing books, she didn't know how long it would take to earn that much money. Even, the Sun suspected, has Miss Magician found a new source of income recently? Emlyn finally realized, am I the poorest person at the Tarot Club? No, I must win the competition quickly, then I will receive many rewards. And I also need to work hard to earn money and become a distinguished Viscount as soon as possible. So he asked, Magician, are there any new clues for the previous commission? Furs was slightly taken aback, because a few days ago, Hobert had just unified the entire South Colson region, and many material expenses required her approval before Philip's side would allocate funds. Also, the auction the day before yesterday had caused private transactions at the auction house to boom. She had been incredibly busy these past 2 days and had actually forgotten about this matter. I'll give you an answer by tonight at the latest. Furs needed to ask Zio if she had found any new clues. Then, she noticed that everyone's gazes seemed off. Only then did she belatedly realize how active she had been in the trading segment of this gathering. Before, she had always watched other members actively participate in the Tarot Club. Now, suddenly feeling like the protagonist of this gathering, she felt a little embarrassed. Emlyn nodded and then said to the Sun, the elder tree root crystal and auxiliary materials you wanted are all here. They cost me 2,000 gold pounds in total, plus my fee of 200 gold pounds, making it 2,200 gold pounds. Derek said, I'll give you the monster list. You can see what materials you need. But I might only be able to pay you for all the materials after returning to Silver City. Because I'm still in Afternoon Town, still building the camp, and might not have enough time to hunt monsters. Emlyn looked a bit troubled, is that so? To buy these materials, he had spent all his money. If he couldn't recover it soon, he was even at risk of bankruptcy. Hobert smiled, How about this, let's have a three-way transaction. The sun pays me 8 main materials of sequence 8, and I'll pay this money for you. Emlyn's eyes lit up. I have no objections. The sun also said happily, thank you, Emperor. To show my gratitude, I will give you 9 materials. Thanks to his efforts, those sequence 8 main materials that had been gathering dust in the Silver City warehouses now required double the previous amount of merit points to exchange for. If this continued, exchanging for sequence 8 level main materials would become less cost-effective than exchanging for some rarely used sequence 7 level main materials. Hobert then said to Emlyn, last week, I obtained a Crimson Scholar Extraordinary characteristic, which is equivalent to your Bloodline Viscount's extraordinary characteristic. Are you willing to make a trade with me? Very willing. Emlyn was first happy, but in the next second, he quickly became dejected. I don't have enough money at the moment. We can trade in other ways. Hobert smiled. You seem to be in Backland, right? Emlyn nodded. Yes. There was nothing to hide about that. How about this, I'll give you some tasks to be carried out in Backland, and you can use them to pay off your debt. Hobert smiled. If you finish digesting the potion early, I can give you the extraordinary characteristic in advance. Advance first, then continue to repay the debt. Emlyn really wanted to agree, because his many years of experience in making potions had already helped him digest most of the potion professor extraordinary characteristic. If all went well, he would fully digest the potion by the second half of the year. After much hesitation, he said, the tasks you give me must not involve betraying the Tarot Club or the Bloodline matters. Everyone nodded in satisfaction at Mr. Moon's commitment to prioritizing loyalty to the Tarot Club. You can rest assured about that. Hobert smiled. It will likely be tasks against the Rose School or the Aurora Order, or even against the original Moon's followers. I won't even ask you to do anything that betrays the Earth Mother Church. Emlyn gave an unnatural laugh. That's not something I'm too concerned about. Audrey smiled slightly. Mr. Moon's lie was really clumsy. The other members couldn't help but smile. Mr. Moon almost had the word, concerned, written on his face. Hobert then said, to be fair, how about we use gold pounds to measure this transaction? He said, I'm asking for 8,000 gold pounds for this Crimson Scholar Sequence 5 extraordinary characteristic, and you can pay this amount through several tasks. We can discuss the value of each task later. Emlyn nodded and said, your offer is very fair. Since it was to be paid through tasks, as long as the Emperor's price wasn't too outrageous, he wouldn't have any objections. Then, under the witness of the Fool, we will confirm this transaction. Okay. After completing this transaction, Hobert immediately said to Klein at the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation with Miss Justice. Audrey was slightly taken aback. What does Hobert want to talk to me about? We're meeting at the ball tonight anyway. Can't whatever it is wait until then. After a private communication environment was established, Hobert asked Audrey, do you still want a mystical item that can change your appearance? Hobert had given both, Faceless Man, extraordinary characteristics he had to Winston yesterday. With that old man's craftsmanship, the mystical items produced wouldn't be bad. A mystical item that can change one's appearance is also very rare, at least uncommon in the market. Audrey asked happily, you have news about it? I recently met a very skilled artisan. Hobert said, you should still remember that I acquired an extraordinary characteristic from the world that allows one to change their appearance. Of course I remember. Audrey asked, how much will this mystical item cost after it's made? 5,000 gold pounds. That's too cheap. Audrey exclaimed, then she added, Hobert, you don't have to do this, I'm not short on money right now. Moreover, this mystical item could be reimbursed by Earl Hall. Hobert smiled, of course I know you're not short on money, but as old friends, some consideration is still necessary. He paused and then added, also, after I advanced to a demigod, I suddenly found that the gold pounds that troubled me before were not so difficult to acquire anymore. Or rather, at this stage, gold pounds are no longer that important to me. You can consider my discount an investment in the members of the Tarot Club. The fool, at the head of the table opened his mouth. Really? It becomes relatively easy to acquire gold pounds after becoming a demigod. Then I need to advance quickly too. Audrey slowly nodded. All right then. She had already prepared to have Royal reimburse her for 8,000 gold pounds, and the extra 3,000 gold pounds would, of course, be invested in making herself stronger. I considered it before attending the Tarot Club. Hobert said, although we will meet frequently during the upcoming social season, transactions for such mystical items are still more discreet when done through the Fool. Audrey said, I think so too. Then, we'll see each other tonight. See you tonight. Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, sighed inwardly. The nobles, social season, huh? I heard that the entire month of April is the busiest time for the ruined nobility. However, my new identity, Don Dante's, won't be too affected, because this identity currently has no access to such high-end circles. After the private communication ended, they entered the free communication segment. Alger turned his head and asked, the son, beside him, are you still in Afternoon Town? Yes, but I'm about to return to Silver City. A new exploration team has already arrived. Derek also proactively mentioned, I've already told the chief that I obtained the notary potion formula while clearing out monsters in Afternoon Town. Alger nodded gently. What was his attitude? He just said, very good. Alger chuckled, your chief is very happy to see you grow. Comparatively, he might be more uneasy about that shepherd elder. He didn't continue the topic and instead threw out another piece of news to all the members. I just heard that the adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is wanted by the Storm Church, with a bounty as high as 50,000 gold pounds. As he spoke, he glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the world at the end of the long table. And, Hermit, Catalia simply looked directly at the world. Did this guy go to assassinate Sea King Aeon Courtman? Otherwise, how could he suddenly become a wanted criminal of pirate general level? Hobert pinched his chin. This guy's head is worth so much now. The world chuckled hoarsely twice. The Storm Church is really generous, even I'm tempted. The moon, Emlyn, with his arms crossed, also sighed, the great adventurer of the raging sea. News about him has been frequently published in newspapers over the past few months. Honestly, I really want to meet this guy. Hobert, Alger, Catalia, and Klein, who was hidden behind the gray fog, all looked at this vampire, and for a moment didn't know what to say. And Audrey had already noticed from the reactions of the other members, could the world be Gehrman Sparrow? Then she smiled. If that's really the case, Mr. Moon, your wish has come true. After a few seconds of eerie silence in the hall, Alger cleared his throat and said again, according to internal intelligence from the Storm Church, this Gehrman Sparrow is very likely a favored one of the Creator. Audrey, Furs, and the others all looked at Emperor, while only Alger stared intently at the world. Unfortunately, the world seemed to have no reaction. At least Alger didn't get any useful information, so he looked at Emperor with some disappointment. Seeing that the world had no intention of explaining, Hobert smiled and said, I also just received news. On Monday night last week, Gehrman Sparrow thwarted a conspiracy by the Rose School, and was therefore targeted by a demigod of the Rose School. Because Gehrman was well aware of the Creator's determination to strike at the Rose School, he reported this matter to the Creator. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, was very satisfied with Emperor's wording. It was Gehrman, well aware of the Creator's determination to strike at the Rose School, and not Gehrman was well aware of the conflict between the Creator and the Rose School. Emperor's expressive ability was excellent. The former was a benevolent reminder, while the latter would have become Gehrman's plea for help. It wasn't that Gehrman couldn't ask the Creator for help, but that would be illogical. After all, in Alger and Catalia's eyes, Gehrman was the fool's blessed, so why would he ask another deity for help when in danger? Alger listened very carefully, because he knew that since the world offered no rebuttal, what Emperor said must be first-hand information about the incident. He then connected the dots. Mr. Fool and the Creator had a very close relationship, so Gehrman might not truly be the Creator's blessed. It was highly likely this was another collaboration between the two deities, and Gehrman merely played a role in it. To be honest, he was quite surprised when he heard from the church that Gehrman was the Creator's blessed, as he had long ago judged Gehrman to be the world, and the world to be Mr. Fool's blessed. Since it happened at sea, Catalia also listened with particular attention. She always felt that news about the Creator had been appearing far too frequently in the raging sea recently. Last week, the Creator's blessed, Emperor, had just hunted down Twilight Admiral, and this week it seemed there was new news about the Creator. Furs, however, didn't think. Did the Creator also strike at the Rose School at sea last week? If that were truly the case, the Creator's efforts to combat cultists were even greater than those of the Orthodox churches. Speaking of which, I actually participated in the operation against the Aurora Order. To be honest, striking at evil organizations feels pretty good. Although I didn't contribute much, it still made me feel refreshed. After hearing the Creator and Rose School, the other members also knew that something big must have happened in the raging sea last week, so they all watched Emperor, listening to him continue his narrative. To that end, the Creator ordered his blessed Imbiam to use this as a clue and launched a series of strikes against the Rose School. Hobert said this to cover up the hunting of Blood Admiral. Although hunting Blood Admiral had always been part of his plan, he had just hunted Twilight Admiral and then went on to hunt Blood Admiral, making it seem as if the Creator only had this one blessed. Hobert continued, I also heard that the Creator personally covered Gehrman's departure from Biam. Since I didn't participate in this operation, I only know the general outline. Audrey asked curiously, then is Gehrman the Creator's blessed? She had just been guessing that Gehrman might be Mr. Fool's blessed, but then the hanged man said he was the Creator's blessed. Whose blessed was he? It was getting her confused. Hobert smiled, then, feigning a glance at the world, said, how should I put it? He is, and he isn't. I think his report to the Creator about the Rose School was merely fulfilling his duty as a communication link. Everyone carefully savored the phrase, communication link. Alger immediately had a mature conjecture. Gehrman must be the communication link between the Fool and the Creator. Therefore, Gehrman's report to the Creator was very likely at Mr. Fool's behest. Audrey also had a similar conjecture, and she also thought, then the strike against the Rose School in the raging sea must be another collaboration between the two deities. This is a judgment from justice. Catalia, on the other hand, realized, there seems to be a deep-level cooperation between the Creator and the Fool. Gehrman is the communication link between the two deities, so not only is he Mr. Fool's blessed, but he is also responsible for reporting many cooperative matters to the Creator. Additionally, Emperor's role should be similar to Gehrman's. Emlyn, however, slightly opened his mouth. What did Emperor mean? Was he or wasn't he? What did communication link mean? Why did this guy talk like those annoying, roundabout politicians? After a brief silence in the hall, the hanged man Alger said, I received news that when Gehrman left, the demigods on both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Hobert did not continue to explain, but looked at the world, his meaning very clear. You tell the specific details, I am not Gehrman's spokesperson. Klein, of course, knew that it would be too impolite for the world to say nothing at a gathering with the Creator's blessed, so he manipulated the world to clear his throat and say, as far as I know, an angel-level battle also broke out. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the world again. Furs sighed inwardly, angels are so far away from me, yet why do I feel that an angel-level battle is no big deal? Is it because I've heard about them too much? Catalia sat up straight. The two angel-level battles they had discussed before, one in Feniport and one on the South Continent, were both far from the raging sea. This time was different, it happened right in Biam. Emlyn, however, frowned. Why would the world know the details of this matter? Who did he hear it from? Did he know Gehrman? Under everyone's gaze, the world continued in a hoarse voice. Gehrman summoned an angel of the death pathway, who then battled an angel of the Rose School. And the Creator personally intervened, defeating the leader of the Rose School, the divine abomination, Sua. The reason Klein said this was because he had truly felt at the time that the pressure from the creator was stronger than Sua's. Later, Sua didn't pursue, and the demigods of the Rose School didn't find him, so he naturally assumed that the creator had defeated Sua, allowing him to leave so calmly. The so-called, summoned, angel of the death pathway was also true, except that the angel was not willingly summoned to the battlefield. Hobert smiled helplessly inwardly. In fact, he only briefly held them off. If the fight had continued, his secret would have been exposed. Audrey immediately thought of the angel of the death pathway who had helped her pass the psychological alchemist's assessment. Could it be that angel? The son also thought of the angel who helped him deal with Aemon, but he was a bit confused at this point. It sounded like both Emperor and the world didn't participate in this operation, but why did it also feel like both of them did? Alger smiled slightly. I am now 100% certain that this was definitely another joint operation between Mr. Fool and the creator. Against the Rose School, not only were several demigods dispatched, but Mr. Fool also sent an angel of the death pathway to participate, and the creator directly clashed with the leader of the Rose School. Catalia always felt that this battle was very, very close to her, but she found that she couldn't even imagine how powerful an angel-level battle would be. The world finally said. Gehrman expressed his gratitude for the creator's rescue, which allowed him to instantly distance himself from the battlefield. Hobert nodded slightly, indicating that he would convey this gratitude. He thought to himself, actually, there's no need to convey it, the creator is listening right in front of you. Alger was a little excited after hearing the world's words. A deity intervened to help the world reach the edge of the battlefield. What kind of experience must that have been? Catalia then asked, what was the outcome of this battle? The world looked at Emperor, and everyone, as if by prior agreement, also looked at Emperor along the world's line of sight. One disciple of silence from the Rose School, and Blood Admiral, were eliminated. Hobert said, what? Catalia looked at Emperor in disbelief. Blood Admiral. Then she realized her reaction seemed too strong, so she cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness before saying, I mean, how was Blood Admiral found? She didn't feel any sympathy for Blood Admiral, but rather a great deal of pressure, as Senior, also an Admiral, had died too suddenly. It was known that in the previous few years, Blood Admiral had been active on the high seas and had never been heard of suffering a fatal blow. We didn't actively seek him out. Hobert didn't tell the truth about such a detail. Senior also participated in this operation. In a demigod-level battlefield, a Sequence 5 is very vulnerable. Although Catalia was also a Sequence 5, Hobert's words gave her no small comfort. If the creator's blessed could easily find a pirate general, Catalia would surely think her future ship also seemed unsafe. In fact, Hobert's ability to accurately find Twilight Admiral and Blood Admiral consecutively was full of coincidences. Of course, the source of all this was due to Iceberg Vice Admiral's precise calculations, which allowed Hobert to find one of them shortly after their naval battle broke out. Now Hobert could only find Iceberg Vice Admiral through a messenger. He was powerless to locate other pirate generals. Alger then asked, as if he already knew the answer, another pirate general died. His words reminded the others that this was the second pirate general to die recently, and the news of Twilight Admiral's demise had not yet spread throughout the raging sea. Of the previous 7 pirate generals, only 5 remained. For the raging sea, this was a massive change, even signifying an imbalance in pirate power in certain aspects. Catalia then realized, the Fool and the Creator seemed to be gradually influencing the real world. Now they could change the situation in the raging sea, and in the future, they might be able to change the situation on the North Continent. Audrey simply thought, these were 2 heinous pirate generals. They should have been killed long ago. Furs, however, asked curiously, after a pirate general dies, will other great pirates become new pirate generals? That's hard to say, Hobert replied. As far as I know, behind a pirate general, there's usually a force. For example, Blood Admiral represented the Rose School's interests at sea. The Rose School might send another Sequence 5 to sea, playing a similar role to Blood Admiral, just with a different captain for the blood-flesh tree. Other pirates can indeed seize the opportunity to contend for the title of Pirate General. For example, after Hurricane General died, the former Disease Maiden took his place and became Disease Lieutenant General. However, it's also possible that the person sent by the Rose School quickly incorporates the former Blood Admiral's fleet, then fights another pirate general, or does something significant that spreads throughout the raging sea. In that case, he is very likely to become the new pirate general. Alger nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with the Emperor's words. Catalia suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile, realizing that she was just a pawn placed on the raging sea by a major power, albeit with a good deal of autonomy. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Emperor. Furs felt she had gained new insights into Pirate General. Audrey finally concluded with a smile, then this battle achieved good results, eliminating an enemy saint and thwarting their conspiracy. She began to imagine that if she acquired that magical item that could change one's appearance, she could participate in such operations herself. Audrey very much wanted to further participate in this extraordinary world, especially to experience Beander battles and accumulate some experience, so that she wouldn't be at a loss when encountering such battles. And Hobert was someone she trusted, so she could confidently participate in battles that Hobert was also involved in. She just suddenly realized that she seemed to lack direct offensive weapons and abilities. Psychological suggestion was more inclined towards support, and deterrence and madness couldn't severely wound enemies. While she was lost in thought, the discussion continued. Furs asked the sun, is the true creator's image a giant hanging upside down on a huge cross? Little Sun was slightly startled. Yes, Miss Magician, have you encountered this image anywhere? Furs leaned forward. I'll share my experiences from last week, which are related to the Aurora Order and the true creator. Catalia, sitting in the same row, leaned over to look at the magician, hoping to glean more clues about her from her description. Audrey also sighed. Furs is very active in this tarot club. Klein behind the gray fog thought, the Emperor fought with the Aurora Order last week. Little Sun sat up straight, staring intently at Miss Magician, eager to know about the true creator's situation that this lady encountered on the North Continent. Seeing everyone looking at her, Furs took a deep breath and said, on Saturday night, we were attacked by the Aurora Order. At this point, she blushed slightly, because when they were attacked, she and Hobert were completely naked. Fortunately, the gray fog concealed her subtle facial expressions. She continued, after a period of fighting, we began our counterattack in the early hours of Sunday, quickly occupying the dock controlled by the Aurora Order, and by dawn, we captured the church dedicated to the true creator. Please wait a moment. Alger interrupted, you said a church dedicated to the true creator. Across the entire North-South continent, did anyone dare to build a church dedicated to the true creator? Because Furs avoided revealing detailed information, her opening was a bit disjointed, which made Catalia even more confused. How have I never heard of any dock being controlled by the Aurora Order? This sounds like the Aurora Order has a fixed base. Audrey, however, thought to herself, I have heard that there are many evil forces in the South Colson region. I didn't expect the Aurora Order to be so arrogant as to openly build a church for an evil god. The place I'm in is a bit special, Furs briefly explained. There's a small area that has been under the Aurora Order's rule for a long time. Catalia couldn't help but ask, what about the official Beyonders? Did the official Beyonders really allow the Aurora Order to rule? Because of some special reasons, there haven't been any official Beyonders there for a long time, Furs further explained. Hobert had told her about the pollution of Full Moon Lake, but hadn't told her the true cause of the pollution. At these words, everyone except Audrey, who already knew, was somewhat surprised. There's such a place. Catalia sighed. As expected, every member of the Tarot Club has an extraordinary identity. Emlyn, meanwhile, was thinking, if we bloodline went there, could we also occupy a territory and establish our influence? So he spoke, Miss Magician, would you be able to disclose the specific location of this place you mentioned? Is it still suitable for other extraordinary forces to contend for territory? I can pay for this information. Furs raised her head and smiled. You don't need to pay for this information, because we have already unified that area and established initial rule. Audrey leaned back in her chair. Furs looks very proud of this. Catalia reached up and rubbed her forehead. I actually feel quite out of touch. Is this Miss Magician really on the North Continent? From what she says, it sounds like she's in the Feniport Kingdom, but how have I never heard of such a place that allows extraordinary forces to occupy it? Is she on the South Continent, in a colony of the Feniport Kingdom? Then she belatedly thought, is Miss Magician really from the Abraham family? I heard this family declined. Emlyn was a little disappointed. All right then. Furs continued, in the True Creator's church, I saw an idol similar to what Mr. Sun described. The idol's eyes looked very evil, as if they could follow my gaze. Don't look into the idol's eyes. Although he knew Miss Magician was fine, Derek still earnestly warned, that will make you very easily lose control, or turn into a mass of wriggling flesh. The commander of this operation also reminded me of that. Furs originally intended to say, my husband, but to avoid revealing more information, she immediately changed her words. She said, locally, there are many followers of the True Creator. They seem to have foreseen something and rushed up, wanting to stop us from destroying the church. Fortunately, the Creator appeared in time to deter those cultists and destroy the True Creator's idol. Klein and Audrey didn't think much of it, as they both knew that the magician's husband was a dependent of the Creator. Audrey just thought, the Creator is indeed a god on the side of justice, even dealing with the Aurora Order. Klein, meanwhile, was thinking, the Creator was quite busy last week. Not only did he defeat a divine abomination in Byam, but he also had a confrontation with the True Creator in Feniport. Because of his frequent actions, the Creator has become the protagonist of this tarot club. The other members were very surprised. Emlyn looked incredulous. You're kidding, right? Miss Magician is also a dependent of the Creator. No, that's not right, there are two dependents of the Creator in the tarot club. Catalia was completely confused. How is she related to the Creator again? This means Miss Magician is not only mysterious, but it's impossible to guess any information about her. Alger, however, sighed. The Creator initially only influenced the situation on the South Continent where the Orthodox Church's power was relatively weak. He has recently begun to gradually influence the situation on the Raging Sea. Although the region where Miss Magician is located cannot be confirmed, it seems to be the North Continent. Does this mean that the Creator also has some arrangements on the North Continent? Derek asked directly, Miss Magician, is the Creator an enemy of the True Creator? Every normal god should view the True Creator as an enemy. Furs replied. Audrey noticed the main point Furs wanted to convey, the Creator's state is very normal. Little Sun then asked the Emperor next to him, Mr. Emperor, can you tell me the Creator's honorific name? Hobert paused for a moment before saying, yes, I can, but only you can know it. You cannot tell anyone. Derek nodded, I understand, it needs to be kept secret, right? Not entirely, Hobert subtly reminded him, telling you the Creator's honorific name is out of help from a fellow Tarot Club member, but I believe the Creator temporarily has no plans to develop followers in Silver City. Catalia and the others immediately understood what the Emperor meant. Alger even realized that an alliance like that between the Creator and the Fool should have certain agreements regarding the development of followers. Klein also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Creator isn't interested in Silver City. Derek also understood the Emperor's unspoken meaning. He immediately stood up in a panic and bowed to the head of the bronze long table. I'm sorry, Mr. Fool, I have no intention of being disloyal to you, it's just. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a dependent or follower of the Fool, but he had received so much help from the Fool that spreading the honorific name of another god always felt like a betrayal. Behind the gray fog, the mysterious Fool chuckled, I have a dependent who also asked the Creator for help. Derek breathed a sigh of relief, thank you for your magnanimity and tolerance. Everyone understood the meaning of Mr. Fool's words. Merely asking the Creator for help was not considered a betrayal of him. After Little Sun sat down, Hobert revealed the creator's honorific name and said to Derek, "As far as I know, the creator has no dependents in the God-forsaken land, so I don't know if the creator's help to you will be delayed." Little Son said, "Mr. Emperor, no matter the outcome, I want to thank you for informing me of the honorific name." Hobert smiled, indicating it was nothing. Catalia said to the magician, "Sorry, my next question might be a bit impolite. Are you sure the creator's state is very good?" "I'm sure." Furs answered almost immediately, "I've seen the creator's image, and it feels completely different from the true creator. Just like Mr. Fool, there's no sense of distortion or madness at all." Catalia sighed in her heart, how wonderful it would be if the hidden sage's state were also this normal. Afterward, everyone discussed their respective encounters, but compared to Gehrman and Miss Magician's experiences, they themselves felt their own experiences were quite uninteresting. After a brief discussion, this tarot club concluded. At 62 Queens Avenue, Backland, Hobert opened his eyes from his bedroom bed. This time, he didn't have time to daze, immediately getting up and going to the study. He had obtained 2,700 gold pounds in cash from setting up a ritual in the study, and, Little Son, had already accumulated a debt of over a dozen extraordinary materials, but he would have to wait until he returned to Silver City to repay it. After putting the cash in the safe, Hobert picked up a book and pretended to read it. At this moment, in the bedroom, Furs emerged from the traveler's gate. The Countess, dressed in Fenaport attire, learned from the servants that the Earl was in the study and immediately headed there. After Doffus's repeated explanations, the servants were already accustomed to the Countess from the Fenaport kingdom, who usually disliked going out. At least, they weren't surprised by her sudden appearance. "Hobert." Furs came into the study. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "No." Hobert held up the book in his hand. "I'm reading the history of the ruined kingdom's nobility, so I don't run out of topics with those so-called gentlemen at the ball tonight. But these things are really too boring. To be honest, I'm not very interested in what wicked deeds these vampires' ancestors did." He tossed the book aside and asked knowingly, "Is something wrong?" Furs smiled. "Hobert, you're a noble now too." I know. Hobert put his arm around Furs's waist. "I only say these things to you. I came to tell you some good news. Through a friend's channel, I heard about a grade 2 sealed artifact that seems very easy to sell, as well as an Inquisitor's extraordinary characteristic," Furs said. "Unfortunately, the other party only accepts gold pounds for the transaction, and as you know, I don't have many gold pounds." Hobert opened the safe. "Take as much as you need." Among the cash he had just received, there were also the 750 gold pounds Furs had sacrificed, but Hobert had put them in another safe. After becoming an astrologer, Furs's spirituality had suddenly become much stronger, and she might feel that those gold pounds were very familiar. However, this sense of familiarity should disappear after a while, and Hobert would also prioritize spending this money here in Backland. "I'll take it later, I need to go find Zio first." Furs waved her hand and stepped out the door. Hobert also followed her out and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage. Returning to the study, Hobert glanced at the book on the table and put it back on the bookshelf. Noble history is really boring. Around 4 in the afternoon, urged by the butler Doffus, Hobert went to the changing room. The servants, who had been waiting there, trimmed Hobert's hair, eyebrows, and nose hair, then polished his nails, sprayed perfume, and helped him into his formal attire. By the time everything was done, it was past 5 in the afternoon. Furs had just returned from Zio's place. Hobert's appearance made her eyes light up. The black formal wear fit him perfectly, creating a noble aura, and a bright smile on his handsome face gave Furs a refreshing feeling. Hobert spread his arms. "How do these clothes look?" Furs took Hobert's hand. "Today I learned that there's a reason why noble clothes are so expensive." After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Hobert's cheek. What a handsome young man. When servants were present, Furs rarely made such intimate gestures. At this moment, under the influence of hormones, her usual reserve was temporarily forgotten. Hobert kissed Furs's forehead. The ladies and young women of Backland are in for a treat. Furs laughed. Fortunately, it's in ruin. If it were in the Intis Republic, I'd be worried if you'd come back tonight. Hobert playfully tapped her nose. Then if you don't come with me, can you really be at ease? Furs shook her head. If I went, I wouldn't have anything in common with those ladies. Should I discuss writing techniques or the use of a triangular bayonet with them? Hobert hummed. You're right. Then he smiled helplessly. Actually, I don't really want to go either, but Doffus isn't willing to impersonate me at the ball. Furs smiled. Mr. Earl, that's your new battlefield. All right. After making his final preparations, Hobert walked out, telling Furs, Doffus knows the password. Furs nodded, understanding that Hobert was referring to the safe's password. Hobert's carriage hadn't gone far after leaving the mansion before it came to a halt. This was because Sodalak Palace was not far from his residence, and on the first day of the social season, King George III would invite all nobles, including lords, to a grand ball at the palace to officially kick off the social season. The nobles attending the ball completely jammed the wide Queen's Avenue and the adjacent King's Avenue. This was Hobert's first experience of rush-hour-like traffic in this era. After more than half an hour of slow progress and many barren carriages making way, Hobert finally arrived at the palace gate. Getting out of the carriage, Hobert realized he seemed a bit special. Other nobles were accompanied by their wives and children, while he was alone, appearing quite solitary. Fortunately, Hobert quickly found Viscount Glaint, who was also alone, and the two of them went to the ball together. Many nobles had already arrived in the ballroom. After exchanging pleasantries with familiar and unfamiliar faces, Hobert felt his smile becoming a bit stiff. You'd best eat something first, Brulant said. I've already seen many young women glancing this way. They're clearly not looking at me, and you might not have time to eat once the ball starts. Around the spacious ballroom, buffet-style food had already been prepared. Because balls were very popular in the ruined kingdom, even royal court invitations had combined formal banquets and balls. Hobert, taking the advice, picked up a plate. Will young women actively invite gentlemen to dance? No, they'll ask their fathers to talk to you, Brulant said. During the conversation, he'll introduce his daughter and subtly suggest that you can ask her to dance. Hobert picked up a portion of what looked like a good lamb chop. You're very familiar with these procedures. Brulant nodded. In previous years, those lords all hoped I would ask their daughters to dance, but with you here this year, I can relax. Not necessarily. Hobert smiled. After all, I'm already married. Brulant opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing. Just before the ball was about to begin, Christine's family arrived. Hobert's parents greeted them and introduced Viscount Glaint to the somewhat shy Tyrone. Finally meeting two people his age, Tyrone was no longer so nervous. At 7 p.m., the ball officially began. As before, after King George III delivered his speech, he handed the ball over to Crown Prince Owenton. After the prince and princess danced the first dance, the ball officially began. In the huge ballroom, melodious music floated, giving people the illusion of wanting to dance. Young people began to invite their admired young women, or those who looked very beautiful, to dance. The splendid costumes twirled and weaved, full of aesthetic beauty. Nobles of Christine and Earl Hall's age, on the other hand, gathered casually to chat. Hobert considered whether to invite Audrey, who had already rejected two gentlemen, for a dance. Ultimately, he decided to wait. Inviting her now, if Audrey accepted, would be equivalent to humiliating those two young men. He was about to drink a glass of champagne and then eat a steak. The palace chef's skills were quite excellent, highly praised by Hobert's taste buds. However, just as he picked up the champagne, a dignified woman in a black evening gown, with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, walked over. Long time no see. She was Countess Georgina, who had previously participated in the Fenaport City operation. Hobert saw the Countess extend her hand, and he quickly reached out as well. Hello, madam, it has certainly been some time since we last met. He originally thought it would just be a simple handshake, but Georgina held his hand tightly and didn't let go. This puzzled Hobert, so he paused in his speech. But after a brief greeting, Georgina still showed no intention of letting go. Hobert smiled helplessly. "Come quickly, everyone, the Countess is being a hooligan." A few seconds later, Georgina finally released his hand. "Aren't you going to invite me to dance?" Hobert put down his champagne and smiled. "Respected madam, please." He realized that Georgina's unusual behavior must have some purpose, so he joined her on the dance floor, gracefully dancing to the melodious music. "Have you heard of Military Intelligence Section 9? Georgina asked, smiling as she stared into Hobert's eyes. Hobert thought to himself, here comes the main topic. He smiled. "I have. I know you are a Beander of the lawyer sequence," Georgina said. "And you're an earl who doesn't yet have an official position. According to custom, such extraordinary resources certainly cannot be wasted." Hobert nodded. Georgina meant that, according to custom, Beanders among the nobility were compulsorily assigned a job to prevent the waste of extraordinary power. And Georgina was clearly assigned to arrange Hobert's work. Georgina continued, "Generally, someone in your situation would be assigned in two directions, either to the military or to join Military Intelligence Section 9. Of course, you could also take a government position, but there aren't many good ones." The two danced and talked, but Hobert just listened quietly. Georgina said, "As an officer of Military Intelligence Section 9, I hope you can come to Military Intelligence Section 9. I didn't expect you to already be an earl. As soon as you arrive, I'll give you a deputy director position. Whereas if you go into the military, you can only start as a major. Although you'll be promoted quickly, it will still take 2 to 3 years to promote you to Major General. Come to Military Intelligence Section 9, and you'll start as a colonel, and you can be promoted to Major General next year." The positions in the ruined kingdom were also divided into departments, bureaus, sections, and divisions. Specific staff members were also distinguished as senior clerks and clerks. Hobert immediately understood. It turned out that the Countess had been holding his hand just now to test his strength. She might have a sealed artifact that could tell what sequence a Beander target was just by shaking hands. Hobert pondered Georgina's words for a moment before asking, "Must I choose one of the two? Or must I have some public office?" "Not necessarily," Georgina smiled. "It's just that with an official position, you don't appear so special. You should know, your good friend Viscount Glaint also holds a position in the Ministry of Agriculture." The implication was that not following such customs could lead to ostracism by the nobility. Hobert asked again, "If I choose Military Intelligence Section 9, will the hours be flexible? As you know, I haven't even had a chance to visit my fief yet." Georgina chuckled, "I'm not in charge of attendance, and even the person in charge of attendance wouldn't check on you in your office. However, there are some operations you'll still need to participate in. Besides, I heard you have a magical item with travel ability." Hobert nodded. The Countess meant, as long as you punch in and out on time, and occasionally act as a strongman, no one will care if you're seriously working. He then asked, "Can I access some archives?" Georgina stared at Hobert, her eyes seemingly like knives. "What archives do you want to see? Don't misunderstand." Hobert smiled. "I only intend to look at some extraordinary archives of Longtail Island, and some archives concerning secret organizations. A deputy director's rank can certainly access archives of that level." The knives in Georgina's eyes slowly disappeared, and she smiled again. "Just register before viewing them." Hobert sighed inwardly. This is the only downside of intelligence workers, they're too sensitive. However, he thought that he didn't intend to be a spy or play a long game of undercover, so he didn't care much about it. "So, how about starting work the day after tomorrow?" Georgina sounded like she was asking, but she actually used a commanding tone. "No problem." At this moment, a piece of music just ended. When Georgina withdrew her hand, she gently squeezed Hobert's waist. "You're such a handsome young man with good temperament. If it were 20 years ago, I'd even consider ending my single life." Hobert twitched his lips. He hadn't even started work yet, and he was already being harassed by his superior. As the two walked off the dance floor, Georgina added, I think you should invite Princess Alice to dance. After saying that, she left without further explanation. Hobert sighed, meaning to say, did Princess Alice have something she needed him for? He looked towards Princess Alice. She still appeared very noble. If Audrey hadn't been present, her beauty would have been quite acceptable. Surrounding the princess were the princess consort and duchesses. If he were an ordinary noble, he would need quite a thick skin to approach, but Hobert was different. Monliza was also there. So Hobert walked straight over, spoke a few words to his mother, and then said to Alice, beautiful princess, may I have the honor of this dance? The ladies around them were all slightly stunned. Before attending the ball, they would all instruct their sons, not to invite Princess Alice or Audrey to dance unless they were absolutely certain. Because it was well known that at noble balls, only those two always refused invitations, and only they had the right to refuse. Next, some of the ladies and young women were already preparing to watch a spectacle, while Monliza smiled, ready to help her son out of a difficult situation. Unexpectedly, Alice extended a hand and placed it in Hobert's palm. Of course, the Duke and Countesses paused for a moment, not expecting to see the anticipated joke unfold, and then realized that the princess also liked handsome young men. With Hobert's appearance and demeanor, he was very striking at this gathering, which was like a galaxy of stars, and coupled with his title, he had already caught the attention of most of the young ladies present. It wasn't until the two entered the dance floor that the countesses began to praise Hobert to Monliza, remarking on his exceptional good looks. Monliza smiled, giving her son and the princess on the dance floor a meaningful glance, always feeling that Alice was too arrogant and a bit unworthy of her son. On the dance floor, Hobert looked at Alice, who had her chin slightly raised, and smiled, I should thank the princess for not refusing my invitation. Alice, however, showed no trace of a smile, her expression remaining calm as she asked, are you satisfied with the official position Georgina arranged for you? Hobert was taken aback. Was Georgina's interview just now arranged by Alice? Of course, I'm satisfied, Hobert smiled. That's Military Intelligence Section 9, very difficult to join normally. Then he tentatively said, thank you for the princess's favor, for giving me an opportunity to integrate into the aristocracy. I thought you would choose to gain experience in the army, after all, your father has extensive connections there, Princess Alice said with a calm expression. I did play some part in this. Even if you used your father's connections, you couldn't become an officer all at once. Hobert thought to himself, I'm not even familiar with you, so why help me so much? Is it because I'm handsome? He tentatively asked again, is there anything I can do for you? I heard someone say that you are a devotee of the Creator. Alice asked, staring at Hobert. Hobert was clearly surprised, but immediately understood. After the battle in Fenaport, some people in the Rune royal family had deduced from the state of the ancient death god that it might be related to the Creator. He didn't feel that he would be in any danger because, regardless of the Creator's intentions, the Creator had indeed helped Ruin achieve its goals, and from their perspective, the Creator was an ally that could be won over. So, Hobert knew that not only was he not in danger now, but he was actually very safe. Then he glanced at Princess Alice in front of him. What does this mean? Do you still want to get in touch with the Creator through me? I don't know whether to call this persistence or being set in your ways. Alice finally smiled slightly. Our subsequent conversation won't be heard by those around us. Those few demigods might hear it, but they wouldn't be so bored. She smiled and added, although this matter was requested to be kept secret, it's not difficult to find some clues from the two lords who participated in the Battle of Fenaport. Hobert admitted, something like that. I hope to receive a response from the Creator, Alice said. A response that can hear my prayers. Hobert thought to himself, the Creator, is listening. Say whatever you want. Forget it, I know what you're going to say, so I won't listen. He said seriously, to receive a response from the Creator, one must pass certain tests. What tests? Alice showed a hint of urgency for the first time. I'm sorry, Princess, I cannot answer that question, Hobert revealed a helpless smile. As far as I know, these tests vary from person to person, and most of them first require gaining the creator's attention. And even if attention is gained, whether a test will be conducted, and whether a response will be given, ultimately depends on the creator's will. Hobert's statement was equivalent to passing the buck to the creator. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I simply cannot influence the creator's thoughts. This way, Alice wouldn't come to him again regarding this matter in the future. Alice then asked, how did you gain the creator's attention? I would very much like to answer that question, but it would violate some of my vows. Hobert made himself look very troubled. Moreover, my experience might not be of any reference to you at all. His answer was watertight, causing Alice to frown slightly. If there's anything you need help with, just come to me. Hobert said earnestly, I will also continue to try and find a way for you. It's just that this method would be very difficult to think of. Alice nodded slightly, and when the dance ended, they exited the dance floor from two different directions. After 2 dances, Hobert actually felt a little tired. He picked up another glass of champagne, took a few sips, and then walked towards Audrey, inviting Miss Justice to dance. Because he had already noticed that Audrey's gaze had turned towards him multiple times. Leading Audrey by the hand onto the dance floor surprised the surrounding nobles somewhat. They had already noticed that Hobert had challenged 2 impossibilities tonight. In a corner of the ballroom, Lord Wolf pointedly said, if I'm not mistaken, this is the second time Audrey has accepted Hobert's invitation, isn't it? Yes, Lord Hall smiled. They are friends, after all. Although he said that, Lord Hall's gaze unconsciously deepened. On the dance floor, Hobert smiled, Audrey, could you help me rub my waist? The 2 previous dance partners were too strong, and they made my waist sore. Audrey smiled, what you're saying is very impolite to the Countess and the Princess. However, her hand on Hobert's waist still gave him a rub. This action once again attracted the attention of many people. Although these nobles were not spectators, if anyone made an extra move, even an unnecessary glance, it would be noticed by them. They would consider it imprecise. Audrey said, a few lords' daughters just asked me about your financial situation. Hobert was slightly taken aback. Did they hope I'll invest in their family businesses? I don't have that idea for now. No, Audrey chuckled. They heard that I am friends with you, and they also heard that you now only have 1 dish, 1 soup, and a piece of bread for a meal. For a noble, this can only mean one thing. This noble's finances are in serious trouble. Hobert smiled. So they, or rather their fathers, think they can make some investments in me. Exactly, Audrey said seriously. For them, bearing the expenses of a lord in exchange for the position of a countess is a very good deal. What she didn't say was that Hobert was also young and handsome, and marrying such a lord was always better than marrying those old men or fat and greasy middle-aged men. I'm curious about one thing, don't they know I'm married? Hobert was very puzzled. He was clearly a married man, so why were so many people still treating him as a confirmed bachelor? Audrey thought for a moment and decided to remind her good friend, they believe you should marry again to better integrate into aristocratic circles. Hobert opened his mouth, what about my original wife? Of course, she will continue to be your wife. If this idea came from the Intis Republic, it wouldn't surprise Hobert at all, but this was actually the idea of the ruined nobles. And judging by Audrey's expression, this seemed to be a consensus among the nobles. Hobert's first thought was to bring furs to subsequent balls, but then he sighed, because the core of the problem was that many people hoped to use Hobert's lord status to strengthen their family's power. They wouldn't care if furs attended such balls. On the contrary, it would bring danger to furs, as she would be obstructing some people's path to advancement. Then Hobert couldn't help but chuckle. Why am I surprised? Isn't this just the true face of the nobility? I understand, Hobert smiled easily. Audrey, thank you for telling me this, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of it. Audrey shook her head slightly. Hobert, your inner strength is formidable. As a psychologist, she could, of course, perceive his emotional journey from surprise to anger, and then to relief and indifference, through Hobert's micro-expressions. Not bad, Hobert said, seemingly with a hidden meaning, I am also a noble now. After the dance, the two left the dance floor together and chatted for a while. Hobert told Audrey that Countess Georgina had invited him, and he would start working at Military Intelligence Section 9 the day after tomorrow. Bringing this up was purely out of respect for his friend, otherwise, Audrey had just told Hobert an open secret of the nobles that he hadn't noticed, and if Audrey still learned about Hobert going to work at Military Intelligence Section 9 from other sources, it would be too disrespectful to their friendship. Afterward, Hobert hid in a corner, chatting with Tyrone, with no intention of continuing to dance. Towards the end of the ball, Hobert roughly told Tyrone about Georgina's invitation, his decision, and Princess Alice's preferential treatment. Of course, he didn't mention the matter of being a devotee of the Creator. And he exhorted him, tell father and mother on the way back. When the ball ended, Hobert, like other nobles, bid farewell to Prince Covington and left in a carriage. In his own carriage, Hobert began to ponder whether he should use his position at Military Intelligence Section 9 to intimidate those nobles who had ideas. But then he shook his head. That might put me at odds with the entire aristocratic class, and I don't have that kind of power yet. In Lord Christine's carriage, Monliza frowned and said, I was wondering why Hobert invited Princess Alice to dance. Then she asked Tyrone, why did the princess arrange an official position for Hobert? Tyrone replied, she wants Hobert to do her a favor. What favor? She didn't say. Christine smiled, it's probably something inconvenient to talk about. He paused and said, working at Military Intelligence Section 9 is not bad, at least the hours are more flexible. Monliza was a little worried, but Christine waved his hand, Hobert is an adult, he can handle his own affairs. Monliza sighed, all right then. In Lord Hall's carriage, Countess Caitlin said, Lord Lilson's youngest son has been at Military Intelligence Section 9 for 5 years, and he still seems to be just a senior clerk, right? His eldest son, Hobert, nodded, yes, he leads a small team in the action department, with the rank of captain. Caitlin frowned, the royal family is too generous. How could they give out a deputy director position all at once? Everyone looked at Audrey. Audrey smiled, Hobert didn't say, and I don't know either. Lord Hall said, this does show the royal families pay attention to him. Caitlin was a little surprised, how much contribution did both father and son make, after all? Lord Hall glanced at his wife, I'm not very clear either. He had only heard some news that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. The royal family seemed to have imposed a certain blockade on information regarding that operation. On the second day of the social season, Hobert reviewed some documents, planning to visit Longtail Island during the social season. There were no major events at Lord Niggin's ball that night. On Wednesday morning, Hobert went to work in a two-wheeled carriage sent by Military Intelligence Section 9. Military Intelligence Section 9 is a special department. Although it is a section, it has the specifications of a bureau. Therefore, Military Intelligence Section 9 has a Director General, who is Countess Georgina. In addition, there are 3 directors, who are the heads of the Intelligence Department, Interrogation Department, and Action Department, respectively. As a Deputy Director of the Action Department, Hobert enjoyed the privilege of a car provided by Military Intelligence Section 9. This two-wheeled carriage was entirely black, with a low chassis design. Although it could not carry many people, it was very fast. On the carriage door was the emblem of Military Intelligence Section 9, a fierce lion, a strong horse, and a crown above them in the middle. The lion represented the department's initial affiliation with the army, and the horse symbolized rapid strike capability. As for the crown in the middle, it naturally symbolized the department's loyalty to the royal family. Arriving at the 2-story office building of Military Intelligence Section 9 in the North District, there were no signs at the courtyard gate, and it looked very low-key from the outside. Only upon entering the building would one discover that the interior decoration was very luxurious. Moreover, Hobert's office was underground. While taking the stairs guided by a sentry, Hobert learned that the underground area of this building actually had 5 floors. At the stairwell on the 3rd basement level, stood a beautiful lady with a full figure, wearing a tight-fitting uniform. "Are you the new director, Hobert?" Hobert glanced at her short skirt and chest. "The Military Intelligence Section 9 uniform is really beautiful." "Ha ha ha, are you sure you're complimenting the uniform?" At this moment, a tall man with a large beard around his mouth walked out of the office. The lady at the stairwell introduced, "This is our director of the Action Department, Chunas Kolger." Hobert was startled, but immediately recalled, "I've heard a lot about him. Is he the one who later became Klein's puppet? Last night, I wasn't in very good condition. I felt a bit tired after writing for a while, and the more I wrote, the more dissatisfied I became, so I simply stopped here and will rest early today to recover." Chunas Kolb personally came to greet his new subordinate, Hobert, because he knew some inside information. Firstly, as Ruin's top intelligence officer, he had some understanding of how intense the battle in Fenaport City had been, and based on some clues Chunas had received, Hobert should have played an extremely important role in that battle. Secondly, Chunas noticed that Georgina's attitude towards Hobert was intriguing. Georgina was a powerful figure in the royal family and a top Ruin noble. Therefore, noble scions sent to Military Intelligence Section 9 for training, without exception, had to start as a Grade 1 clerk. The clerks in Ruin's government departments are divided into 5 grades. The 5th grade is senior clerk, which is equivalent to a high-ranking clerk or principal clerk, a position at the captain level. Hobert, however, became a deputy director upon arrival. Such an arrangement might not be unprecedented, but Chunas had never encountered anything similar during his time in Military Intelligence Section 9. As for the beautiful lady in uniform, she was personally arranged by Georgina to be his secretary. Although there was an element of surveillance, these details were enough to show Georgina, and even the entire royal family's, high regard for Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "Hello, Director Chunas. Just call me Chunas," the other party said very amiably. "My office is right next to yours. Feel free to come find me if you need anything." "All right, I'll be counting on your care in the future." After exchanging a few pleasantries at their first meeting, the two returned to their respective offices. Hobert's office was very large, a suite with an outer secretary's room and a small reception area, and an inner spacious and luxuriously decorated office. The large solid wood desk and leather chair, as well as the exquisite sofa and coffee table in the reception area, all revealed that Military Intelligence Section 9 was a very lucrative department. Hobert sat in his chair and asked the lady in uniform, "What's your name?" "My name is Shallon, I'm your dedicated secretary," she replied with a smile. "I've already collected your uniform for you, it's in the lounge over there." "Good name," Hobert praised casually. "Please help me borrow the files on Longtail Island." "What type of files?" "All of them." "All right, please wait a moment." Hobert looked at the surrounding decor. "My study isn't even decorated this luxuriously." He got up and went to the lounge next door, putting on the uniform Shallon had collected for him. The Military Intelligence Section 9 uniform was similar to a military uniform, but darker in color. The everyday uniform featured a double-breasted design, giving a tall and capable impression when worn. They also thoughtfully provided 2 sets of combat uniforms. These 2 combat uniforms were distinctly different from those in the army, their appearance somewhat resembling a hooded sweatshirt in Hobert's memory. When worn, movement should be very flexible, and the hood's design could not only be used to shield from rain but also contained a mask structure to cover the face. Hobert, wearing his everyday uniform hat, looked at the colonel's rank on his epaulettes and realized he had become a colonel without ever serving as a soldier. Then he realized, this is the treatment for a demigod. About half an hour later, Shallon brought over a dozen folders from the archives and also Hobert's identification documents. There were 2 sets of documents. One was a director-level identification for Military Intelligence Section 9, and the other was a colonel's rank identification issued by the army. This made Hobert suddenly recall the official Night Watcher's member ID and the police ID he had left gathering dust in the country of disorder. After thanking her, Hobert began to immerse himself in reading the documents. Shallan thoughtfully brought him a cup of black tea, then quietly returned to the secretary's room. Military Intelligence Section 9's data on Longtail Island was very detailed, including the information from the Bureau of Land and Resources that Hobert had seen before. There was also information on when the island was colonized and when the port and city were built. Of course, what Hobert was looking for was the extraordinary information about Longtail Island. Because of the presence of the mountain god, royal family demigods had landed on the island decades ago to conduct a series of investigations. The final result was that the mountain god, Megali, should be a sequence 3 in not so good condition, but her hiding place was extremely secret, and despite investigations and interrogations, Megali's whereabouts could not be found. Because the impact caused by Megali was limited, and official Beyonders completely controlled Longtail Island, the investigation concluded after a period of time. Later, cases of missing Beyonders frequently occurred on Longtail Island, but subsequent investigations found no clues, as everything at the disappearance sites was normal, as if the Beyonders had simply vanished while walking. It wasn't until the Great Uprising 10 years ago that Longtail Island once again entered the royal family's sight. Hobert then discovered with surprise that to suppress that uprising, the royal family and the military had dispatched 3 demigods at the time. Because the native who claimed to be king, after wearing that wooden crown, actually possessed demigod-level power. Unfortunately, when that native was killed, the crown instantly self-destructed, leaving no opportunity to study it. However, the 3 demigods still made a major discovery based on limited clues. 2 of the demigods believed that the mountain god, Megali, might be an angel of the lawyer pathway. However, her state was very strange. Most of the time, she could only display demigod-level power, but that wooden crown, imbued with demigod power, clearly seemed like a vessel for an angel to project power. In other words, the native wearing the crown was completely controlled by the mountain god. His power came from Megali, who was somewhere unknown on Longtail Island. But this conjecture was ultimately inconclusive, because in the eyes of many, even an angel of the lawyer pathway did not have a similar ability to project their power onto another person for a long time. Hobert, however, thought that if distortion plus alter were used, this operation might be possible. This pathway is the order shadow. Anything is possible, it just depends on how one uses their abilities. Although in the opinion of one demigod, the native's performance did not seem to be influenced by an angel, the other 2 demigods who participated in suppressing the rebellion and the investigation insisted on this conjecture. Because the initiation of that uprising was clearly one of the Duke of Entropy's most good at abilities. Through the information at hand, Hobert learned that his charm ability at Sequence 2 level was called incitement. People within a certain range would all believe the Duke of Entropy and would spontaneously follow the Duke of Entropy. It was because of this conjecture that the royal family ordered that all crowns appearing on Longtail Island be immediately destroyed. Theoretically, if the mountain god was truly an angel, she was continuously providing power to the target through the crown. This made Hobert put down the documents and sigh, feeling that promotion to angel would again be a qualitative change. Continuing to read, Hobert was somewhat disappointed that the 3 demigods from the royal family and the military investigated Longtail Island for more than 2 months, and despite eliminating a lot of the mountain god church's core strength, they still couldn't find Megali's hiding place. This greatly puzzled them. They had even searched underground and in the sky, but still found nothing. Hobert thought to himself, "You seem to have missed a spot. Did you search the spirit world?" He flipped through the documents and found records of using sealed artifacts to enter the spirit world for searching, but the spirit world in the raging sea was very chaotic. Because Beyonders of the lawyer pathway are not good at operating in the spirit world for long periods, the 3 demigods at the time unanimously believed that the probability of Megali hiding in the spirit world was low, so they only searched briefly. Hobert, however, felt that the investigation into the spirit world was a bit hasty. Beyonders of the lawyer pathway, at least at the demigod level, indeed do not have the ability to enter the spirit world, but this is under normal circumstances. The state of this mountain god, Megali, was clearly not normal, so how could it be considered with common sense? Although Megali was not found, the comprehensive investigation basically uncovered all the mysteries on Longtail Island. For example, sometimes getting lost on Longtail Island and finding the sun constantly changing direction was actually due to the lost person falling into a chaotic space, where the direction of that space also fell into chaos, and it wasn't the sun changing. This should be Megali's unintentional display of ability, which could cause a certain area of Longtail Island to fall into a state of chaos for a short period. Another example, the entrance to the mountain god church headquarters, was a large space within a mountain. The reason there was no fixed entrance was that Megali would alter the entrance during every major event, so it wouldn't be in its original location. As for the village with a child as its chief, it was said to be the ability of a Sequence 3 Mad Mage. Closing the last document, Hobert sighed, "I now understand Longtail Island better than most of its residents." He stretched and looked at the clock on the wall. Because he was very targeted in his data search, he actually finished reading so much information in one morning. At this time, lunch arrived. A special waiter pushed a dining cart in, greeted Hobert, and began serving the meal. Hobert hadn't expected that even for a working lunch, there would be an appetizer, a soup, and a main course, and all of them were hot. Hobert thought to himself, "This is even more lavish than what I eat at home." After lunch, Hobert rested for a while, then instructed Shalin outside that he would not be receiving visitors that afternoon. Then he locked the office door, and after a transit through Byam using travel, he arrived at Longtail Island. Hobert first came to the top of Mount Carbonet on Longtail Island, which is another high mountain on the island besides Mount Megali. The weather was clear today, and with Hobert's current eyesight, he could clearly see the general topography of the island. The port and city on the eastern plain were also visible from the mountaintop. Hobert estimated it to be about the size of Jeffrey City after he had transformed it. There were many rubber plantations and many flat cultivated fields on the plain. Scattered across it were some villas, towns, and villages. Villas were generally the residences of estate owners, towns were generally the residences of colonists, and villages were the residences of the local natives. Hobert then toured the city and could tell from the clothing that most of the residents here were ruined people. There were also some local native chiefs, most of whom dressed like ruined people, and apart from their darker skin, there wasn't much difference in their attire. Only a few elderly people wore local native clothing, which, for both men and women, resembled skirts. Some would also drape a layer of cloth over it, not knowing if it was a cloak or a coat. Such clothing had no sleeves or pant legs, and Hobert just glanced at it and felt it must be quite inconvenient. It was no wonder that most natives learned to dress like ruined people. A very simple reason was ease of movement. The locals' hats were made of colorful feathers, and some were woven from local colorful plants, which were quite beautiful. However, they only had a general specification, without a unified style, and looked rather haphazard. The ruined people living here might have been villains or criminals in the ruined kingdom on the North Continent, but after coming here, they all held their heads high, looking more imposing than the police patrolling the East District. Locals had to make way for ruined people, and some lower status natives even had to bow. Hobert lamented, "Going out on the street is too hard on the waist. For everyone's lumbar health, I will abolish such regulations after I take over here." Then, he found a tavern and claimed to be an adventurer who had just arrived from Byam. By buying drinks for others, he quickly learned more information. For example, the local garrison and the governor's mansion only recognized the property of ruined people as legal. This meant that murder, arson, and robbery on Longtail Island, as long as the target was not a ruined person, would not be subject to legal punishment. This was the norm in most colonies. For ruined people, it was indeed a place of freedom and democracy. Hobert then visited the estates and towns separately. Here, the ruined people completely treated the natives as slaves. In the villages, the natives lived a bit more freely, but they were too poor, with many signs of malnutrition visible on the villagers. The clothing of these natives was more like that of savages. Being in a subtropical region, they only wore a piece of cloth around their waists, some even simply wove grass shirts from dried grass and wrapped them around their waists. At the end of this journey, Hobert sat on a large rock by the sea, lost in thought. He realized that on Longtail Island, the local natives also needed to be civilized, with their clothing, housing, and other lifestyles regulated to bid farewell to their primitive way of life. Around dusk, Hobert returned to continue attending the banquet. On his second day of working at Military Intelligence Section 9, Hobert simply skipped work in the morning and used travel to visit South Colson. At this time, Conrad had already begun organizing manpower to do some constructive work on the newly occupied West Bank. He reported to Hobert, "There are more madmen here than those previously ruled by the blood worship sect. And they are truly mad. Even if you hold a gun to them and force them to work, you can't scare them at all." Conrad had no choice but to stipulate that they could only eat after completing their assigned work. Fortunately, their human instincts were still present, and this method had some effect. Hobert once again lamented the profound harm caused by the Aurora Order. Then, through the information he saw yesterday, he suddenly realized that if he became an angel, he might be able to make these madmen more obedient and gradually more normal. It wasn't possible yet. Even using country of disorder wouldn't work. This required him to undergo another qualitative change. Regardless, this generation on the West Bank could only live in madness, only their next generation could live a normal life. In addition, the first batch of immigrants from Backland had already arrived yesterday and their work had been arranged. Hobert looked at the enthusiastic, shabbily dressed vagrants in the fields and thought of the Longtail Island natives he had seen yesterday, who only wore a piece of cloth. He stood at the edge of the field, sighing at the complexity of human society. Hobert's most important purpose in coming here was still to visit old Mr. Winston. As soon as he entered the villa, a servant greeted him. "Lord, Mr. Winston has gone fishing. He asked me to wait here and give you these 3 items." The 3 items were a door, a teacup, and a salad plate. Hobert looked at the 2 pieces of tableware and smiled helplessly. The items this old man made were still so unconventional. Carrying the 3 items, Hobert went to Green Pastures Manor in a secluded spot. Furs was at the auction house and not at the manor. So Hobert locked the door and sacrificed the 2 tableware items to the country of disorder. As for the door, it was clearly the traveler's gate, without needing to distinguish. Then Hobert also entered the country of disorder, and learned about the abilities and negative effects of the 2 magical items. Winston's craftsmanship was as good as ever, the negative effects were minor. The salad plate was a magical item with some abilities of a faceless man, and the exquisite teacup was a magical item with some extraordinary abilities of a shepherd. Fortunately, the salad plate could change shape. Otherwise, if Audrey wanted to change her appearance for certain actions in the future, she would have to carry a plate. The teacup's appearance could not be changed, but because it had a handle, Hobert thought he could tie the handle and wear it on his body like a pendant. Although it would be embarrassing if others knew, it was better than holding a teacup during a battle. Emerging from the country of disorder, Hobert used travel to return to Backland and sacrificed the salad plate to the fool. Audrey quickly completed the transaction, paying Hobert £5,000 through the fool. At the evening ball, Audrey happily showed Hobert the bracelet on her wrist. It looked very beautiful and had no sense of incongruity. The 2 danced another dance. While chatting in a corner, Audrey whispered to Hobert, "After the ball, will you take me to the night market?" She had long heard that Backland's night market was very lively, but due to her status, she had never been there. Now Audrey could change her appearance to hide her identity, and she suddenly realized that she knew nothing about the night market, so she immediately thought of Hobert. In fact, her desire to obtain a magical item that could change her appearance was to use extraordinary power to experience different lives. Even though she had received an elite education from ruined nobility since childhood, She was still a young lady who had just turned 18, full of curiosity about the outside world. Before, she could only imagine it, but it wasn't until she became a Beyonder and came into contact with many extraordinary abilities that she felt her ideas were quite feasible. However, for now, she could only go out at night to experience it. If it were with friends like Berlint, Audrey would never have made such a suggestion. Given her trust in Hobert and their friendship with shared secrets like the Tarot Club, there was no need to constantly adhere to those subtle and conservative aristocratic rules. Audrey's suggestion also moved Hobert. Compared to this boring ball, he preferred to visit the night market, so the two immediately agreed. All right, to be honest, I haven't been to the night market either, but I know the general location. Are there any precautions for visiting the night market? Audrey asked. Make your appearance ordinary, and your clothes ordinary. Hobert led Audrey directly outside the ballroom to avoid their conspiracy being overheard. He laughed. If you went to the night market with your current appearance and wearing these clothes, I think I would be very busy. Hobert then asked, what is the general sequence of the Beyonders protecting your parents? I'm not very clear either. Audrey smiled wryly, but I guess they should be able to quickly summon Archbishop Anthony for support. Hobert nodded. He also felt that the Church of the Night would not send a demigod to protect Earl Hall's family, and if Earl Hall himself hired Beyonders, it would be impossible to hire a demigod to guard his home. Even if a demigod applied, Earl Hall might not feel at ease employing them. As long as there was no demigod-level protection, Hobert was confident he could quietly infiltrate Earl Hall's villa. The two discussed for more than 10 minutes before returning to the ballroom. Some people noticed that they had left together, but no one paid much attention. After all, this was not the Intis Republic, where a man and a woman leaving together in the middle of a ball meant they were going for a deeper understanding. In Ruin, it might just be to get some fresh air. Back at the ball, the two chatted aimlessly, both hoping for this boring ball to end quickly. At this moment, a slender young lady in her 20s, as if having made a great decision, approached the two. Earl Hobert, may I have this dance with you? Both Hobert and Audrey were stunned, because in the subtle and conservative Ruin aristocratic circles, under normal circumstances, ladies and young women would rather not dance at all than actively ask a man to dance. Immediately after, Audrey smiled. This young and beautiful lady is Lord Bradley's second daughter, Norma Bradley. She interpreted that Norma had something to ask for, so she simply helped with the introduction. Hello, Miss Norma. Hobert smiled and said, I just had 2 glasses of champagne, so to avoid making a fool of myself, I won't dance. He also saw that Norma had something to ask for his help, but as he had said before, he currently had no spare money for investments, nor did he have any intention of bailing out other nobles. Norma seemed to have made up her mind again and said, I apologize, Mr. Earl, for asking for your help in such a hasty manner. I heard you work at Military Intelligence Section 9, is that right? Hobert was slightly startled. Yes, but I haven't taken on any substantive work yet. Norma almost pleaded, can you save my brother and father? Any amount of money will do. Hobert suppressed his curiosity and did not ask. I'm sorry, I haven't taken on this case, I can only help you inquire about it. What if the father and son were spies? Unless a deity descended, it wasn't that serious, but unless the church intervened or the king granted a special pardon, no one could save them. Norma's expression immediately darkened. Thank you for listening to my request. If you find out anything, please send someone to inform us. Hobert quickly agreed and saw Miss Norma off. Audrey asked curiously, Hobert, what exactly is your current job? His specific job was to slack off. Hobert smiled slightly, it's classified. By past 10 in the evening, the ball finally ended. In the carriage on the way home, Audrey's mother, Catherine, asked, Audrey, I saw that you and Hobert left for more than 10 minutes in the middle of the ball. What did you go out to do? Audrey had already observed that her mother noticed her actions at the time. Hobert said he saw a dog that looked a lot like Susie, and I thought Susie had followed us, so I immediately went out to check. It turned out Hobert was mistaken. She murmured to herself, Sorry, Hobert, and Susie, but this is the best way to solve the problem. Catherine indeed said nothing more. Don't do that again in the future, it's disrespectful to the host of the ball. Yes, Mother, I'll remember. Audrey skillfully changed the subject. Father, has Lord Bradley encountered some trouble recently? Your information is quite well informed. Earl Hall smiled. A few days ago, Bradley's son was caught with contraband by local customs during a transaction with Fursac people. According to custom, the Bradley father and son will definitely undergo an investigation. Audrey asked, will they be in danger? It was Hobert beside her who answered, I don't know if they'll be in danger, I only know that Military Intelligence Section 9 will receive another donation. Audrey was startled. Why do you say that? Hobert was about to explain, but Earl Hall interjected. This is why Military Intelligence Section 9, while having a heroic image, is also notorious. But the Earl did not explain further, and Audrey, of course, did not ask again. Returning to the luxurious villa of the Earl's mansion, Audrey changed her clothes with the help of her maid, completed her ablutions, and returned to her bedroom to sleep soundly. As soon as the maids left Audrey's bedroom, Audrey, dressed in pajamas, suddenly sat up, startling Susie, who was lying on the carpet nearby. Audrey, did you have a nightmare? Or did you forget something important? Not at all. Audrey smiled mysteriously. Susie, I'm going out for a bit. I'll bring you a late-night snack when I come back. Where are you going so late? I heard it's very unsafe outside. Audrey had already gone to her walk-in closet, searched around, but couldn't find a suitable dress. Don't worry, Susie, I have a companion. She quietly went to her personal maid Annie's room, using Pacify on Annie to keep her in a deep sleep, while searching her wardrobe for a simple-looking long dress. After changing into the long dress, Audrey realized her hair was still down. Recalling how her maid styled her hair, she fashioned a hairstyle she liked. Susie sat by her side. Listen to me, Audrey, I read in a book that sometimes companions aren't entirely reliable. You should bring another trustworthy partner. Like who? Like me. Audrey smiled. Susie, I'll go scout ahead first. Once I'm familiar with the place, I'll take you with me. She looked in the mirror again and found that her hairstyle was too different in style from the clothes she was wearing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Susie looked towards the door and immediately took up a defensive stance. Audrey stroked her head. Don't be nervous. She cleared her throat and said, Lawyer. Earl Hobert's slightly magnetic voice came from outside. Audience. This was the secret signal they had prepared in advance. Audrey smiled. Please come in, lawyer. The door opened, revealing Earl Hobert, dressed in a trench coat and without his cane. He smiled and quietly asked, Are you ready, my beautiful lady? Susie opened her mouth, but only a soft, woof woof, came out. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and sighed, Does my hairstyle look strange? Earl Hobert saw Audrey in a plain long dress. Her beauty and elegance made the dress look entirely different. However, her hairstyle indeed looked too noble and completely mismatched the dress. He suggested, Why don't you just tie a simple ponytail? All right. Audrey picked up the comb and paused for a few seconds, but I don't know how. She had never styled her own hair since she was a child, so being able to create a common hairstyle was already quite good. Earl Hobert said, I'll help you comb it. While Furs also disliked ponytails, Earl Hobert remembered that this hairstyle didn't seem difficult. Audrey untied her long hair and handed the comb to Earl Hobert. It wasn't until Earl Hobert held Audrey's golden hair, which felt like silk, that both of them simultaneously felt this action seemed overly intimate. Earl Hobert cleared his throat. I always thought combing hair was quite simple, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Audrey watched Earl Hobert clumsily comb her hair, then gather it together, and then clumsily tie it with a hair tie, finally forming a very ugly bow. Susie, sitting nearby, turned her head away, her lips curled back, her eyes full of amusement. Earl Hobert looked at Audrey's hairstyle in the mirror, somewhat lacking confidence. Roughly, it's like this, I guess. Audrey commented, It's so ugly. Perhaps she didn't even notice that when she was with Earl Hobert, she would show her most genuine side, temporarily discarding the usual aristocratic rhetoric. Earl Hobert, however, sighed, when a person is beautiful, any hairstyle looks good. Audrey was torn between laughter and tears. I'd better recomb it. She untied her hair, and while trying, she combed a ponytail that looked much better. Next was the process of changing her appearance. The first change was immediately rejected by Earl Hobert, too beautiful. Audrey changed her appearance again. Still too beautiful, Earl Hobert suggested, if not, just change into the appearance of an ordinary-looking maid from around here. This reminded Audrey, and she immediately transformed into an appearance similar to her personal maid Annie. Earl Hobert nodded, then looked at her chest and waist. The ordinary long dress was completely filled out by her perfect figure. Fortunately, the clothing in the ruined kingdom was relatively conservative, only making the dress appear much fuller. After getting ready, Earl Hobert extended his hand as if inviting Audrey to dance. Audrey took Earl Hobert's hand, and the space before them immediately became illusory. Earl Hobert led Audrey's hand and stepped into the void. Only Susie remained in the room. I hope Audrey doesn't forget to bring me a late-night snack. On the other side, Earl Hobert and Audrey quickly emerged from the spirit world. They saw the night market on the Tassoc River bank from a distance. A wisp of mist entwined around the somewhat dim yellow gas lamps, their light reflecting in the river, looking a bit ethereal. The night market was bustling with people, appearing very lively. Smiles unconsciously spread across both their faces. This night market hadn't existed for long, but it had quickly grown to a considerable scale. The night market was located in the Hilton district, where the middle class was concentrated. It was said that the Wood district also had one, but it wasn't as large. The area around the night market was mostly financial companies, and many employees who finished overtime work were accustomed to having a late-night snack at the night market before returning to their rented rooms. Residents from nearby and tourists who came specifically were the other two large consumer groups. Except for a few famous tourist cities, Backland was the only city in all of Rouen with a night market. This required excellent public safety and a very stable environment. However, in most cities of Rouen today, many thieves and robbers were still active on the streets at night, lacking the basic conditions for opening a night market. Earl Hobert and Audrey chatted as they entered the bustling night market. The aroma of food permeated the air, making both of them feel like eating a little more. Fried then pan-fried fish, only 6 pence a piece. Earl Hobert thought it looked good, so he ordered one. Audrey swallowed. I want one too. When visiting a night market, eat less and buy more. Earl Hobert smiled and divided the fish in the paper bag into 2 halves, that way you can try more delicious food. He hadn't visited a night market since coming to this era, but he had visited many before. In his impression, every city seemed to have a night market. Earl Hobert asked the owner for another paper bag and handed half a fish to Audrey. Audrey took a small bite. It wasn't as fresh as the fish she ate at home, but this way of eating was new. So, she mimicked Earl Hobert, eating while searching for the next delicacy. They then tasted roasted shrimp, pulled pork, and other snacks, and also bought some cakes with cream or fresh fruit. Finally, they had a refreshing and greasy cutting walnut fruit salad, concluding their eating adventure. Earl Hobert sighed, thinking that there were still too few snacks in this era, and due to the limitations of material living conditions, the snacks tended to be greasy. Next, they went to see the dazzling array of accessories and clothes. Audrey wasn't interested in the clothes here, but she really liked the accessories on the stalls. She looked from one stall to another, tirelessly. Finally, the two sat in an open-air bar, enjoying the cool breeze drifting from the Tassoc River, drinking cheap wine and chatting. Audrey watched the people around them laugh heartily, and said with a hint of envy, "If I laughed out loud, my mother, an etiquette teacher, would be very displeased, thinking it wasn't ladylike enough." Earl Hobert looked at the young colleagues laughing and talking. "They must envy you too, born noble, never having to worry about food or clothing since childhood. Nobility is like a besieged city, those inside want to get out, and those outside want to get in." Audrey glanced at Earl Hobert. "That's a very poetic line. Earl Hobert paused slightly. Had Rosal not said that line? He smiled, but there are still more people who want to get in. Then he asked, did you have fun tonight? I don't know what this feeling is, Audrey said. In short, I feel a lot of suppressed emotions have been released. Earl Hobert took a sip of wine. Then congratulations, you have felt the warmth of this human world. Yes, the world we live in has so much madness and distortion, and so much intrigue, but it's undeniable that it also has a good side, doesn't it? Audrey slowly nodded. That's very true. Audrey, Earl Hobert suddenly said. Tell me. From Earl Hobert's expression and tone, Audrey sensed that he was about to say something very important. If Earl Hobert smiled, if one day I become very cold and lose my humanity, I hope you won't give up on me. Perhaps a few more visits to the night market, and I can still find the warmth I once had. Audrey didn't quite understand Earl Hobert's meaning, but she still solemnly promised, how could I ever give up on you? Earl Hobert smiled. Perhaps, in the future, we should visit places like this more often. It would be good for both of us. Then he seemed to be talking to himself. That's right, why didn't I think of this before? He suddenly realized that this kind of mundane, vibrant atmosphere might help maintain one's humanity. Just as Audrey was about to ask a question, a voice suddenly said, Annie. Is that really you, Annie? At first, neither Earl Hobert nor Audrey reacted, but the young man holding a wine glass, somewhat drunk, came closer and said, it really is Annie. Oh my goodness. Didn't you go to be a personal maid for a noble young lady? Audrey then remembered that she was using the face of her personal maid Annie. She had never encountered such a situation and immediately didn't know how to respond. You've got the wrong person, Earl Hobert said calmly, while subtly gesturing to Audrey. Audrey blinked, indicating she understood, and slightly altered her appearance. Impossible. The young man laughed. My family and Annie's family are neighbors, how could I possibly be mistaken? As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, because when he looked again, he found that the young lady no longer quite resembled Annie. Earl Hobert said, it's all right, it's normal to mistake someone when you've had too much to drink. Then he asked, it seems you and Miss Annie have a heartwarming story. After apologizing, the young man, emboldened by the alcohol, began to tell his story. Audrey picked up her wine glass, listening intently to the gossip, taking a sip of wine now and then, and sighing along. The young man's story wasn't earth-shattering, it was about a childhood sweetheart from next door. He always felt he wasn't good enough for Annie, so he came to Backland to make a living, but things hadn't gone very smoothly. Earl Hobert commiserated with the young man about life for a couple of sentences, then comforted him a few times, before he and Audrey finished their wine and left together. After they had walked some distance, Audrey said, before, I always thought Annie was just Annie. Now I suddenly feel that she also has her own family, and people who love her. Earl Hobert, this world is truly wonderful. Everyone has their own life, and everyone has their own world. Earl Hobert nodded, that's how destinies collide and spark. Boss, one pulled pork. Audrey rubbed her stomach and said, I really can't eat anymore. This is for Susie. Earl Hobert said, buy her something to eat, so she doesn't bark when I pick you up next time. Susie on the carpet was very carefully dealing with the shredded pork in front of her, so as not to stain the carpet. Finally, Susie stuck out her tongue and licked the meat scraps into her mouth, commenting, it tastes really good, I mean, it's very unique. She glanced at Audrey, who was looking out the window at the thin mist. Audrey, you seem a little worried. You've been sitting there in a daze since Hobert left. I suddenly realized that this world doesn't revolve around one person, she smiled. Everyone has their own thoughts, everyone has a reason to be respected, and everyone has their own destiny. A hint of confusion appeared in Susie's eyes. Does every dog have its own thoughts too? Audrey, however, smiled and said, Susie, you didn't understand what I meant. What I mean is, being too self-centered might go against the operating principles of this world. Susie stuck out her tongue, then said, at this moment, I finally feel that I am just a dog. It found that it completely failed to understand Audrey's realization. Audrey smiled and stroked the dog's head. There's one more thing that worries me greatly. She took a deep breath. Today, Hobert suddenly asked me not to give up on him. I can feel his deep worry. Has he encountered some difficulty recently? Susie said, you could ask his friends. Audrey, however, gently shook her head. He doesn't seem to want to confide about this matter, so his friends probably don't know about his worries either. Furs might know this, but for some reason, she didn't really want to ask. Fortunately, from Hobert's expression, it wasn't anything too urgent. Audrey decided to talk to Hobert about it later when she had the chance. After Hobert had worked for 2 days, the news that he was working at Military Intelligence Section 9 spread like wildfire. In everyone's eyes, such an arrangement for him was very reasonable. After all, his father and he had been undercover in Fenaport for so long. Although Hobert didn't feel like he was undercover at all, in everyone's eyes, that was an undercover life. When everyone learned that Hobert had a public office, and was working in a critical department like Military Intelligence Section 9, even more invitations were extended to Hobert. There were balls in the evening, and invitations to enjoy operas, plays, and symphonies during the day. However, Hobert declined all of them, citing his busy work schedule. With a public office, he had the right to refuse certain invitations. So those invitations were all concentrated on the weekend. There were a few that he really couldn't decline, such as the invitations from Earl Hall and Earl Wolf, which he could only accept. In the dining room on Friday morning, Elizabeth said, Mr. Hobert, may I attend the banquet with you tonight? She smiled and explained, my parents both had urgent matters and returned to Tingen City, so they asked me to attend the banquet on their behalf tonight. Elizabeth's mother was the daughter of a fallen noble in Backland. By her generation, she only held the title of baronet, but she was still a noble, and was invited to many balls by other nobles. Hobert had encountered her mother several times at balls these past few days, but their circles were different, and they only exchanged brief pleasantries when they met. No problem, Hobert smiled. We can keep each other company. Doffus, who was standing by, said, Earl, we should also prepare a ball to reciprocate the nobles who have invited you. Hobert frowned. You can make the preparations. You need to set the date. Doffus felt a lot of pressure, but also a bit helpless. Let's make it late April, Hobert said, that way there's more ample time for preparations. I need a specific date. April 5th was a good day for Hobert, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to prepare, so he said, then let's make it April 22nd. Doffus nodded. All right. After breakfast, Hobert took a carriage to Military Intelligence Section 9. As soon as he walked down the stairs to the 3rd basement level, he saw Shallon standing at the stairwell. Director Chunis's secretary just extended an invitation, asking you to taste some newly arrived coffee from the South Continent at Director Chunis's office. Hobert was slightly taken aback. I understand, thank you for the reminder. Saying this, he knocked on Chunis's office door and then pushed it open directly. The structure of the other party's office was the same as Hobert's office, with a secretary's room outside. Chunis's secretary immediately stood up and said, Director Hobert, please come in. After smiling and thanking him, Hobert followed the secretary into the inner office. Chunis was grinding coffee with a coffee machine. His broad physique seemed capable of crushing the small coffee machine into an iron cake at any moment. It'll be ready soon, have a seat. The secretary exited and closed the door. Hobert, however, did not sit down, but watched Chunis grinding coffee. It seems, Director, that you really enjoy this process. Yes, Chunis said, seemingly with deep meaning, I like the process of crushing coffee beans into powder. As he spoke, he began to brew the coffee. Before long, both of them held a steaming cup of coffee. Hobert took a small sip. It tastes really good. So bitter, so hard to drink, why didn't they prepare sugar cubes? Coffee is most fragrant at this moment. Chunis made a gesture to sit down, it helps me find my best state. The two sat down in the reception area. Hobert didn't know why he was summoned, so he started chatting with the other party. Chunaz asked. You've been working for a few days now, how do you feel? The food is pretty good. Ha. Chunaz chuckled and asked again, I heard that you live very frugally, eating only one soup, one dish, and one piece of bread per meal. That's enough, Hobert said meaningfully, you should know that you don't need to eat much at each meal. Actually, one dish was enough, and any extra food would be a waste. Chunaz smiled, also saying meaningfully, that's true. He suddenly jumped to another topic. Although the Director General instructed me not to assign you any substantive work, there are some clubs that you still need to be invited to join. Hobert knew they were getting to the main point. Are you free Sunday morning? Chunaz asked. I'll take you to join the East Balam Retired Officers Club. Hobert was taken aback. The name of this club sounded a bit familiar. He said, I'm not a retired officer from East Balam. Initially, that club was founded by retired officers from East Balam, Chunaz smiled. Your father, Duke Christine, made outstanding contributions to the club's development, attracting a wider range of people. Now, the club's members include many retired or active officers from places other than East Balam, and it has very promising development prospects. Only then did Hobert remember that Klein had finalized the arms deal with the South Continent here. Chunaz continued, I heard that your father did not invite you to join this club, but I think I should help you integrate into this circle. He guessed that Christine probably felt that Hobert had no military experience, so it was not appropriate to introduce Hobert to such a first-class club. At this time, as Hobert's superior, he certainly could not turn a blind eye. Thank you for your recommendation, Hobert smiled. Of course I have time Sunday morning. I'll treat you to lunch at the Ruined Kingdom Hotel. Please do me the honor. He had heard of the East Balam Retired Officers Club before at the Mercenary Club. It was one of the top military clubs, and many active generals were members. Moreover, its nature was different from the Mercenary Club. The Mercenary Club had a semi-official component in Beander gatherings, while the East Balam Retired Officers Club was said to be a place for officers to help each other, exchange information, and do business. Because of Christine, Hobert was almost naturally labeled with military power. Since he already had such a label, he might as well use the convenience these labels brought. After settling this matter, the two chatted for a few more minutes, then Hobert returned to his office. As soon as he entered the secretary's room, Hobert saw an ordinary-looking officer in his 30s waiting there, Byron. The person was Byron, the masked man responsible for connecting with Zio. Before Ruin's betrayal, Hobert had even sold extraordinary characteristics to him a few times. Byron smiled. I didn't expect that when we met again, you would already be my superior. Hobert smiled. Please come in. The two sat in the reception area. After the secretary served tea, Byron told Hobert that he had just returned from a business trip and heard that there was a new director. At first, he thought it was a namesake, but after inquiring, he learned it was indeed Earl Hobert, so he came to visit. Hobert asked, how has Zio been doing lately? Quite well. Byron answered seriously. I hope you can give her more high-paying, safer missions, Hobert said casually. I understand, Byron said. Several times I've hoped to develop her into a full member. She is now an Inquisitor and only needs to go through the motions to become a senior staff member. Hobert sighed. She might have her own ideas. Neither of them revealed Zio's secret. I'm currently handling Lord Bradley's case, Byron suddenly said. Hobert was slightly taken aback. Last night, he had just received a plea for help from Lord Bradley's daughter, Norma, and today Byron came to talk to him about it. He smiled. You don't think I'm involved in this case, do you? That's not what I meant, Byron quickly explained. We might have arrested people too quickly, without giving Bradley a way to save himself. I heard his daughter asked you for help, so I came to report this matter to you. Hobert instantly understood Byron's meaning. Military Intelligence Section 9 not only had the responsibility of collecting intelligence externally, but also the power to internally monitor for spies. They often found wealthy individuals and nobles who made mistakes in this area. Few of them were actual spies, but they needed to donate a large sum of money to regain their freedom. This was an important source of financial income for Military Intelligence Section 9. Byron's meaning was clear. He wanted to ask Hobert to mediate, get the ransom, and release Bradley and his son. Having figured this out, Hobert was about to refuse. Although he could get a portion of the ransom by simply mediating, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. But before he could speak, he suddenly thought, Chunna's just sought me out this morning, and now Byron is coming to give me money. Is this a coincidence? He immediately concluded, this definitely isn't a coincidence. With a change of thought, Hobert already understood that this was Chunna's test of him, or rather, Chunna's method of distinguishing whether someone was one of us. Working in a department like Military Intelligence Section 9, it wasn't enough to just not get involved in anything. To integrate into this department, one had to bind their interests with the department, so that everyone felt at ease. Hobert realized that if he refused now, not only would he be isolated, but he would also risk being targeted. So, after a few seconds of consideration, he smiled and said, I didn't expect that as soon as I started working at Military Intelligence Section 9, such a lucrative case would land in my hands. Byron also smiled and said, it's truly wonderful that you agreed, otherwise this case wouldn't have been able to proceed. Hobert took a sip of tea, said nothing, and after chatting for a while longer, Byron took his leave. Hobert sat in his office chair, thought about the matter for a moment, and after confirming his guess was correct, he started slacking off again, using travel to go to his manor in the suburbs. Fei Qi and the others had already started working, especially Fei Qi. Perhaps feeling that this job was hard-earned, his efficiency was extremely high. He had already drawn several versions of turbine blueprints and had begun to find factories to order the corresponding parts. At the same time, a draft for a large generator was already complete, and the first large generator was expected to be assembled in 1 or 2 weeks. Such high efficiency was not only due to some of Hobert's new concepts and ideas, which solved many creative problems in his design work, but also because the concept of large generators had already existed in the scientific community for a long time. Now, Fei Qi was merely making groundbreaking improvements based on Hobert's requirements. Research on tungsten filaments had begun. They were currently studying which inert gas to use to ensure the stable operation of the tungsten filament, and the first tungsten filament light bulb was expected to be produced next week. As for rubber, there had been no breakthroughs yet, but with current technology, using rubber for electrical wires was not a problem. Zhe Na, the researcher responsible for rubber-related studies, said as Hobert was about to leave, Mr. Earl, my teacher Isaac wrote me a letter yesterday. He introduced a new research achievement and hopes to invite you to take a look. Hobert was startled. Why didn't he write to me directly? My teacher didn't say, Zhe Na smiled. In fact, Isaac had mentioned in the letter that he had approached several nobles, but no one was willing to invest in that achievement. So, he wanted to ask his student to help sound out if Earl Hobert had any investment interest. I'll send a car to pick you up this afternoon, Hobert said. We'll visit Professor Isaac together. Anyway, he was slacking off in the afternoon. He had originally planned to go to Longtail Island again, but there was no specific purpose for this trip, and it wasn't urgent, so he could go to Backland University of Technology first. So, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion, had Dothis send a car to the manor to pick up Zhe Na, and he himself returned to Military Intelligence Section 9 to enjoy lunch. Today's lunch was mainly seafood. Hobert was very satisfied with the taste of the shrimp and crab vegetable soup. The golden-backed fox fish, which cost £6 per piece, was not as delicious as the soup. In the afternoon, Hobert took a carriage to the gate of Backland University to meet Zhe Na. The two of them went to Isaac's office, where Zhe Na explained their purpose to Isaac. Isaac, hearing that Hobert was interested in investing in the new material he had researched, became even more enthusiastic and immediately took them to the material room in the laboratory. This experiment started last year, Isaac said. At the time, we were looking for a material to protect glass or valuables during long-distance transportation, but the final result was not very satisfactory. It was too hard. He took out a pale yellow, translucent object from a glass bottle. I obtained the patent for this new material a while ago, so I started looking for investment. Although this material can't protect valuables, I unexpectedly discovered that it can be used to make cellophane, replacing more expensive frosted glass, and can be used in bedrooms or bathrooms. Hobert looked at the object. How does it look like plastic? He asked, can I touch it to try? Isaac handed it to Hobert, of course. Hobert held it in his hand. It wasn't very hard, but it did feel like plastic. Where did you extract this from? From soybean oil, Isaac immediately said. Hobert opened his mouth. I don't read much, don't lie to me. Can plastic be extracted from soybean oil? He carefully touched it again. It really had the texture of plastic, neither soft nor hard. He couldn't help but wonder, is this an extraordinary powers compensation for a world without oil? In fact, what Hobert didn't know was that in the ad era, in order to find biodegradable plastics, soybean oil plastics were not new in the scientific community. It was just that the process was more complicated and the cost higher than petroleum plastics, so this concept hadn't become widespread. Overall, Hobert's previous idea of finding a substitute for petroleum was correct, but this search could only be like it was now, largely by chance. Isaac saw Hobert in deep thought and thought he had concerns, so he continued to explain, this substance has good plasticity and ductility, and perhaps in practical applications, more uses can be found. Hobert came back to his senses and interrupted Isaac, Professor, I do have investment interest, but I have one condition. Either you resign and come to me to focus on researching more uses for this substance, or you sell the patent to me. Isaac was slightly stunned and was about to refuse, but Hobert added, I will give you 3 times your current salary, and if you have other research that interests me, I will invest in you. This made the professor fall into deep thought again, but he finally smiled, I still prefer the atmosphere of the school. Then he said, but I'm also not willing to sell the patent. Then we can cooperate later. Hobert smiled. With all due respect, this material may have broader uses, but as a new material, it is still very immature. I would have to invest a large sum of money to potentially research more of its properties and uses, and of course, this investment might be wasted, finding no uses at all. Please forgive my frankness, but the demand for cellophane is not large, and it's simply not enough to move me to invest. For me, investing now is not cost-effective. It would be safer for me to make a new round of investment with more money if you find a new investor and there are indeed good uses. Isaac gave a wry smile. He knew Hobert was telling the truth. Many similar projects saw great prospects, but during further research, due to high costs, new investments couldn't be found, and the research projects could only be shelved. And the future of this material was unknown. Currently, Hobert was the only one who had shown investment interest in this material, which made Isaac have to consider the interests of those previous investors in this research project. Hobert added, perhaps we can do this. I buy the patent, take it back for new research, and then invite you to be a visiting professor in my laboratory to provide some guidance to your students. In this way, even if this material achieved something in the future, people would not forget Isaac's contribution. For a researcher of Isaac's caliber, money was no longer a major attraction. He hoped his name would be widely known in the future scientific community. So, after a brief consideration, Isaac agreed, this research has had 3 investors. I hope to sell the patent with a 30% premium on this investment. This would make the negotiation with the investors for this transaction smoother. No problem. Hobert asked, how much money is needed in total? £8,000. Hobert took out his checkbook and immediately wrote out the check. My butler will follow up on this matter shortly, and the technical handover will be handled by Jaina. Isaac took the check. You are a generous Earl. To pay £8,000 so readily for a material with unknown uses, such generosity was uncommon even among nobles. Hobert, still not satisfied, said, could I please visit other products that are looking for investment? Perhaps I might still be interested in investing. Isaac was more than happy to oblige, of course. However, Hobert had no interest in investing in other research projects. To be precise, in Hobert's opinion, they had no great practical value. In the carriage on the way back, Hobert said to Jaina, "After we get back, recruit a few classmates to form a team and immediately research plastic in 2 directions. Plastic. Jaina was a little surprised by the new word. Yes, plastic. I named the new material I bought today. Plastic, Hobert continued with a smile. First, research in the hard direction, for example, utilizing its strong plasticity to make pipes or sheets, and similar things. Then, research in the soft direction, to make packaging bags, films, and other materials. Hobert's chemistry wasn't very good, he only remembered that plastic required additives and stabilizers. Now, the most important task was to find these additives and stabilizers. He also reminded, although this task is not urgent, it is very important. Just like the telephone research task he had assigned before, it was a core competitiveness for the future. Jaina, who was beside him, listened dumbfounded. Then he realized that the Earl had already had many ideas just now, which was why he invested. If the direction was clearly indicated, future research costs would be greatly reduced, and the time to achieve results would also be greatly shortened. Of course, Hobert still used the ability of the sealed artifact, secrecy, when discussing this matter. Back in his office, Hobert was in a good mood. After reading the newspaper for a while, it was time to leave work. There was still a ball to attend that evening. After Hobert changed into his formal attire, he found that Elizabeth had already changed into a beautiful long dress, which made her whole demeanor much more dignified, and her lovely baby fat perfectly showed her youthful vigor. Hobert smiled. "The young men at the ball tonight will surely be lining up to ask you to dance." Elizabeth smiled shyly, "But I'm not very proficient in some of the dance steps yet." "It's okay, I'm sure those young men will understand." The two talked as they got into the carriage. Hobert said, "At the previous few balls, I already spoke with Lord Atwood. When I invite him to the ball I'm organizing later, I will discuss your university admission with him." He further explained, "Lord Atwood is the current Minister of Education. I think as long as your grades aren't too bad, getting into Backland University won't be a problem." Elizabeth was about to thank him, but Hobert smiled and said, "This is Mr. Ulysses's entrustment, and you are Serena's good friend. Our time in Tingen City was also pleasant, we are friends. By both sentiment and reason, I should help you." These words made Elizabeth feel too awkward to express her thanks, so she brought up another topic. "A few days ago, I talked to Serena about going to university. Her view is that it's better to follow you early and learn some political and management skills than to go to university. That depends on one's personal aspirations." Hobert smiled. "Serena is indeed not the type for university. Her social skills are very strong. After learning some management skills, she will have broad room for development. But your situation and Melissa's seem to be different, and your parents' expectations for you are also different." Elizabeth's uncle and father both came from humble backgrounds. Mr. Ulysses was the illegitimate son of a fallen noble and did not even have the right to inherit the title of lord. According to Christine, his childhood was very poor. Elizabeth's father, on the other hand, was a shoemaker's son who later made his fortune by doing business with Ulysses. They both yearned for a university education. Now that their lives were prosperous, they wanted their children to receive what they considered the best university education. For Elizabeth, this was also a good opportunity to broaden her connections, as the main group of university students now were the children of wealthy merchants or officials. Elizabeth nodded slowly, looking somewhat lost. Hobert didn't say anything more. After all, one's own path in life must be found by oneself. This time, Elizabeth and Hobert attended the ball together, and many people thought Elizabeth was the Countess Hobert had never brought to formal occasions before. Many lords, seeing the fresh and beautiful Elizabeth with her naturally curly brown hair, immediately felt that their daughters had little chance. Because Elizabeth was not yet an adult, she had never attended such gatherings before, and she was somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, there was Tyrone, an acquaintance who was also somewhat at a loss, and the two found a sense of camaraderie. Hobert chatted with Audrey, Grelint, and other friends for a while, and then, seeing Norma still looking troubled in the distance, he waved to her. Norma was slightly startled at first, then happily trotted over. Earl Hobert, do you have any instructions? I inquired about it for you today, Hobert said. Your father and brother's case is now being handled by Captain Byron. I've already arranged to discuss this matter with Byron tomorrow morning at my Earl's mansion. You should also come then to see if there's any hope of rescuing your father and brother. Norma was somewhat incredulous. For the past 2 days, she had been asking for help at the ball every day, but the replies she received were all similar. They would help inquire, and then it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea, with no news at all. What she hadn't expected was that Earl Hobert had actually helped her inquire. How can I thank you? Norma asked excitedly. Hobert smiled. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Yes. Norma said, I'll definitely go to your Earl's mansion early tomorrow. After thanking Hobert a few more times, Norma hurried to tell her mother the good news. Audrey smiled. Hobert, I didn't expect you would actually help. She paused and added, but it's good to help. The young lady's bewildered and helpless appearance is pitiable. As someone who had received aristocratic education from a young age, she clearly understood the principle that sympathy is one thing, but one should not get into trouble. So, after learning that Earl Hobert did not intend to help Lord Bradley, she did not continue to pay attention to the matter. Hobert smiled helplessly. This matter found me. Then he added, if there's an opportunity, we can discuss it in more detail. Byam, Tony Manor. Raft excitedly finished writing the letter to the God Blessed. He had finally discovered the secret of Tony Manor. But what excited him even more was that the God Blessed was Hobert. After he obtained the method to summon the messenger, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but just now, he discovered that the messenger he summoned was Hobert Jeffrey's messenger. This was a celebrity from a while ago. He hadn't expected that the God Blessed would become an earl just like that. After sending off the messenger, Raft began to tidy up the altar. Just then, he seemed to subconsciously pinch his eye socket, smoothed his non-existent monocle, and muttered, this messenger is an angel in poor condition. Then he chuckled, the Creator's favored one. Interesting. Raft looked calm, as if those words had not come from him. Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. Today's ball finally ended. Hobert was considering whether to go find furs to continue dancing, when he suddenly felt a spiritual sensation and saw the messenger emerge from the void. After receiving the letter that popped out of the coffin, Hobert glanced at it. It was Raft's letter. Ever since Raft went to Byam, he had seemed to vanish into thin air. Opening the letter and reading a few lines, it was clear from the wording and a few wildly scrawled letters that Raft was somewhat agitated when writing this letter. The further down he read, the more surprised Hobert became. Raft was currently working as a tutor at Tony Manor. On his first day of work, he discovered that the manor was very strange. He seemed to easily forget his purpose. This reminded him of the butler's warning. After nightfall, one could only stay in one's own courtyard. After observing for a period, he indeed found that as long as it was night and he left his courtyard, he would immediately forget his purpose. Raft suspected that Tony Manor had a powerful sealed artifact, so he began a secret investigation. Raft actually discovered that many young people of the Tony family were sacrificing to an evil god. He didn't know who the young people of the Tony family were sacrificing to. In the letter, he attached a symbol pointing to the object of sacrifice. As the investigation progressed, Raft discovered that the Tony family, which had been so influential in Byam, was actually a descendant of another Tudor family. More than 100 years ago, this Tudor family rose through colonial wars and gained significant benefits in the Rostad archipelago. Raft believed this matter was very important, so he immediately reported it to the God Blessed. At the same time, he located the powerful sealed artifact and investigated it, clarifying that it was a Sequence 1 sealed artifact of the Thief Pathway. He asked the God Blessed if he should seize the opportunity to steal it. While reading this letter, Hobert first thought, then the 3 branches of the Tudor family would be complete. One was the family renamed Pound Family, with only Raft as a formal member remaining. One was the family Angus belonged to, and one was the Tony family of Byam. What surprised Hobert was the symbol Raft drew on the letter, pointing to the object of sacrifice. This abstract symbol was composed of winding vertical and horizontal lines, as well as a few dots. This pattern was too familiar to him. Indeed, it was the pattern pointing to the uncertain mist. In other words, the young people of the Tony family were sacrificing to the uncertain mist. As for the last part, stealing the sealed artifact of the thief pathway, Hobert had absolutely no such intention. Putting aside the fact that believing in the uncertain mist made Hobert wary, the key was that such a Beander family was not weak. Although he had now advanced to a demigod, he was not so arrogant as to challenge a Beander family. Another point was, Hobert seriously doubted if this group of people was crazy. They actually used a sealed artifact of the thief pathway to guard them every night. What if they attracted some not so good things? Should the Tony family be changed to the Aemon family in the future? That guy had a habit of collecting all extraordinary characteristics of the thief pathway he encountered. After becoming a demigod, some of Hobert's memories about Aemon were unsealed, to prevent him from encountering Aemon due to a slow reaction. After reading the letter, Hobert noticed that the messenger had not left. He was slightly startled and immediately asked, "Is there something wrong with Raft's condition?" "Yes, he has been parasitized." The coffin stood before Hobert. If he had written this letter to you a few days later, he would have been completely beyond saving. Hobert twitched his mouth. "I told you." When he wasn't using 1 to 101, he directly put it in the country of disorder, just in case he had bad luck and encountered unclean things. Then Hobert noticed, "You answered my question without actively asking for a donut." "Huh, I was just waiting for you to ask that," the messenger immediately said. "How about we make a deal? Let's hunt Amon's avatars together. My demands are not many, just 6 time worms." Hobert twitched his mouth. "Are you serious?" "If it were Amon's true body, I wouldn't have such an idea," the messenger said. "But it's just his avatar, it's not difficult to deal with." Hobert scratched his head. He realized that most of his memories about Aemon were sealed in the country of disorder. "I remember Amon's avatars are also very difficult to deal with." "That's just because you don't understand Aemon. With me, this operation will definitely succeed." Hobert was startled. "You seem to know Aemon very well." "Yes." "How well?" "Slept with him." Hobert thought he had misheard. He also has needs in that area." Then he remembered that this messenger's surname was Tudor, and during the Tudor Empire era, she was in the same faction as Aemon. Everyone has a hidden side, and Aemon is no exception. The messenger showed no intention of evading the question. To be honest, his performance in that regard was quite good. Hobert pinched his forehead. Although he couldn't recall all the information about Aemon, he always felt that it was somewhat different from the Aemon in his memories. The messenger continued, "Generally speaking, when Aemon deploys avatars, he follows the principle of one main and many strong ones. I estimate that in the entire Rostad archipelago, there is only one avatar that is roughly close to sequence 2. There will definitely be some other avatars around, but their levels will only be sequence 3 and 4. Do you know why?" The messenger answered his own question, "Because his avatars are unwilling to accept the commands of other avatars. I have seen several times when his avatars fought after a referendum, because they were unwilling to support the results. Only when Amon's true body arrives will his avatars settle down. It's the same in other places, only one sequence 2 avatar can exist in the same area. The time worm parasitizing Raft didn't recognize me, which means it's just a less important avatar, at most a sequence 2 level. Other avatars swarming in might sound terrifying, but his avatars will not take risks unless they receive orders from the true body. As long as an angel appears on the battlefield, those avatars will scatter and go tell other avatars and the true body about the attack." Hobert twitched his mouth. "Isn't that terrifying enough? What if another sequence 2 level avatar is called? Even if an angel doesn't come, being targeted by other avatars is quite troublesome." So you need to prepare a space in a hidden state, the messenger in the coffin seemed to say with a smile. As far as I know, Black Knight Goddess also likes time worms. Even if Amon's other avatars follow the clues and come over, we won't be afraid. We can initiate another hunt. Hobert seemed to recall something. I'm just afraid that by then, even my thoughts of asking for help from you will be stolen. He remembered that Klein seemed to have had such an experience. No, the messenger said, as long as you carry your staff with you, you will have a chance to call for help. Hobert was startled. More precisely, it was the order crystal in his hand, right? He could take some items out of the country of disorder to use, which was indeed different from Klein. He thought for a moment before saying, let me think about it. I'll summon you again in a bit. Watching the messenger leave, Hobert waited a minute or two before entering the country of disorder. His memories about Aemon, sealed there, immediately appeared in his mind. Hobert smiled. What surprised me was that Aemon also has a human side, and judging by the messenger's tone, she sounded very pleased. Perhaps his performance was indeed quite good. Hobert's first thought was, even someone as strong as Aemon needs to use humanity to fight against divinity. Aemon was born with uniqueness, theoretically, the divinity in him must be greater than his humanity. Perhaps because of this, he might need some humanity even more to maintain balance. Hobert even wondered if Amon's fondness for pranks was simply him trying to express his human side. Mere pranks might not be enough. Even if he was born without emotions, he would likely deceive himself into developing some feelings, thereby stimulating his emotions and making his spirituality more active. Only then did Hobert consider whether to hunt Amon's clone. Hobert's initial thought was not to get involved in this matter. He was currently preparing to accept Jonathan and others from the Gnostic Society to strengthen his own power, so he had no time to provoke Aemon. The key was that this matter was difficult to control. Given Amon's arrangements for his clones, he would sooner or later find out who hunted his clone. Encountering a Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 clone would be fine, but if he ran into a Sequence 2 clone coming to capture him, the thought alone was terrifying. Hobert guessed that Amon's clone at Tony Manor should be a Sequence 2, because he recalled detecting a gaze from Byam when he previously covered Klein's departure from Byam. Upon closer inspection now, the owner of that gaze seemed to be at the angel level. Therefore, Hobert was inclined to rescue Raft and then take him away from Byam. However, Hobert immediately realized another problem. The messenger seemed overly enthusiastic about hunting Aemon. In Hobert's impression, the messenger was someone who always stayed out of things, and crucially, she didn't ask for a donut this time, which made Hobert uneasy. But then, Hobert understood the problem. It might be because the messenger's surname was Tudor. No matter her current state or past experiences, she, or rather, he, was an important member of the Tudor family. Hobert even speculated that he was likely a close relative of the Blood Emperor, otherwise he wouldn't have had the opportunity to become an angel in that era. And precisely because he was a close relative of the Blood Emperor, even if he wanted to flirt with Aemon, it could be arranged. Then this issue needed to be reconsidered, because Hobert realized that this was a good opportunity to subdue the Tudor family. If he could play a significant role in this incident, he might not completely conquer the Tony family, but he would gain a lot of support from this family in the future. So the question now was, were these benefits worth the potential risks? This made Hobert think of the barrier that the Order Crystal could now form. If he were facing Amon's main body, Hobert would simply surrender, as he estimated that the barrier formed by the Order Crystal currently couldn't block the main body's abilities. But a clone was different. Hobert believed that using the Order Crystal would be enough to buy himself a few seconds to save himself or call for help. Although the risk was still considerable, it was just as Hobert had previously envisioned. Everything has risks. Some opportunities, once missed, might never come again, such as helping the Tony family break free from Amon's control. Helping now could still save some people, but if he helped later, that family would probably be completely lost, with nothing left to help. Hobert estimated for a while, then finally made up his mind. I'm not even afraid of the Witch Church, so why be afraid of Amon's clone? Let's do it. After making up his mind, Hobert returned to the real world and re-summoned the messenger. I can help you hunt Amon's clone, but after this operation, you need to help me fight 3 times. The messenger was silent for a few seconds, then said, if I help you deal with an angel-level opponent, I need you to provide me with a wooden staff like yours. Only with such an enchantment can I temporarily recover to my optimal state. Hobert nodded. No problem, I can give you an order wood for this hunt, but remember to return the used order wood to me, it needs to be recycled. Then he asked, can the barrier formed by the order crystal truly completely block Amon's clone's abilities? This was very important. Yes, the messenger said with certainty. Amon's clone's divinity is not very strong, so the clone cannot control many authorities. Amon's main body also wouldn't give some authorities to his clone. Hobert slowly nodded. In other words, this was a matter of status, because the divinity was weak, the clone's status was low, so it couldn't handle the power of the order crystal. If it encountered Amon's main body, the status would be sufficient, and although the order crystal had the status of a source material, Amon would certainly find a loophole. After confirming this again, Hobert asked, how can I notify you of the best time to strike in a short period? We can establish a spiritual contract, the messenger said. That way, you only need to utter a spell to summon me to the real world. If it had been when he first met this messenger, Hobert would never have established such a private contract, because it meant that the messenger could also constantly find Hobert's location. But now that basic mutual trust had been established, and they knew each other well, Hobert did not object to such a contract. So he immediately wrote out a contract, first stipulating that the summoning spell was the ancient Hermes language word for messenger. It then specified that even if the messenger knew Hobert's location, he could not tell others or other creatures, nor could he harm Hobert or spy on him. After that, they each signed their names. With the spirit world as a witness, the contract was consumed by a sickly green flame, indicating that it had taken effect. Hobert returned to the country of disorder and began preparations. This time, he chose sealed artifact, 1-107, and 1-109, 2 grade 1 sealed artifacts. The reason was simple, he was afraid that 1-101, from the thief pathway would suddenly betray him. He then spread his spirituality to the star representing Raft, and at the same time, he noticed that when Medici's wraith possessed Raft before, his star had a red line, but when Raft was parasitized, the star showed no abnormality. Hobert looked into the real world through the star. There was a figure wearing a black classical robe, a matching pointed soft hat, black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face, with limbs wrapped around raft-like octopus tentacles. Seeing the iconic monocle, Hobert was somewhat hesitant. He immediately realized that this was due to his previous deep impression of Amon's immense power, always feeling that the monocle was like an inescapable nightmare. But upon closer thought, compared to an existence like the messenger, Amon's clone was nothing to be afraid of. Although its abilities were a bit strange, it was not invincible. Amon's clone seemed to sense something, and its gaze turned towards the sky. After suppressing his psychological shadow, Hobert temporarily withdrew his spirituality and looked at the fruit-like sealed artifact he had obtained from Christine. Bringing this sealed artifact into the real world, Hobert prepared an altar and placed a cup of fine sand in front of it, then prayed to the Black Night Goddess. Black Night Goddess, more exalted than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. Your devout follower seeks your gaze. I have found an Amon clone, possibly at sequence 2 level, and am organizing forces to hunt it. Please grant me the power of concealment. If the hunt is successful, I will sacrifice 6 time worms to you. After the prayer, the overwhelming sense of tranquility that made one drowsy descended around the altar. Hobert seemed to see twinkling starlight above the altar. Then a pure darkness descended upon the altar, covering the fruit-shaped sealed artifact placed in the center of the altar. A second or two later, the pure darkness vanished, and Hobert found that the fruit on the altar had grown about 3 times in size. Fine sand floated out of the cup, forming letters on the altar, which eventually spelled out a sentence, only 15 minutes of effect. That was enough. After Hobert thanked the Black Knight goddess, the magical starlight twinkling above the altar disappeared, and the overwhelming tranquil power also vanished. He picked up the fruit from the altar and named this sealed artifact, reinforced by the Black Knight goddess, Hidden Fruit. After all preparations were made, Hobert returned to the country of disorder, then, in the image and tone of the Creator, said to Raft, "Keep praying. Byam, Tony Manor." After finishing the letter to the God Blessed, Raft eagerly awaited the God Blessed's arrival. For him, a Grade 1 sealed artifact was an extremely precious item, and since he had encountered one, he naturally wanted to seize it if conditions allowed. Even if he wasn't qualified to use it after seizing it, he believed the God Blessed would give him many benefits. About half an hour after the letter was sent, his vision was suddenly filled by a towering, solid figure. When he saw the sacred black light, Raft immediately realized it was the Creator. Could that sealed artifact have attracted the attention of the Creator? Raft dared not look directly at the Creator. He quickly lowered his head, and just as he was about to kneel on one knee, he heard the Creator's command. Although he didn't understand the Creator's intention, Raft immediately obeyed the command and began to pray continuously to the Creator. Soon, Raft, praying with his head bowed, felt a surge of power descend around him, and then he seemed to feel something pulling at his spiritual body. Raft did not waver and continued to pray earnestly, firmly believing that under the Creator's gaze, he would not be in any danger. A few seconds later, Raft felt his whole body lighten, as if his spiritual body had shed some burden. This made him realize that he had been possessed again. Just as he was about to thank the Creator, Raft began to cough violently, gasping for breath, and finally, a thumb-sized worm emerged from his mouth. It had 12 transparent segments on its body, but it was now dead, lying stiffly in Raft's palm. While Raft was surprised, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. That was me. Raft quickly distinguished that the person in the image, entangled by a phantom figure, was himself. Raft realized, was I really possessed by a wraith again? Immediately after, he saw the phantom figure reaching out to grab something in midair, which made him instantly realize that his prayers seemed to have established a close connection with the Creator, and that figure was trying to grab the Creator. Just then, Raft saw the Creator make a move. The figure on him seemed to suddenly become distorted, then was dragged off Raft by a huge force. The Creator reached out again, and that figure seemed to be crushed by an immense power. Raft sighed. Fortunately, I had completely pledged allegiance to the Creator before, otherwise I might have unknowingly lost myself. This made him exclaim again. It was truly a gamble that paid off when he was in Backland. Just then, his spirituality sensed something, and he saw the space in front of him become illusory. The God-blessed Hobert emerged from it. "Give me that worm." Raft immediately reacted. Yes. Hobert was still wearing a mask and a ruin-style trench coat. He looked as if he hadn't changed much from a few months ago, but Raft's spirituality could confirm that the God-blessed's demeanor had changed quite a bit. Raft, the God-blessed, put away the time worm, then respectfully asked, "Fortunately, I sent you a letter to report. Was I possessed again just now?" "No, you were parasitized," Hobert explained simply, then asked, "Are you sure the Tony family is a branch of the Tudor family?" "I am sure," Raft said. "When I first arrived at the manor, I noticed that I looked very similar to the Tony family's patriarch. Later, I realized that it was because our appearances were inherited from the Great Blood Emperor." Hobert nodded again. "Take me to see the Tony family's patriarch." He paused and added, "This manor is very dangerous right now. Do not leave my side." Yes. Raft quickly moved a few steps closer. Then he thought, but now, outside, it's shrouded by the power of the sealed artifact. "Just follow me closely," Hobert said, striding out ahead. Raft quickly followed, still very nervous even at the courtyard gate. However, the God blessed in front of him had already stepped out, and with a wave of his hand, a massive power of distortion made the force that wanted to steal their thoughts ignore the presence of the two individuals. Because Raft was a briber, he could clearly feel that what the God blessed had just displayed was indeed the power of distortion. He hadn't expected that the problem that had bothered him for 2 or 3 months would be so easily resolved by the God Blessed. Under the gaslight, the huge manor looked magnificent, but because there was no one around, the grandeur was tinged with an eerie strangeness. Hobert glanced at the gaslight. In the flickering flame, there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him, the one who had broken the rules of the manor. Shifting his gaze from the gaslight, he walked ahead and asked, "Are the Tony family primarily beyonders of the lawyer pathway or the arbitrator pathway?" "As far as I know, it's the hunter pathway and the lawyer pathway." "The hunter pathway." This made Hobert slightly surprised. "That's right." Hobert immediately thought that Blood Emperor Tudor had been a red priest for a period, so it was inevitable that many extraordinary characteristics of the hunter pathway would have gravitated towards him. This made it quite normal for the Tudor family to have accumulated a certain amount of hunter pathway extraordinary characteristics. Raft added, "However, they also have beyonders of another pathway. Perhaps due to my lack of experience, I couldn't distinguish what pathway those beyonders belong to." Hobert cast another chaos forward, continuing to disable the sealed artifact's perception. "Describe their abilities in detail." Raft described, "Some of them are very insidious, always managing to ensnare people in their traps without them realizing it." Hobert nodded. "Perhaps fraudster." That also made sense. Aemon had once supported Tudor in becoming the Blood Emperor, and the messenger lying in the coffin had also flirted with Aemon. The Tudor family indeed had a high probability of obtaining some extraordinary characteristics of the thief pathway. Moreover, as the rival of the Tudor Empire, the Solomon Empire also had a high-ranking noble of the thief pathway, and during battles, they might also acquire some extraordinary characteristics of the thief pathway. Raft continued to describe, "Some of them can bewitch enemies into becoming their teammates." Hobert was startled. "The spectator pathway. They can also make close teammates turn on each other." Hobert slowly nodded. "That sounds like abilities of the spectator pathway. Could these be some of the extraordinary characteristics obtained from Adam back then? Then it seems the Tony family's beyonder pathways are very complex. Some seem to use a target's certain desire to make the opponent go mad and obey his commands." Hobert was startled. "What pathway of beyonder is this like? Criminal, secret supplicant, spectator. None of them seemed to fit very well." At this moment, Hobert suddenly stopped and looked at the wall ahead. "Your reaction is too slow." Under the faint moonlight, a figure was outlined on the wall. This sealed artifact was never meant to deal with demigods. Hobert guessed that the other party should be a fallen earl. At the same time, he realized that the other party had just hidden his tracks by altering the light. Although this method could not achieve invisibility, in places with poor visibility, it could still largely conceal oneself or create illusions. The figure on the wall said, "You could have visited Tony Manor during the day." He did not sense Hobert's malice. "Originally, I planned to rescue my people and leave," Hobert said. "But someone asked me to see if you all could still be saved." The person on the wall watched Hobert for several seconds without speaking. At this moment, Raft seized the opportunity to say, "This is Mr. Tony, the patriarch of the Tony family." Mr. Tony, with blood-red hair, a mustache, and black pupils, said, "Follow me." If Hobert had been a Sequence 5, then Mr. Tony would not have cared if he was entrusted by someone and would have already rushed up to capture him. But when a demigod said he was entrusted by someone, Mr. Tony had to take it seriously. Hobert and Raft jumped onto the courtyard wall and followed Mr. Tony into a large courtyard. This courtyard looked grand and imposing, but the arrangement of trees and buildings made one feel a little uncomfortable, as if it was deliberately arranged to go against common sense. Raft quickly recognized that this was Mr. Tony's courtyard, which he had visited when he first joined. Upon entering the main hall, although it was brightly lit, there were no servants. Mr. Tony, who was about 40 years old, introduced himself, Osman. Hobert also introduced himself simply, Geoffrey. Osman gestured for them to sit. Then, "Mr. Geoffrey, who entrusted you, and where do we need rescuing?" Hobert did not sit down but looked at Osman. "Have you heard of Aemon?" Osman was clearly surprised. He looked around, and only after confirming there were no servants did he say, "Speaking his name so openly will make him aware." His reaction didn't mean he understood Aemon very well. He had only heard that Aemon was a high-sequence Beyander of the thief pathway and didn't know how powerful Aemon truly was or all of his abilities. Osman was surprised because upon hearing Hobert say Amon's name, he combined this, high-sequence Beyander of the thief pathway, with his previous suspicions, feeling that what Hobert said must be very close to the truth. Hobert smiled. "You've already noticed something, haven't you?" "Of course." Osman took 2 steps forward and whispered, "Many family members and servants have become a bit off. Anyone who isn't a fool would know there's something wrong with them." This was also why Hobert directly sought out the manor's person in charge. Parasitizing a demigod is completely different in difficulty from parasitizing a Beyander below demigod level. If a demigod were parasitized by a time worm, although he would forget the process of being parasitized, the constant spiritual warnings would definitely make him act a bit strangely. So Hobert judged that this Mr. Tony had either already noticed that the people around him were acting strangely, or he could distinguish whether he had been parasitized, or whether he had been replaced by Amon's avatar. In short, as long as he found him, it would either be a fight or he would gain an ally. Raft, who was behind, didn't quite understand the content of their conversation. Wasn't the biggest problem with Tony Manor the worship of an evil god? Why did it sound like there was an even more serious problem? Hobert gripped his cane tightly, observing Osman carefully. The other party should have already noticed. He pointed behind him. The problem of him being parasitized has been resolved. This process will definitely make the other party notice something is wrong. Osman was slightly startled. "You can solve the problem of being parasitized." Hobert deliberately spoke vaguely. "It wasn't me who solved the problem." Osman re-examined the young man wearing a mask in front of him. "May I ask who entrusted you to help us?" Hobert smiled. "I can only tell you that the person's surname is Tudor." Raft, who was behind, was momentarily stunned. "I didn't make such a request." Could it be another family member? Osman's trust in Hobert immediately increased significantly. "Can the two of us work together to solve this problem?" Hobert felt that Osman should be fine, because if he were parasitized, or if he were Amon's avatar, he wouldn't say such a foolish thing. "I've brought strong reinforcements," Hobert said. "May I ask how many demigods the Tony family has?" "There are 2 currently in the manor," Osman replied. Of course, such crucial information had to be truthful. Hobert basically ruled out Osman's suspicion. "Please wait a moment." He then sat down, placing himself within the black barrier of the Order crystal, and bowed his head as if in prayer. Only after tentatively ruling out suspicion would he make a final confirmation, to prevent Amon's avatar from suddenly attacking when entering the country of disorder. Osman stepped back, carefully observing Mr. Jeffrey's every move. Raft, on the other hand, guessed that the god Blessed was probably praying to the Creator. Hobert entered the country of disorder, used true sight to confirm that Osman was indeed not Amon's avatar and had not been parasitized, before returning to the real world and lifting the barrier's protection. "Please take me to see the other demigod." "All right," Osman said. "This way, please." They exited through the side gate of the courtyard. Osman, leading the way, asked, "If the other party detects our actions, wouldn't we be very passive?" "To be honest," Hobert said, "I very much hope the other party will make a move first. He is an expert at playing hide and seek. If the other party sensed danger and left on their own, then the fool would truly be watching over them, saving them from a risky endeavor." Hobert estimated that Amon's avatar was probably still observing and would not act rashly for now. Because it was the Creator who had killed the time worm inside Raft, with the cover of the country of disorder, Hobert estimated that the other party had not obtained much information about him. Nor would he call more of his avatars over. It's very simple, there might be danger here. Would he call other avatars over at this time to become a burden when he tried to escape? Or to make the enemy's spoils of war even richer? Just as they stepped out, Hobert glanced at the gaslight again. This time, his feeling was more real, there truly seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him from within the gaslight. Whoosh! Suddenly, the gaslight's flame intensified. Bang! The gaslight's glass shattered, and flames flowed out from the lamp, forming a humanoid figure. This change made all three of them slightly startled. Then Austin knelt on one knee. "Your Highness Raymond, I didn't expect the events in the manor to alarm you as well." Raft took a step back in surprise. Hobert immediately realized that this fireman, called Your Highness Raymond, was very likely an angel in poor condition. In a previous casual conversation with Angus, Hobert had heard Angus say that, according to the elders of the Tudor family, there was still an angel from the Tudor family who had survived. At first, Hobert thought they were referring to the messenger, but it wasn't until he saw this fireman that he realized the messenger was living in a coffin, and he didn't know if he had died once before. If he had died once in front of the world, the messenger would not have been passed down by word of mouth. In addition, Osman kneeling and calling him Your Highness indirectly confirmed Hobert's guess. The face of His Highness Raymond, whose appearance and features were completely indistinguishable, turned towards Hobert. "I sense Beverly's aura on you. Has she revived?" Hobert's personal messenger's full name was Beverly Heather Tudor. Hobert said, "From my observation, no. I witnessed her entire death and mournfully buried her." The not very three-dimensional features made of fire showed a happy expression. "She's not dead." "That's wonderful. I can't quite explain her state," Hobert explained. "She's more like a spirit world creature now." "This might be what Eamon mentioned, the method to defraud Beverly's death," Raymond said. Beverly had long said that during the Four Emperors' War, angels were very fragile. So she had been preparing in advance. After her death, her extraordinary characteristic never separated. "I should have realized earlier that this must have been one of her preparations taking effect." Hobert listened quietly, hoping Raymond would elaborate on the details of what happened back then. From Raymond's words just now, Hobert felt that the relationship between Eamon and Beverly was not just about intimacy. At least, Eamon, who seemed like a scoundrel in others' eyes, had helped Beverly defraud death. However, Raymond did not continue that topic but instead asked Hobert, "Have you found Amon's clone?" Hobert was startled. "You know the manor was invaded by Amon's clone." "Of course I know," Raymond said. "It's just that my condition isn't very good, and I'm not confident I can drive that clone away." He said, "But if Beverly helps, we might be able to try hunting this clone." Hobert smiled. "You also want to hunt Amon's clone? Haha, from this point, I can see that you and the messenger are family." He asked, "Do you know where Amon's clone is?" "I'm not sure. He must have stolen someone's fate and disguised himself as a family member," Raymond said. "Unless I encounter him face to face, it's hard for me to distinguish him." Hobert said, "Then we'll be responsible for finding him. How about you join the hunt? However, when we divide the spoils, you'll be after Beverly." "No problem. Also, as the initiator of this hunt, I'm actually doing your family a great favor. When necessary, I'll need you to repay this favor." "No problem either, but only for things within my power." Of course, Hobert smiled. The hunt hadn't even begun, and he felt he had already profited. Hobert then asked, "How should I notify you of Amon's clone's location in a timely manner?" Raymond said, "As long as it's within the manor, as long as a battle occurs, I'll know." Whoosh! The flames suddenly exploded, and the fire man in front of them vanished, leaving only a damaged gas lamp. Osman looked deeply at Hobert. He felt this young man must have a significant background, as even the usually short-tempered His Highness Raymond seemed very polite. Hobert said, "Let's continue." Soon, Osman led them to a secluded courtyard. "Mr. Valentine lives inside. He doesn't like socializing much, rarely goes out, and has been secretly protecting Tony Manor." What he didn't explain was that this Mr. Valentine was the one who, over 100 years ago, distinguished himself in the colonial wars and became the first governor of the Rostad archipelago in the ruined kingdom. Hobert said to Raft, "If a fight breaks out later, immediately close your eyes and pray." Raft nodded seriously. Hobert then asked Osman, "What sequence is Mr. Valentine?" Sequence 3. Osman knocked on the door and asked, "Mr. Valentine, please come in." The door opened to a small reception room. A gas lamp illuminated everything inside. A short old man, dressed in simple robes, stood inside. He looked very kind and smiled at Hobert, saying, "Child, has anyone told you about the special nature of your fate?" Hobert was startled. He had thought this was a mad mage or a war bishop. Why was he immediately telling his fortune? It felt like a demigod from the monster pathway or the diviner pathway. The other party continued, "Two people have manipulated your fate. One is very vague, but I can generally tell who it is. The other, I cannot see at all." Hobert, who had been tightly gripping his cane, was slightly stunned. "Who is the very vague one?" "I can't tell you," Valentine said. "Telling you in advance would not be good for you." Osman, beside them, briefly explained the predicament Tony Manor was currently facing. Valentine pondered for a moment and said, "I suggest we use the night to first investigate and see if we can find more people who have been parasitized." He smiled. "This might make the other party reveal themselves, so we can besiege them." Hobert corrected, "It could also be him." Valentine frowned. "If it really is him, why would he still be hiding?" Osman said, "It might also be that he finds a certain pleasure in it. I mean, watching us fail to find him is enjoyable for him." Originally, he wanted to say, "It might be because His Highness Raymond and this Mr. Jeffrey can invite powerful reinforcements, so he hasn't made a move." But then he suddenly realized, could Mr. Valentine be trusted? So Osman, after a slight pause, found another reason. Valentine asked, "Do you have any plans for this?" Hobert replied, "I originally thought that if I walked around the manor, the other party would reveal themselves. I have a sealed artifact that can protect my safety for over 10 seconds. Using those 10 odd seconds, I'll try to negotiate with the other party. At the other party's level, they wouldn't be after Tony Manor's property, nor after the Beyonders of the Tony family. He might be after the sealed artifact protecting the manor. At worst, we'll give him that sealed artifact, and this dispute can be resolved." Valentine nodded. "This plan is good." Then, Hobert stepped back, smiled, and said, "Hello, Mr. Amon." Osman and Raft were both startled, unconsciously retreating behind Hobert. Valentine's smile did not diminish. "How did you guess?" "Actually, it was always a choice between two options," Hobert said. "Since you're going to steal fate, why not just steal the fate of a demigod? That way, it's easier for you to move around the manor." After confirming that Mr. Osman was fine, I basically concluded that the other demigod was likely the problem. But I heard that Mr. Amon is skilled in fraud, and he might very well have stolen the fate of someone other than the two demigods in the manor for the sake of fraud. So I designed the question just now. Your reaction was too strong when you heard, he. Even Mr. Osman knows Amon is a high sequence Beyonder, but you don't." Hobert laughed. "To avoid misjudgment, I devised the so-called plan to deal with Amon's clone. There's a huge flaw in it. The enemy has been lurking in the manor undetected for so long. If it were for a sealed artifact, he would have snatched it and left long ago. But you still said, the plan is good, because you don't care about these things at all. Someone who has been secretly protecting Tony Manor for a long time actually shows no concern for the plan to deal with the enemy. This is clearly unreasonable. So, Mr. Amon, did you forget to steal Mr. Valentine's memories?" Valentine, or rather Amon, applauded. "You are a qualified lawyer." Osman asked, "What did you do to Mr. Valentine?" "Of course, I completely replaced his fate." Osman wasn't sure if Valentine was dead or in a strange state. Hobert then asked, "Did you come to Tony Manor for that sealed artifact? If so, please take it and leave." Valentine showed a benevolent smile and, in Valentine's preferred tone, said, "Child, your probing is too superficial. Initially, I was indeed attracted by the sealed artifact, but I soon thought that I could use a Tony, not a Tudor family member, to test the state of a hidden existence." Hobert was slightly stunned. "Did you make the young people of the Tony family believe in evil gods?" Yes, but this game is over now, Amon's clone said. I'm not a person who likes to take risks. I can sense something special about you. You all should leave, I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you for your generosity, Hobert said, injecting his spirituality and the power of the country of disorder into the order crystal. A barrier instantly appeared in front of the three of them. Clang! Amon's clone's theft was blocked by the barrier. Hobert thought to himself, I'll believe you when pigs fly. How could you possibly let us go? Messenger. He immediately uttered the ancient Hermes language word, and Beverly's coffin pierced through the void, appearing before them. Seeing his ability blocked and a coffin appearing, Amon's clone cautiously did not continue attacking Hobert. Instead, he grabbed at the coffin, making a tentative attack, and pulled out a half-eaten donut. Hobert had already dragged the closed-eyed raft out, under the cover of the barrier. He quickly took out a hidden fruit and tossed it into the air. Under the faint moonlight, a dark, gleaming flower bloomed, and a phantom shadow of the entire Tony Manor appeared. These phantom shadows appeared in the real world, replacing the true Tony Manor, while the true Tony Manor entered a hidden space. The moment this hidden space formed, a flash of fire shot out from underground, heading straight for the courtyard where Amon's clone was located. Hobert knew clearly that he needed to quickly get away from the battlefield and then participate in the battle through his identity as the creator. He wouldn't release the 100-eyed demon monarch and the holy infant king, because Amon's abilities had a certain restraint over them, which could easily cause their summoning time to end prematurely. After more than 10 seconds, the barrier disappeared. Hobert felt he had run far enough, so he put down raft and looked back at the intensely fought battlefield. Just as he was about to enter the country of disorder, Hobert, as if sensing something, looked up at the rooftop. At some unknown point, two Amon clones were there, one standing and one sitting. One of them pinched his monocle and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that Amon's clones never act alone?" As Hobert fled the battle, the messenger's coffin stood upright. Crack! The coffin lid separated from the coffin. A clone of Amon reached out, wanting to steal the thoughts of the creature inside the coffin. As a result, he reached out and stole another half-eaten donut. He immediately realized that his theft ability had been distortion. Whoosh! The coffin lid slammed towards Amon's clone. Amon's clone seemed to remain motionless, but he dodged the coffin lid's attack. The coffin lid, as if alive, spun around once and flew back to the side of the coffin, embedding itself into the ground with a thud. Inside the upright coffin was a beautiful lady in a classical court gown, appearing to be in her 20s, with a pale complexion and a faint smile. Her smile looked playful, with a hint of rebelliousness and frivolity in her eyes. On her left-hand side was an exquisite metal crossbow, and on her right-hand side was a wooden stick still adorned with fresh leaves. Amon's clone smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, you look like a newly awakened vampire lady from Legends." "Ha!" The messenger Beverly chuckled, "Your ability to compliment others has declined quite a bit." Amon's clone smiled, "We do know each other, don't we?" Whoosh! At this moment, a burning flame rushed in from outside, forming a humanoid figure of fire in the reception room. "Sis, you're really not dead." Beverly looked at the fire figure with a smile. "I knew it, you'd be the clever one to survive in the end." Amon's clone rubbed his eye socket. "What a touching scene, congratulations on your reunion." Beverly said, "The old rules." "Good." The flame humanoid shouted, then suddenly transformed into a flash of fire and charged towards Amon's clone. Although the fire figure moved very fast, Amon's clone noticed that a blazing white spear had appeared in his hand during the charge. He reached out to steal it, but to his surprise, he still only stole a half-eaten donut. PFF'd. The blazing white spear pierced into Amon's clone. Whoosh! Amon's clone was completely engulfed in roaring flames. Beverly and Raymond's synergy was honed during the Four Emperors' War. Just now, Raymond led the attack, with Beverly providing cover. When Amon's clone tried to steal the blazing white spear from Raymond's hand, Beverly performed a distortion, causing Amon's clone to steal a half-eaten donut for the third time. Amon's clone stole away the great fire on his body, the blazing white spear in his chest, and the wound, smiling unharmed. Interesting. At this moment, Beverly, who was still in the coffin, grabbed her coffin lid and suddenly appeared in front of Eamon, slamming the coffin lid down. Amon's clone reached out, but found that he couldn't steal the coffin lid. He had to immediately dodge, and Raymond appeared perfectly in his path of evasion, giving him another blazing white spear. Thump! The heavy coffin lid slammed onto the ground, creating a crack in the floor, and the entire wall in front collapsed from the shock. Beverly smiled. Can't steal it, can you? Hee, this coffin was partly made by your true body. Amon's clone now distanced himself from the siblings, and the blazing white spear and wound on his body disappeared again. He smiled. Your cooperation is very good. If you were in good condition, even our true bodies might have to take you seriously. But, Eamon stretched out a hand, his fingers nimble, as if plucking several invisible strings. You've all suffered fatal attack. Lady, the reason you haven't come out of the coffin is because you're stitched together, right? And this young man, you seem to be constantly fighting the tendency to lose control within you. Your destiny is truly peculiar. Yes, you were born after Tudor became the Blood Emperor. Haha, it turns out you are a weather warlock, extraordinary characteristic expelled from his body. And you also have many Black Emperor pathway extraordinary characteristics in your body. Originally, your body could achieve a certain distortion balance between these two pathways' extraordinary characteristics. Let me see, it turns out you have a large hole in your chest, which broke the balance within you. Hee. Amon's clone smiled. This has allowed me to find many loopholes. He looked at Raymond. Raymond, composed of fire, clutched his chest and knelt on one knee, as if enduring immense pain. He then looked at Beverly. Beverly, standing there, suddenly slid her upper body to one side, but her lower body remained motionless. Amon's clone smiled. How about I grant the wounds and the blazing white spear that were just on my body to you? Beverly held onto the coffin with both hands, straightened her body, and also smiled. Why don't you directly manipulate our fate? It seems to me that you don't possess that ability, do you? Amon's clone shook his head. I have to say, your trick to stall for time is too crude. Do you really think someone else will come to save you? No, I just want to see you again. Beverly smiled, because next, I'm going to smash your face. Just as he said this, his spirituality seemed to sense something, and he looked in the direction Hobert had just fled. Ha, you finally sensed it. Eamon clapped his hands. Yes, that's right, that surprised expression. Didn't expect it, did you? There's another angel-level clone over there. Beverly was indeed a little surprised. Impossible. Could it be that you are Amon's true body? Then she shook her head. If it were the true body, how could he not recognize me? When you took that letter just now, I knew you might know the true body. Amon's clone enjoyed the siblings' surprised expressions. Since we're acquaintances, then of course we have to break some previous habits. He smiled. Why do you think my true body would display certain habits? It's all preparation for dealing with those who understand him. Beverly picked up the metal crossbow by her hand. Quick. Get rid of this clone and go rescue them. Among them is the hope for the Tudor family's resurgence. Raymond was stunned. How did I not realize Osman had such potential? What Osman? Beverly shot an arrow. I'm talking about the one wearing the mask. ... Hobert looked at the two leisurely Eamon clones on the rooftop. I told you, Amon's clones aren't that easy to hunt, are they? Through spiritual premonition, he roughly sensed that the two clones, one was angel level, and the other was roughly sequence 3 level. To distinguish them, Hobert mentally referred to them as the angel Eamon clone and the sequence 3 Eamon clone. In the hand of the standing angel Eamon clone appeared a time worm. Should I parasitize you? Or should I kill you? Hobert casually tossed Raft, who had been keeping his eyes closed, aside. He said to Osman, these two. He paused slightly. What was I going to say? At this moment, the sequence 3 Eamon clone, sitting there, jumped down from the rooftop and smiled. I just stole something. Let's see if it works well. The sequence 3 Eamon clone opened his hand, revealing an exquisite small dagger. Osman's face was full of surprise. Fatal dagger. He quickly reached for the clothes at his waist, and indeed, the leather sheath that sealed the dagger was already empty. Hobert quickly asked, "What abilities does this sealed artifact have? What sequence is it?" Whoosh! The sequence 3 Aemon used the fatal dagger in his hand to ignite roaring flames around them. High walls of fire continuously formed into flaming crows that charged towards Hobert and Osman. As the two dodged the flying crows, Osman explained, "It has." He found that he suddenly forgot what abilities the sealed artifact he always carried had. Hobert also found it strange. "I should have planned a way to save myself long ago. What was I supposed to do? Oh, right, I should enter that place. What was I just thinking of doing?" Standing on the rooftop, the angel Aemon clone, who had been stealing Hobert and Osman's thoughts, suddenly let out a soft, "Eh." He smiled as he looked at Hobert. "Your destiny is very special. I actually saw the vague figure of Trentsust within it, and another person manipulated your destiny, but unfortunately, I can't see who that was." Then he chuckled, "You seem to have a very precious item. However, that item seems to be something only my true body can steal. Let me see, that item is, that place." On the other battlefield, Amon's clone did not frequently steal Beverly or Raymond's thoughts, because their sequences were similar. Amon's clone could at most steal thoughts for 1 or 2 seconds, and it was also very easily distortion by Beverly. But it was different here. An angel-level clone could steal large chunks of thoughts from Hobert, who was only a demigod. Interesting. The angel-level clone smiled slightly. Then, by stealing thoughts, he knew that Hobert was about to use the barrier ability again, so he reached out and stole Hobert's staff. As a result, his hand was empty. He didn't steal anything at all. At the same time, the barrier formed by the Order Crystal reappeared, and Hobert inside finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aemon is indeed terrifying. My biggest secret was so easily known by him. Fortunately, I was prepared and always referred to the country of disorder as, that place, in my mind. Then a fierce look appeared in his eyes. This clone must not be allowed to leave this hidden space alive. Even if he dies, it's not allowed. He can only leave in the form of a time worm. Thinking of this, Hobert looked at Austin next to him. Fortunately, this guy was muddle-headed and his thoughts were constantly being stolen. He was dodging the flaming crows purely by instinct and probably didn't hear what the angel Aemon clone was saying. Hobert glanced at Raft, who was clutching his head, curled up on the ground, and praying earnestly. He also didn't know if he had heard Amon's words. Now was not the time to worry about this. Hobert immediately chanted a spell silently in his mind, feeling a pulling sensation on his spiritual body. However, this time when he entered the country of disorder, he felt a slight resistance. During this period, the angel Aemon clone tried to find loopholes and seek opportunities to manipulate Hobert's destiny, but without exception, they all failed. His ability could not break through that barrier. Fortunately, he realized that this barrier was temporary. After failing to steal the barrier's duration, he had no choice but to wait patiently. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the Sequence 3 Aemon clone had already used the dagger in his hand to remotely poke a hole in Austin's chest. It wasn't a wound, but a hole through which one could see the wall and trees behind him from the front. The Sequence 3 clone said with a grin, "This thing is very useful. The opponent can't dodge even if they want to, but unfortunately, this kind of fatal attack cannot be used consecutively." Austin knew he was no match and turned to run, but as soon as he took a step, he forgot what he wanted to do. At this moment, Hobert had already arrived at the country of disorder and was sitting on the Iron Throne. As expected, he saw the star representing Raft expanding in the pool. As his spirituality spread, he found that true sight seemed to have a black veil, and the real world he saw was a bit unclear. Hobert recalled that when he entered the country of disorder just now, he also felt a slight resistance, possibly because they were currently in a hidden space. Hobert then realized that this black veil was an obstruction, making it impossible to project too much power into the hidden space. But fortunately, the country of disorder was of great help in finding loopholes. Hobert distortioned the concepts of the real world and the hidden world. As he raised his hand, it was as if he had pulled back a black gauze curtain, and his vision immediately cleared. This also allowed him to bypass that obstruction and project all his power into the secret world. Hobert held the bile of the evil god's offspring in his hand, injected energy into it, and then threw it into the secret world. He then threw the Ox Demon King, and the Overturning Sea Great Sage, into the secret world as well. When he went to pick up the constantly moving black eyeball, Hobert hesitated for a moment, ultimately putting it down. He picked up the Black Emperor card with one hand and 1-105, with the other, pocketed 1-108, and then entered the real world himself. Now there were two Tony Manors, one in the real world and one in the secret world. The situation had been urgent, and Hobert hadn't had time to differentiate, so many people from Tony Manor had followed him into the secret world. The Beyonders among them had already sensed the battle erupting in the backyard where Mr. Valentine was located. Extraordinary families that had been passed down for thousands of years like this had ready-made contingency plans for such surprise attacks. At that moment, low-sequence Beyonders were organizing ordinary people to evacuate, but there was no need to organize the backyard, as not a single person had escaped from there yet. Middle-sequence Beyonders gathered together, led by a Sequence 5, to support the battlefield. However, after a discussion among several Sequence 5s, they decided to temporarily stay away from the battlefield. They could feel that the battle there was on too high a level, and they wouldn't be able to help even if they went. Just as they were discussing how to avoid the backyard battlefield, a Sequence 7 suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed the unprepared Sequence 6 in front of him. The people around them were slightly stunned but immediately stepped forward to restrain the Sequence 7. Someone else went to check on the Sequence 6's injuries. The Sequence 7 who had attacked first shouted. He just smiled strangely and made a gesture of adjusting his glasses, but he wasn't wearing glasses. The two people holding him, the one on the left, rubbed his eye socket, perhaps he was chasing away a bug in front of his eyes. The one on the right adjusted his monocle and smiled. I wear glasses, so it's okay if I adjust them, right? The Sequence 7 seemed to realize something, help. But he was already surrounded by several family members. The several Sequence 5s realized something was wrong and stepped forward, saying, "Let him go. Quickly, let him go." By the time those family members dispersed, the Sequence 7 had already been killed. These Sequence 5s were, after all, a bit slow to react. While they were still exchanging glances and discussing how to handle this matter, another similar attack had already occurred. This time, most people understood that spies seemed to have infiltrated the crowd. Immediately, everyone became suspicious, and even the Sequence 5s unconsciously distanced themselves. At this moment, a Sequence 5 shouted, "Everyone, keep your distance, and supervise each other." The spies must have transformed into people we are familiar with. Their appearance can change, but their tone and movements cannot be mimicked so perfectly. If we look closely, we should be able to distinguish the spies. At the Sequence 5 level, they were already qualified to know about abilities like parasitism, but they rarely encountered situations of parasitism. The reason was simple: if a Beyonder team only had members below the demigod level, they would all perish if they encountered parasitism during an operation. And if the parasitism was not directed at them, then Beyonders below the demigod level would be completely unable to detect that the other party had been parasitized. So, their first thought was that someone had changed their appearance and infiltrated Tony Manor. At this moment, another Sequence 5 shouted loudly, "Before we distinguish the spies, no one should move erratically. If anyone actively attacks others, they are definitely a spy, and everyone should work together to kill them." If it was just someone who had changed their appearance and infiltrated, this rule would be very effective. But what they encountered was an Amon clone. No sooner had the two Sequence 5s maintaining order finished speaking than a middle Sequence Beyonder actively attacked others. The surrounding people immediately surrounded and killed the attacker. Then, more people began to attack their companions. This made the several sequence 5s a bit strange. Why did it seem like most people were spies? Or rather, it seemed like the Tony family members were the ones acting like spies. Although the several sequence 5s realized something was wrong, their commands were no longer effective at this point. At this moment, a sequence 5 named Celt suddenly shouted, "Members who believe in the uncertain mist, gather towards me." 2 sequence 6s immediately moved closer. Celt raised a hand and said, "Great." The 2 sequence 6s, plop, knelt before him. They felt that Celt's figure in front of them was extraordinarily great, and their bodies were irresistibly compelled to worship. However, their minds were clear, and they desperately wanted to get up, but their legs had no strength at all, and they couldn't get up no matter how hard they tried. Celt smiled and said, "You are not true believers of the uncertain mist at all." At this time, several true believers of the uncertain mist approached him, forming a simple square formation. They did not actively attack others, but if they encountered attacks from other family members, they would not be lenient and would immediately retaliate. On the rooftops surrounding this chaotic battle, over a dozen Aemon clones were observing the fight. Yes, what these middle sequence Beyonders didn't know was that their battle was being watched by a group of Aemons. Of course, some people saw Amon's clones, but the moment they saw them, their memories of seeing the Aemon clones were stolen, or their sight and hearing were deceived. Those were all demigod-level clones. They were 13 clones summoned by the Aemon clone who had replaced Valentine's fate. After arriving, they found that there were only 2 demigods among the enemies, so there was no need to gang up on them. Thus, they came in groups to find some fun. Aemon Clone 6 sighed, "I originally thought that, with the barrier largely intact, the uncertain mist would find it difficult to bestow boons. The monocles on the eye sockets of these clones could block pollution from the old ones, so they could freely discuss the uncertain mist." Aemon Clone 3, wiping the silver monocle in his hand, said, "The other outer gods might indeed encounter some obstacles when bestowing boons, but the uncertain mist always manages to exploit some loopholes in the rules. Just like the Child of Chaos, who bypassed the barrier and infiltrated." Aemon Clone 10 laughed, "Poor Child of Chaos." Aemon Clone 7 looked at the chaotic battle, stroking his chin seriously. "The abilities bestowed by the uncertain mist are truly strange. They're a bit like the Judge Pathway's abilities, but with clear differences." Aemon Clone 9 followed, saying, "Look, their abilities can even charm time worms in an extremely short time. Haha, this is like a combination of distortion and charm." Aemon Clone 1 said, "I suddenly had a good idea. By parasitizing the recipients, can we not inversely peek at the uncertain mist?" Aemon Clone 5 smiled, "That is indeed a good idea, but I believe that if our main body were to do it, we would have absolute certainty." As they were actively discussing, they suddenly all looked in the direction of the 2 demigods from the Tony family who had escaped. They sensed that a hole seemed to have suddenly opened in the secret space there. In Valentine's courtyard, the arrow Beverly shot directly pierced a hole in the Aemon clone's chest, as if an invisible feather arrow had carried away that part of the flesh and blood. The Aemon clone completely ignored the wound on his body. He waved his hand at Beverly, and the dark coffin fell over. Beverly, inside the coffin, completely split open in the middle, becoming 2 halves. Just then, the entire courtyard was suddenly filled with a dense fog where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Raymond, covered by the fog, punched out, directly sending the Aemon clone flying. Before the Aemon clone even landed, Raymond had already arrived at the landing spot, raising his knee to strike, bending the Aemon clone into an inverted V shape. Then came another punch with flames, but this time, his fist was caught by the Aemon clone. The Aemon clone wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You hurt me." If Raymond had continued attacking, he could have completely hammered the Aemon clone to death, but unfortunately, his condition was very poor. The Aemon clone grabbed at Raymond's chest, and in his hand appeared a pulsating flame, like a heart wrapped in fire. Raymond seemed to have all his strength drained in an instant, falling directly to the ground. The Aemon clone continued to attack, then suddenly looked outside as if sensing something. A huge spherical object suddenly appeared there. Half of this sphere was pink flesh, and the other half was a transparent membrane, like a soap bubble. Inside the membrane, pale yellow liquid filled the space, and a completely dark infant was curled up in the center of the pale yellow liquid. It looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the infant to the flesh. Immediately following the fleshy sphere, a majestic figure shimmering with black light appeared. This figure sat on a throne made of swords, clad in armor emitting a black sacred light, and wearing a crown that also exuded sacred light. The opponent's face was unclear, only their eyes, flickering with black mist, could be seen. A huge sense of oppression surged forth. Although the distance was great, it still made the Aemon clone feel immense majesty, even shocking his inner being. "That's not right," the Aemon clone said. "Is this an angel king of the Black Emperor pathway?" Beverly seized this opportunity, throwing the wooden stick from her right hand. "Order." The wooden stick completed its expansion and growth process within half a second, almost instantly blotting out the sky and covering the entire Tony Manor. The thin moonlight was blocked, but it wasn't dark under the trees. It was as if everyone's body and every part of the architecture shimmered with a faint black light. Beverly sat up from the coffin, then swung her leg out of it. She pounded her left leg. "I really miss the feeling of being able to walk on my own." The flames on the fire man, lying on the ground, also instantly disappeared, revealing his true appearance, a young man with deep red hair, looking only 17 or 18 years old. He was an angel from birth, and his body stopped growing after he reached adulthood. Raymond, with some surprise, reached out and touched his face, then laughed heartily twice. "Ha ha." The Aemon clone looked at the towering tree. "This is a very high-level magical item. It can instantly create a space that allows you to temporarily return to your optimal state." "Let me see, this is the alteration and distortion of rules, isn't it?" Beverly didn't answer. Instead, she tucked the metal crossbow into her waist, grabbed the coffin lid with both hands, and slammed it towards the Aemon clone. Madness. Just as the Aemon clone was about to dodge, he suddenly fell into a brief state of confusion and madness. Slam. Beverly, like driving a nail, directly slammed the Aemon clone into the ground. What a pity, such a handsome face is about to be smashed flat. The Aemon clone reappeared in the courtyard, his head noticeably flatter. "I didn't expect the coffin lid to actually be a weapon." At this moment, Raymond, who cooperated seamlessly with Beverly, launched a sneak attack, thrusting a cold ice dagger into the Aemon clone's lower back. The Aemon clone, holding the two blazing white spears he had just stolen, stabbed at Raymond, but Raymond, whose movements were so fast they left afterimages, dodged them. Then he smiled. "The situation seems to have reversed. I seem to be in great danger now." On another battlefield, the angel Amon's avatar was a little surprised. He felt as if he had been targeted by the infant in the womb. Although he couldn't see the infant's eyes, he sensed its malicious gaze. The angel Amon's avatar seemed to realize something. Is this the creator who has been very active recently? It wasn't until the solid, black-armored figure appeared behind him that he understood. That's the creator. So this womb-like fellow is an angel loyal to the creator. The infant in the womb suddenly opened its mouth. Loyalty. The angel Amon's avatar immediately felt an immense loyalty to the holy infant king and was about to prostrate. So he immediately grabbed at himself, stealing this thought. His prostration stopped, and the thought of loyalty vanished. He smiled faintly. Interesting. At this moment, Hobert, with the aura of an angel king, sent Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage to besiege the Sequence 3 Aemon avatar. He, meanwhile, watched the battle between the Holy Infant King and the Angel Aemon avatar, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. Wah! A cry from the Holy Infant King shook the entire Tony Manor. Many ordinary people and low sequence beyonders in the distance fainted directly upon hearing this sound. On the middle sequence battlefield, which was being watched by many, numerous beyonders experienced dizziness and mild loss of control. The Aemon avatars who had been watching the show earlier were nowhere to be seen. Austin, not far away, paused in place, his condition somewhat poor. The Sequence 3 Amen avatar opposite him immediately stole the effects he was suffering from and transferred these negative effects to Austin. At this point, Austin's thoughts were no longer being continuously stolen. He began to counterattack, distorting the concept between himself and the Sequence 3 Amen avatar. The hole in his chest immediately became an ordinary wound, and most of the negative effects he had received returned to the Sequence 3 Amen avatar. Just as the Sequence 3 Amen avatar was about to counterattack, Ox Demon King's offensive arrived. The situation had now turned into a 3-on-1 battle. On the angel-level battlefield, as the main target of the Holy Infant King's attack, the Angel Amen avatar's body rapidly swelled, almost exploding on the spot. Immediately, a phantom appeared behind him, even larger than the Holy Infant King. This phantom resembled the surface of a stone-carved grandfather clock, divided into 12 sections. Each section was either grayish-white or dark green, mixed together with clear boundaries, and possessed different symbols. He rewound his time a few seconds, thereby restoring his state. Use distortion. Hobert uttered a series of incredibly solemn sounds. On the phantom clock behind the Angel Amen avatar, a pure black pointer appeared. This pointer spun rapidly, and the Angel Amen avatar felt his time rapidly slipping away. Hobert almost laughed impolitely. He had originally tried to see if he could affect the illusory giant wall clock with a testing mindset. The result was unexpected. He had briefly used control of the wall clock and made the Angel Amen avatar's time rapidly flow away. If it were the main body, Hobert's move would only have some effect at the true god level. However, this avatar in front of him was only at roughly Sequence 2, which allowed Hobert to use his rank to suppress the opponent. This was the use of extraordinary rules. Even if Hobert's Angel King level had some water in it, meaning it wasn't a pure, unadulterated rank, his rank was sufficient most of the time. Moreover, under the Order Wood, Hobert felt that the creator's abilities were also enhanced to a certain extent. The most obvious manifestation was that he could use more rules of the extraordinary world. The Angel Amen avatar immediately ended the summoning of the mottled wall clock. He looked several years older than before. He did not attack the creator, but instead grabbed at the Holy Infant King, intending to steal its time. If it were an angel from another pathway, it would be difficult to discern the Holy Infant King's true nature. However, the Angel Amen avatar, who was equally good at, or rather, very good at finding loopholes, had already realized that the Holy Infant King's existence had a time limit. Distortion. The Holy Infant King distorted the Angel Amen avatar's theft. Hobert, from behind, spoke again. Grant. He granted the Angel Amen avatar's theft to the Sequence 3 Amen avatar over there. The Sequence 3 Amen avatar, who was already in a desperate situation not far away, felt a large amount of his time suddenly stolen. In an instant, white hair appeared on his head, and he became an old man of 50 or 60 years. Before Hobert could rejoice at his actions, he saw a line of Amen avatars not far away, uniformly and continuously grabbing at the Holy Infant King. Hobert smiled helplessly. Damn it, did I just poke an Amen nest? Although these Amens were all at the demigod level, their numerous thefts added up. After a dozen attempts, there would always be 1 or 2 successes. Although each time they could only steal a few seconds, the Holy Infant King could only last for a few minutes in total. How could it withstand so much theft from them? So Hobert put down the 1 to 105 in his hand. He took out the 1 to 108 from the Disciple of Silence and removed the blindfold from this white puppet-shaped sealed artifact. This was a sealed artifact with some activity. Any creature that made eye contact with it would be cursed. The Amen avatars were in the midst of their enthusiastic stealing when suddenly, a lifelike snow-white puppet appeared between them and the Holy Infant King. Immediately, their spiritual warnings urged them to look away, but 3 avatars still didn't manage to shift their gaze in time and made eye contact with the puppet's eyes. One avatar was immediately decapitated, but he held his head, wiped his neck with his hand, and actually deceived his own neck, making it believe it was still intact. One avatar exploded on the spot. Because everything happened too suddenly, he couldn't save himself. Only 2 time worms remained on the ground, struggling a few times before dying. On another avatar's shoulder, a hand with long nails and an entirely dark body immediately appeared. That hand came from the spirit world. Its arm above the shoulder was invisible, as if this hand was the entirety of the creature. The third Amen avatar immediately stole the location of a palm tree in the courtyard, making that palm tree appear on the roof, while he stood in the palm tree's original position. Then he deceived the owner of that hand, making the owner of that hand leave contentedly, holding the palm tree. However, the shoulder that had just been touched by that hand immediately turned dark, as if poisoned. Just as this avatar was about to steal the negative effects from his shoulder, a giant black sword descended from the sky, cutting him in half. Without any room for resistance, this avatar disappeared like a bubble, leaving only 3 time worms on the ground. That great sword was the 1-105, empowered by Hobert, a sealed artifact from a whisperer. Although this sealed artifact was not very effective against the Angel Amen avatar, it was one shot against these avatars at only sequence 3 or sequence 4 levels. The 1-105 itself did not possess such strong power, it relied entirely on Hobert's empowerment through his rank. Now, Hobert held the 1-108 in one hand, using the sealed artifact's ability to turn one of the Amen avatars into a rabbit with a monocle. With the other hand, he thrust forward with the 1-105, eliminating another avatar. As for these avatars' attacks on the creator, without exception, they were either distorted or granted by Hobert to other avatars, or simply blocked by Hobert using the power of the country of disorder. The remaining avatars knew they were no match and immediately fled. They no longer had any intention of fighting. Their more important task now was to leave and report what happened here to their other avatars and the main body. They hadn't gone far when they were blocked by a massive, phantom-scaled figure. Under the encirclement of overturning Sea Great Sage and 2 other saints, the Sequence 3 Amen avatar had already been dealt with, and they had laid an ambush here under Hobert's command. Osman, who had recovered the fatal dagger, also followed. With a pincer attack, in just over a minute, these avatars all turned into time worms and were sucked into overturning Sea Great Sage's stomach. Hobert then looked back at the battle between the Angel Amen avatar and the Holy Infant King. In the current battle, the Angel Amen avatar's shadow suddenly attacked him. The Angel Amen avatar then stole the Holy Infant King's shadow, giving his own shadow to it. Thus, the Angel Amen avatar's shadow began to attack the Holy Infant King. The Holy Infant King raised its small hand, and the shadow was swallowed by a patch of darkness. When the darkness receded, the shadow seemed to have lost all vitality, becoming an ordinary shadow. The Holy Infant King clenched its small hand, and the shadow was immediately crushed into a ball, as if enduring immense pain. Before the Angel Amen avatar could steal his shadow back, he suddenly felt as if he was being squeezed by some immense force, revealing an expression of pain. Hobert assisted at the opportune moment, amplify. This angel-level avatar was immediately squeezed out of shape. While he was temporarily controlled by the Holy Infant King, Hobert went in with a sword. Although the Angel Amen avatar couldn't raise his hand, he still stole most of the power Hobert had infused into the 1-105. This entirely black great sword visibly shrank at a rapid speed, eventually becoming a dagger, unable to stab him. At the same time, he once again lost the opportunity to steal his shadow back. Distortion. Hobert temporarily distorted the Angel Amen avatar's thought of full resistance into a thought of abandoning most of his resistance. The Holy Infant King seized the opportunity, fallen. Black viscous liquid immediately flowed from the Angel Amen avatar's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. His body was eroded by the fallen, and he could no longer fully command it. However, while spitting black mucus, he smiled and said, "I know your secret now." At this moment, the Holy Infant King opened its mouth and let out a sharp, maddening blasphemy. The Angel Amen avatar's head immediately exploded, and finally, his entire body turned into scattered time worms on the ground. Hobert smiled. "You know too much, so you must die." Sorry for the delay today. The main reason is that the author was broken by a comment. Anyone interested can check out chapter 17. Ultimately, the author was quite speechless and decided to change the honorific title. Everyone is welcome to join the honorific title collection event in chapter 17. Less than, greater than. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.